30, but we want to give a couple of more minutes. I know that this is an early bird for many of the participants, and I guess that after so many cocktails receptions last night, and maybe a couple of tequilas from some people, right, 8:30 is still very very early to start with. Just an announcement. If you don't have, I think that we are going to need interpretation, right? So if you don't have the equipment, please make sure that you have the translation equipment, for Spanish. And then, do you have the interpretation? No? Okay. I will go and get one.
Good
then also
point.
for you.
We'll keep talking in English.
Turnere harmar چی ها
Soy director de gobernamiento. Can I give my card?
Estaremos en contacto.
¿Ah, sí?
Presento a una escuela de
Perdón.
sí.
Entonces tenemos intereses en común, ¿no?
Estamos
Sin duda.
en el mismo foco.
De toda la región, entonces. Muy bien. We must talk more. Good. Well, we need the translation. We need the headset. They're coming. Tenemos una oficina aquí en México, sí, con 40 personas, y también lo mismo en Brasil, y trabajamos en algunos países de la región también. Jairo, you're going to speak in English, right? Huh? You're going to speak in English? Yes. Me too. I'm just wondering whether we just get started in English. Are you... But for us, the panel will understand what we say, right?
But Antonio is going to speak
Yo tengo ya.
Oh, we have 10 minutes talking time
Yeah.
before the translation device comes.
Yeah, but then we have half an hour before Antonio starts.
Yo tengo. Pueden empezar en inglés.
That's what I think.
¿Podemos empezar?
Sí, sí, exacto. I think we should start. Are you okay with us starting?
Okay, good morning. I think that, we can, while we wait for the translation equipment, for our two speakers, it's on the way. Thank you, Minerva. Thank you very much. This is a session about how do we monitor Goal 16, taking advantage of the OGP platform and structure. We have been, discussing since last September when the UN approved the Sustainable Development Goals on different criteria for the monitoring aspects of Goal 16. So the purpose of this session this morning is twofold. First of all, we want to have a conversation. What we want to have is more a town hall type of conversation with you to get ideas on how and this Goal 16 can be monitored, and how can we use the OGP's platform model of cooperation between governments and civil society to address the challenges of the different targets within goal 16. And then after the session, hopefully, we can come up with, with a series of suggestions, ideas on how do we move forward before the Statistical Commission comes in May next year with a set of agreed indicators for the monitoring aspects. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Jairo Acuña. I'm from the United Nations Development Program in New York, and we are privileged to have the presence of this panel that will help us to start that conversation, the town hall discussion. The session is going to be moderated together with my colleague Mark Robinson, Director of Global Governance at the World Resource Institute. And what we are going to do is, after we have introduced the speakers, and we have introduced Mark, set up the questions for the discussions, we are going to give the floor to our distinguished panelists to give us some suggestions on the 3 questions that we are going to have for about 5-7 minutes each, and then we will open up the discussions, and we would like to hear from you. This session also is different because it's not about prescribing solution. We are not, we don't have a solution yet, so to speak, right? And we are not going to tell you what we have done, right? But rather, what we would like to hear is from you, your ideas and your suggestions on how we can do this. The question is not what or why or if goal 16 has to be monitored, right? The question is how, right? And we want to hear from you, and we want to do this as interactive as possible. So with that introduction, I would like to give the floor to Mark, to give us a brief overview on what the World Resource Institute has already started in terms of monitoring the SDGs and Goal 16. Mark?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us at this early hour. We decided to start early to cover a lot of ground, and as Jairo said, you'll hear from our distinguished panel, but we're really all keen to hear from you in the audience. So we'll be moving around with microphones in the second half. I'm not going to talk at all in depth about Goal 16. You've heard a lot about it this week. I think everyone in the audience is very familiar with it. There are particular targets under Goal 16 that are very consistent with the OGP agenda around right to information, public participation, and gender inclusion, all of which are fundamental to the OGP. I just want to highlight 3 ways in which there is considerable complementarity between the objectives of the Open Government Partnership and Goal 16. The first is a substantive one. We know that there are elements both of the OGP declaration and of Goal 16 that are very strongly in common. We hope that in future national action plans there will be an opportunity to integrate very specific commitments that align directly with the targets of Goal 16. So not just complementarity, but we have an opportunity in practice. And as we heard yesterday from Vice President Ramaphosa, that in turn should reflect priorities in national development plans. So there needs to be a very close coincidence between what we can do through the OGP, SDG 16, and the commitments set out in national development plans. The second way in which there is close complementarity is in the monitoring process of the SDGs themselves, and of Goal 16 in particular. The OGP, with its commitment to open data and transparency, can help to ensure that the process by which implementation takes place itself is open, transparent, and participatory. For example, the commitment that we have to fiscal transparency means there are opportunities to ensure that spending commitments along different SDGs can be put into the public domain. And different ways in which monitoring, consultation, and oversight can bring in both civil society and the private sector to work with government in the delivery of commitments on Goal 16. The third is about data, and many of us here are committed to putting as much data into the public domain as possible. And there are a number of initiatives underway to produce different data sets to inform understanding of progress against governance goals. Some of these data sets align very closely with the targets of Goal 16. And our hope is that these will complement the very considerable work being undertaken by government statistical commissions, which are on the lead here, and that there is great complementarity between some of these data sets being produced by research organizations, by government agencies, sometimes by civil society. And to give you a flavor of what we mean here, there is a new governance data alliance which is pulling together something like 15 different data sets. And you can take a look at their website to see what those cover. But for example, they cover things like the World Justice Indicators, our own Environmental Democracy Index. They include the Open Budget Survey, all of which have a huge possibilities of complementing official data sets and enriching our understanding and monitoring of progress in terms of what Goal 16 can deliver. So that's at least 3 ways that we can see complementarity of the OGP in helping in the delivery and implementation of Goal 16 commitments. But we're sure there are many others too, and one of the things we'd like to hear from you as an audience are your own thoughts and ideas about ways in which we can deepen that complementarity.
Thank you very much, Mark. Maybe if I can ask, to have the presentation that I had prepared on the screen, right? Just, to keep us, in line with the session. As Mark said, there is a plethora of indicators circulating around to monitor Goal 16. And the question, that we are trying to pose ourselves is that how can we make sense of all that data and use it in a way that helps us to move forward in the actual implementation of Goal 16, right? How do we move from data collection to actual implementation, right? And how do we make that process of monitoring Goal 16 and the different targets within Goal 16 supportive of the government efforts to promote peaceful and inclusive societies that strengthen their responsive and inclusiveness aspects when they deliver Agenda 2030. So the question is, how do we merge all these different official statistics, right, that governments have with these other subset of indicators of monitoring that both are quantitative and qualitative, right? I think that we need to also to complement that aspect of having a combination, triangulations of the evidence from the statistics agencies, but also with a more narrative, more the context dependent. And here's one of the key issues that I would like to highlight. How do we contextualize at the country level, right? Whether Armenia needs in Goal 16 are different than what South Africa needs on Goal 16, right? And how do we tailor-make, those different targets and those different indicators? Now, just to kick off the discussion, I will have 3 points to make. 1 goal, 2 premises for the discussion, and 3 questions, right? The 1, 2, 3 rule of the town hall discussion. Now, the 1 goal that we have is Goal 16, right? But Goal 16 is very comprehensive. We have 10 different targets within it. So first question is, when we talk about monitoring Goal 16, right, specific agencies will have specific responsibilities according to those specific targets. But Goal 16 is larger than the sum of its parts, right? And we need to also find a way, a methodology that incorporates, the different elements. Of course, 16.3 would be the responsibility of the Ministry of Justice more directly. 16.5 would be more the anti-corruption agencies or the independent bodies, etc. But how do we have an amalgamation of all those different strategies? 2 premises for the discussion, right? Nobody has the monopoly of statistics and monitoring, first of all, right? And implementation requires monitoring. We have to embed the monitoring aspects to the implementation, thinking about the 3 stages of the policy implementation cycle, from the policy making to the policy monitoring. Can you put the 3rd slide? Next. 3rd, policy making, policy implementation, and policy monitoring. So this is the 2 premises, that we want to have, right? Monitoring is an integral part of implementation, right? And it has to be embedded in those frameworks. And 3rd, as I was mentioning earlier, what Goal 16 does to the 2030 agenda is that it puts the need to have a governance-informed development process, right? For the first time, now we are talking about governance elements as part of the development process. And we need to make sure that Goal 16, it's made larger than the sum of its individual parts in that process. So with that preamble from Mark and from myself, what we thought is that we want to pose these 3 questions, right? And we want the experiences from South Africa, from Armenia, and Antonio, to help us to start the discussion, and then we want to hear from you. The 3 questions are on the screen. It's not about what, it's not about if, or it's not about why. The question is how. How do we develop and to implement a methodology for monitoring that includes government and civil society and includes the different targets of Goal 16? But using the OGP's principles and the Goal 16 principles itself, how do we make that monitoring open and transparent, right? That is an important part. And the associated data and information that comes with it, that we make it publicly available and publicly accessible. Because that's the other challenge, right? That has to be, be publicly available and accessible. And then the 3rd question is, how can OGP's platform, right, support the process of monitoring the progress on implementation of Goal 16? So, in sum, 1 goal, 2 premises, 3 questions. We have 3 speakers now to kick off the discussion. And I would like to start with Mrs. Ananda Dudlu, Deputy Minister of Public Service and Administration in the Republic of South Africa. And then, we will ask Mr. Suryan, Deputy Minister of Justice in Armenia. And lastly, Antonio, the director of a very interesting think tank in Spain called Goberna, which is about producing research and training for high leadership executive policy makers. And then Mark and I will move around a little bit around the audience, to have the conversation. So without further ado, Mrs. Ananda.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. I think the most important thing is to have at the center of any monitoring plan the citizens themselves. And the only way that the citizens could actively participate in monitoring whatever program that you put in place, and in this instance it would be your Sustainable Development Goals, is by ensuring that there is sufficient information placed before the citizens for them to be able to understand what it is that they would be monitoring. They need to be part of the process of evaluating, 1, the impact of the implementation of those objectives or goals. And the 3rd thing is that you also need to bring on board parliaments, because as governments, we are responsible for the implementation of these SDGs. Parliaments are the first line of accountability for governments, and the cabinet as well would play a major role in that. But what we have done in the African continent is that we have gathered together the statisticians general from the continent, who are at work as we speak, trying to develop indicators that are measurable for all of the SDG goals. Now, if that information is given to our people, they would know what to measure, how it is measured, that it would have been costed by the statisticians general, what the value of that particular indicator would be, and ultimately how it links up to the national priorities, the national development plans, and any other regional plan that could complement what it is that the SDGs seek to achieve. If you talk about access to justice, for instance, in my continent, it depends on whether you're rich. Unemployment plays a significant part. So as you look at goal 16, you also need to ensure that you look at the other goals to ensure that people are able to access justice. The mode of the transportation modes, your technology, the eradication of poverty, I think it's goal 1 of the SDGs, education. You can't talk about access to justice if you do not put those type of measures in place to ensure that your people are able to access justice effectively. What we have done as the OGP in South Africa is that we've engaged quite a few NGOs who are going to be our partners on the issue of access to justice. One of the NGOs did actually come as part of our delegation, just to share what it is that they do. They have a footprint throughout the country. Funding becomes a problem from time to time. And as the OGP in South Africa, we've decided that there'll be one of those NGOs that would be looking to fund so that they can help us to achieve what we want to achieve as government. The Department of Justice also has, every Thursdays for an hour, the Deputy Minister of Justice is on community radio, reaching almost 4 million people at any given time on issues relating to access to justice. And that's a session where we're able to give feedback on how inaccessible or accessible justice is in particular localities. And the work then begins from that perspective where information is shared with us by citizens, where we'll be able to know where to put more emphasis in terms of developing accessibility for citizens. As we look at goal 16, again, it's impossible that you would disregard all of the other goals because in a sense, they all dovetail to one another. If you talk about access to justice, you talk about the participation of citizens in decision-making, you talk about inclusivity of government, so as a civil society participation. It is all in an effort to make sure that we're able to implement, we're able to monitor with the view to determining the impact of the implementation of those goals.
Thank you very much. I think that interesting perspective from the South Africa experience. I take note of the importance also to be inclusive, not only government and civil society, but the parliaments, aspects, their oversight and then monitoring role. I think that that's important. Mr. Surya, how can we develop that monitoring methodology of Goal 16?
Thank you so much. I'd like to mention that when we are talking about Goal 16, promote just, peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, the provision of access to justice for all, building effective, accountable institutions for at all levels. We have adopted this general goal by UN, but I'd like to mention to have effective mechanism, to develop effective mechanisms for monitoring. Firstly, we need to adopt national strategies and national programs in accordance with this general Goal 16. For example, in Armenia, we have a special program concerning access to justice. It is a national strategy on legal and justice reforms for 2020 to 2060, and which is focused partly on the implementation of Goal 16. I'd like to mention that it's very important to involve civil society in processes concerning development of policies and strategies, development of monitoring indicators, and implementation of programs. I mean that the implementation of sustainable development goals, for sure it is responsibility of states, responsibilities of governments, but it doesn't mean that we need to exclude civil society, citizens, and also representatives of business. We need to emphasize the role of civil society in this process. For example, when we was developing a new anti-corruption strategy in Armenia, which is also under the Goal 16, we announced that implementation of anti-corruption strategy and actions is not only responsibility of the government. For sure, the main player is government, but there are another stakeholders, business, civil society, citizens, which has their own role in this process. And I think that in this process of development of inclusive monitoring methodology, we need to emphasize the role of civil society in development of national policies under the Goal 16, development of monitoring methodology, and to involve them in the implementation of whole process. It will give them opportunity, I mean NGOs, to be part of the whole process and to participate in the whole process and to be familiar, to have information about these all processes. I mean, I'd like to mention also that it's important to mention the role of civil society in all state strategies and programs which adapted or will be adapted under the Sustainable Development Goals. The second question is how to make monitoring open and transparent. First issue is to ensure the existence of NGOs in all process of development of strategies, development of monitoring indicators, and implementation of monitoring. Second is develop mechanisms for transparency of monitoring process. It means, for example, we have a number of committees for monitoring the implementation of different projects, for example, anti-corruption strategy, and we have a number of NGOs involved in this process, representatives of business, and one of the mechanisms to ensure their existence in monitoring process and monitoring institutional mechanism. If we intend to we have limited, let's say, places for representatives of NGOs, we need to ensure the transparent mechanism of involvement of NGOs. We need to put special requirements in each strategies for monitoring process, to put special monitoring indicators. Another point is to write down the requirement for governments periodically publish information concerning monitoring, and which is more important, to create mechanisms for public discussions on the results of the monitoring. It's important from time to discuss the results of monitoring, and another use these results of monitoring to make changes in the strategies. And last issue is to ensure that besides described mechanism of monitoring, to create opportunities for civil society to make their own independent monitoring. And the last question is how can OGP support the process of monitoring? It's very important to include special actions in the national OGP action plans, because we have developed mechanisms for OGP and very well working mechanisms for OGP, and if we will include any actions concerning sustainable development goals, It means that the process of monitoring and involvement of civil society will be implemented in accordance with the OGP standards and requirements. That's all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sargent. Just a very quick footnote, Mark, if you allow me. This session has generated a lot of interest, not only because it's early in the morning, and you are here, but I've just been informed that the Prime Minister of Guyana has just joined us for the discussion. Thank you very much for coming. And it shows the commitment, that leadership also has, and on the importance, to embed these monitoring aspects in the policy framework. Now, we have heard about, South Africa and Armenia. I think that from Armenia, we heard very interesting that, that responsibility does not mean exclusion, and that we need to find, ways, to be more inclusive in civil society organizations. And one suggestion that you are highlighting now is that we take advantage of the OGP action plans to include the commitment to monitor Goal 16. But now I want to give the floor to Antonio to give us a non-government set of suggestions, ideas on the question of how do we monitor that, and then we'll open the floor for discussion. Antonio?
Gracias, Jairo.
Thank you very much, Jairo. Good morning. First of all, I would like to share with you the recent statements made by the new Nobel laureate for the economy. And democracy needs high-quality data, open for all and transparent for all. But he also said, it is my concern that the experiments are only technical solutions to political problems that should be solved through a democratic debate. My proposal is this: let's go beyond what is needed. We need statistical data, we need monitoring data of good quality, because here we're trying to discuss how to build inclusive societies with strong institutions, and that is the ultimate goal. As I said, we need high-quality data in a democratic framework. For that purpose, I would like to share with you an experience of an institution that has been built in the region, and it is related to the role of an open government in the framework of the 2030 agenda. I believe that we need to identify where are the indicators to make a contrast, to make a benchmark, but we need to identify what triggers change. Why? Because this is all about changing our societies, changing polity and technology. Polity can be good policy is a trigger of change. Therefore, it is very important to have with us high-ranking officials. We have to make use of technology because we should not lose sight of the context. Some might say that we're not before a new revolution, the digital revolution. Some say that we are in phase of a digital society. And I participated in the year 2000 on the development of the Millennium Development Goals, and I would like to share with you where my approach comes from and how can we find solutions in this discussion. In the year 2000, internet users represented 4% of the population. In the year 2015, it's 46%. In the area of mobile telephony, only 12% was the level of access, and now we have 126% of access. And we know how much this process can be accelerated with the use of these tools. So we need to take that into consideration. So my first idea, I believe that in an open government, in a digital government, we do find a true ally in technology to reach and fulfill the goals that we have set out, specifically Goal 16, because please bear in mind that new generations interact with democracy and interact with institutions using digital means. If a town hall is not using digital technology, you don't exist. For many youngsters, for these new generations, you are inexistent. Therefore, we need to recover this logic to make sure that our statistical data and our monitoring activities fulfill their goals. Therefore, vis-a-vis this context, how can we get to those results? What should be the questions to be asked to have true progress indicators? I believe that we need to find the right formula to measure how to build an open government. How can we accelerate this digital world in an open government structure? Because this will help us to address the questions presented by our colleagues in this panel. Again, if we are in the process of considering an agenda, well, we need leadership to push it forward. My proposal is, how can we align the digital agenda with each country's agenda and with the 2030 agenda? There is a challenge ahead of us. If we fail to align these three agendas, probably the global agenda, well, it might find gaps, because one of the keys to see a change and the action plan that we can find in the goals is, who is going to support this? Which leaders are going to support it? And they're going to be responsible for all of the processes that we are discussing here. And today, there is a great investment in private leadership. And there are excellent experiences to share, but we don't have the same case in public leaders. Now, vis-a-vis the new challenges that this agenda presents to us, I believe that when it comes to indicators, we should not forget what has always been present in the agenda, filling gaps. And I must insist, the digital gap would be a first step to fill the social gap, because that has to do with health, with education. It has to do with transparency, because this is a new type of architecture, and that would lead to participation. And that is a platform in which we have been working for many, many years, and that includes social innovation. How can innovation get to the citizenry, and how can we take the added value from it? Here we have good examples of innovation to improve competitiveness, and that is a good resource that we need to take stock of. And this is part of my proposals. We have different experiences. There are experiences that we could use. And Jairo and I had a conversation yesterday. Guatemala, we could have presented very good piece of statistics, but there you have a reality, an almost failed state that has given itself an opportunity to change, but through new generations have decided to say, this is enough. And they were very responsible in the process without undermining democracy. But also we have Tunisia, a civil society that has been possible of building a democracy. And they are in the process of building a democracy with democratic values, because we have to strengthen democracy in the process. Two more experiences, and then I'll finish. And this is related to incorporating the citizenry. In Madrid, for example, well, you know what we have been up to in Spain. It has been hard. Our social fabric has collapsed. Well, through a social innovation platform, 160 organizations have managed to work together. They have managed to implement, and they have managed to evaluate policy that have leveled the field once again. And then we have training, we have possibilities of leveraging change, and this is very specific, what I want to share. That's why I insist and insist once again in ITCs in Andalusia, in southern Spain. This is a region that has joined the development process that we have in the country. They have decided to use technology to create knowledge, to build tools for learning, and it is connected with the agenda that we're addressing here. They have decided to say, how can people fulfill their dreams, and how can we help them? And now we have more than 1,000 public centers where you could go for training, and 770 municipalities are now part of this process, and more than 3,500 institutions are part of this. I believe that this type of experiences can help us to make progress in this table. Good statistical data, good monitoring practices, so we can have better policy. Thank you very much, Antonio. Probably
The discussions in the town hall format. If I can ask to put the presentation, the last slide with the 3 questions, because I want to remind everybody, that this is what we want to discuss with you. These three issues. One common element from the 3 presenters is the need to align strategies, right? Goal 16 is a new strategy, so to speak, right? Armenia has a strategy, right? South Africa has a strategy, and Antonio just also highlighted the need to align those elements. And that's a big reality that countries are facing, right? Now that the Agenda 2030 has been agreed, from January 1st, when the actual implementation starts, how does it fit? How does it fit with their current strategies? And to kickstart a discussion, I would like to highlight Paraguay. We had a discussion with them yesterday because they also have their National Development Program towards 2030. And now the discussion is how then Goal 16 will fit into the monitoring aspects of Goal 16. So I'm going to give very quickly Paraguay to skip the awkward moment of silence that you normally have when you open that discussion. But if Paraguay can help us very briefly, you have the questions, right? Help us to find the answers.
Thank you so much, Jairo. Thank you, all the speakers. We definitely are taking note of their suggestions. We have these two documents, our action plan for open government, our national development plan, and this new challenge of sustainable development goals really has a lot to do for Paraguay. It has a lot to do with merging these targets that we've set for 2030 through our national development plan, trying to then align our national strategy with international goals. And we believe that the open government methodology can be very useful to really leverage national efforts towards accomplishing these goals. Firstly, the methodology should not be very different from what our countries are already using to accomplish national goals. So we use a very simple public value chain where we link our resources to specific ministerial agency results with intermediate targets, and those targets at the same time are linked, systemically linked to our national development targets to the year 2030. And we believe that this is something that can be done with sustainable development goals as well. And so hopefully in the coming months, Paraguay can demonstrate a bit of how this can be accomplished. But also, we agree that besides the tools, really the importance of this focus that open government has had during all these years is participation and working with all sectors of society. And business and civil society and workers' unions and indigenous groups, they can all contribute from the very onset to the design of strategies at the national level, at the local level, and they can definitely help government agencies in accomplishing those targets. And if we can align all of these instruments of public management, then similarly, like the private sector talks about business intelligence, we believe that we can accomplish a public management intelligence with all actors, with all institutions, and really get to these goals. Now, there is a small note on indicators. Just getting a bit technical, we have found out through the implementation of our National Development Plan that there are indicators that are apparently not connected, but in reality, one has to do with another. And I also think that we should, from Goal 16 of the Sustainable Development Goals, have a really close look at all of the goals. And we're going to find that perhaps through better and improved institutions, we can also move faster towards the other sustainable development goals. and also contribute to monitoring and generally the synergy that needs to exist between government agencies at the national, local level and at the international level. So thanks very much.
So that's a great start from Paraguay. That's the kind of contribution that we're looking for. So please put up your hand. We'll bring the mic to you. Introduce yourself. Focus on one of those three questions. Ways of including civil society in the implementation and monitoring of Goal 16, bringing to bear data sets and shaping indicators that help monitor better, and then how can the OGP better support this?
Thank you very much. My name is Bessie Natimpepo. I'm with the Children's Charity World Vision. Thank you so much for the presentations and the different perspectives that have been shared. There are two small points that I wanted to lay out. The first one, I'm really pleased that from South Africa, you spoke about the issue of information. And I'd like to underscore that it's accessible and accessible information so that you ensure that everybody is able to engage with it. But linked to information, our experience as World Vision is that you need to ensure that there are platforms, there are spaces, particularly at the local level, that enable particularly the most marginalized groups to engage and have a voice. So having access to information is one thing, having the platforms to engage in them is another. And I think one way to go around that is in line with the contribution from Armenia, which is the co-creation of the monitoring systems. So bring on board civil society in the design of these monitoring systems, because I think it's well known now, we've come a long way and it's clear the contribution that civil society can bring to the table, particularly at the local levels where we've been working with social accountability in different forms. So that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that there's one important element that that we are struggling to work with in terms of the how, right, issues. Right? We know that civil society has a lot of reporting, monitoring mechanisms. The question is, how do we integrate these with what the government is trying to do and how it helps the government, right? South Africa just reminded us that the objective is to support the governments to achieve what they have already programmed themselves to do, what they have promised their citizens that they are going to deliver. So how can we blend these two, not in a confrontation or in a competition, but more in a complementarity type of format and contribution? We have another one?
My name is Damaris and I'm from South Africa. I think the importance for South Africa is before we leave that we actually engage, so that when we get back into the country, we know exactly as a group what it is we're going to sell. The monitoring and evaluation methodology, and especially at the community level, we at the moment has a disjuncture because communities doesn't really know their responsibility of holding the state accountable. So how are we going to sell what the product, and that is goal 16. Yet there's other goals below that that is going to be more important to some of the citizens in South Africa, and especially around women's health. But I think if we don't have a clear matrix and logic model for M&E in our country, then we are going to plan to fail. So we need to ensure that, like I said yesterday, and I'm going to say it again today, if the P in OGP is not clear, if we're not equal partners, whether you have the pot of money, I have the indigenous knowledge. So if that P is not clear, then we're setting ourselves up for failure. And I think we need to get to the point where we have a mutual understanding of we want to work together. We don't want to work against each other. And so how do we share indigenous knowledge at a local level? Because it's the people at the local level in South Africa that doesn't really know what OGP is. The same we had with the Millennium Development Goals. So here we come with Sustainable Development Goals. Who's going to be your key drivers? Who's your champions? Because in most countries that I've worked, you will see that if there's not a champion, then things don't really move. You know, it's must we, will we, and we've committed to a process. And I think from where I'm sitting and where I'm standing is that how can we as South Africans leave here with a collective understanding that we are going to make it work for South Africa?
Thank you very much. Do we have any more contributions? If not, you know, I'm going to volunteer my friend Laura Newman to give us in 2 minutes how they did the access to information monitoring dashboard in the Carter Center. Laura, 2 minutes, how? Remember.
Good morning. So I'll be very concrete. It's not easy. It took us 5 years to develop, so it doesn't happen overnight. We came up with a series of indicators and a bunch of principles. And so we started with it wasn't going to be an index. We were going to assess the extent and quality of government's implementation of their access to information regime. How did they operationalize it? And we decided very early that we weren't going to say Uganda is better than Indonesia, or South Africa is better than Mexico, because we didn't see that as beneficial to really advancing what we wanted, which was better implementation. In developing the indicators, we used experts. We used a lot of local organizations who had that context, who understood what their country was trying to accomplish in its implementation. And we decided to do it as a stoplight, so that we would set up the indicators and we would use local researchers who went into the agencies and interviewed the public officials and did desk research, and for each indicator you would get either a red, meaning hadn't done anything, or not sufficient, would be a yellow, and met good practice would be a green. But it didn't stop there, because again, we had to include civil society. For us, that was really critical. So we had the researchers who would do the assessments. It would then go to a blind peer reviewer, also from civil society. They did focal groups where they brought civil society together to say, does this make sense in practice? Should they have gotten all these greens? Are there more reds that should have come out? And then at the end, we brought government together with civil society to look at the findings and to try to jointly develop a plan of action for advancement. Because indicators are just that. The idea is to take the indicators and give them life and use them to really advance on the Sustainable Development Goals or on whatever it is, whatever issue it is that you're trying to move forward. So that last piece of taking the findings and then doing a multi-stakeholder convening to really talk about what are the next steps. And it also, what it's done is it gave civil society a handle on where to monitor. Because without this kind of assessment from civil society, it's easier just to say we're failing or we're not doing anything. And that doesn't resonate well with our government partners, and it doesn't help us to be better monitors. So I think the how to do it was years of bringing different people together and testing the indicators to make sure that they were legitimate, that they would be acceptable to all the stakeholders, but then really using both your government partners and civil society to get the indicators, to get the data points, and then to validate them together and come up with an action plan to move forward.
Thank you very much, Laura. I think a very important point is the timing of these issues. You had years to develop that methodology. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of time. The Statistical Commission is going to come in May with a set of indicators, and we need to come before that. We need to be ahead of the curve. As you said, we need to give life to those indicators, right? And so to speak. And we have Marina from Armenia.
To respond from the point of view.
Yeah, I'm from
Stand
Armenia.
up.
I'm from Armenia. I'm working for UNDP for a project called Social Innovation Lab. My question is about the methodology of assessment. We have seen a lot of monitoring with MDGs, and I'm afraid this will be happening with SDGs too, that most of the monitoring stuff that we do is about quantity, it's about percentage and figures. But there is a lot of qualitative data behind this. Micro-narratives, ethnography, human stories and perceptions, which from our experience is usually the thing that generates ideas. When we're thinking about the gaps in implementation, and when you're assessing micro-narratives of ethnography, this is where the ideas and the responsive responses and the most innovative solutions are being generated. So probably if we could include it somehow in the monitoring, and OGP in this sense is a perfect framework. It's an international umbrella to collect all those micro-narratives and perfect examples and to share them internationally if it's possible.
Thank you, Marina. I think that more than a question, you are making a suggestion for the how the methodology, which is let's not only focus on the statistical, the quantitative side, but let's also look at the contextualization, the narrative elements, the qualitative aspects. And this is what I was maybe highlighting earlier. We need to blend those, right? It's not all about statistics. And Antonio gave us a very nice quote from Angus Deaton, right? In that regard. So again, how? Anybody else? Yes, please.
Okay, I'm Qais Mejri from Tunisia. I work for the government, for the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mining. So we are working in the extractive industries, and our ministry have a main concern to make our institution inclusive and make people really participate in our making decision process. We developed an open data platform couple months ago, and we are trying now to make people and civil society have a real interest to the figures we have. So now, for the question how, we are making some bootcamp or some hackathon to develop apps. We are also making some application to build dashboards, so to permit everybody in an open source to develop their own dashboards and communicate. We are also making a lot of legal reforms, and we are putting all the text on websites in order to participate citizens in all the bills of laws we are making.
I think that's a very important part, the crowdsourcing aspects of these methodology aspects. You had your hands up?
So I'm Aubrey Anthony from USAID's Global Development Lab. And in the lab, we've worked a lot with open data, and we've understood the importance of transparency, increasing accountability. And one of the things that we've encountered several times, time and again, with open data is the need to engage the citizenry to actually get impact from open data. If you put the open data out and that's where your involvement ends, it's not going to be effective. But beyond that, I think everyone here would agree with that statement. I think beyond that, we've found the need to step back a little and really understand what the systems are in place for interacting with the data once it's out there. So are the systems built in a way that allows for the citizens to truly interact with the data? If so, which citizens are the systems really designed for? Are we empowering the most marginalized communities, or are we assuming digital literacy throughout the communities? I think all of these questions need to be asked. We need to be assuming that the user is front and center when we're talking about using data to empower people. And then finally, I would also like to just highlight the importance of discussing privacy and security when we're talking about open data. And once we release data for the communities to be involved with, any time that we have data that has to do with people, that connects with people, we really need to be putting front and center the issue of privacy and security. And
thank you. We probably have time for another two contributions before we hear back from the panel. Can we see anyone else wants to come in?
Yeah, Gerardo.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Gerardo Noto from UNDP, from the Regional Center. I work on governance, and particularly in participation and inclusion of citizens in the region. There's, in different intervention, has appeared a general idea about to interact with citizens. But I think it's important to have in mind that our societies are very heterogeneous, not just in terms of socioeconomic differences, but also in terms of gender, youth, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, important groups of our population, thinking in our region, but also in others in the world. So that interaction has to be not just designed and adjust it to these different constituencies, but also the participation and inclusion in designing the processes, in implementing and monitoring, has to take into account all those differences or particularities to be effective and to really promote a process of participation and inclusion to have a better SDGs advancing, but also SDGs 16.
Thank you, Gerardo. We have one last intervention, and then I'm going to give you time, to the panelists, to have 30 seconds final remarks, because, I've been reminded that we have to finish the session. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I'm Georgi Oniani from Transparency International, Georgia. What I might say might seem as basics of what we're talking about, but like Georgian example shows that this is still important. I've been hearing many government representatives saying how committed they are to civil society engagement, how this is a must, and I would wish for this to be a real case, because like just very recent example with Georgia was that on the one hand, everyone knows that Georgia is a kind of a shiny example how the government is cooperating with civil society. However, it was just a couple of days ago, before this conference, when our Justice Minister just openly criticized the Transparency International Georgia and the Supreme Court for initiating a project on more judicial transparency just because she was not aware of that. And I think that's not the way the thing should go, especially that our Justice Minister is a member of the steering committee at OGP. So I would wish that the governments, the people, the decision makers should really embrace all the OGP is about, and they should firmly believe that, civil society engagement is a must, and this is something which is the first step we should go for.
Thank you. We've had some fantastic contributions from the floor. I'm sure there's many other such contributions. We need to find ways of gathering this information better. 3 common themes came up, and there were many others, but getting information out to the grassroots, to people who may not otherwise be easily able to access information held in official locations or in data sets that require technology to access them. So getting the information out. The second one was linked to this around inclusion, how to make sure that this process of data gathering, monitoring and implementation is not confined to narrow elite circles. And the third is partnership. A very consistent refrain we heard across our presentations and from the floor, the vital need to build real partnership as we go forward in both the design of effective monitoring system and partnership in terms of sharing very good and effective methods of inputting into the monitoring itself from diverse data sets. I'm now going to hand over to each of our panelists to comment on what they've heard very briefly, and we'll wrap up in a few minutes.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to respond to Ms. Mpepu's input, the importance of creating social platforms for including citizens in the way that we do our work. As I said earlier on, we are employing many different methodologies, one of which has worked for us in South Africa is that of the community radio stations, because they have a much bigger outreach than your conventional radio stations. And it's a question and answer session. People call in, they raise issues in the community radio stations. And at any given time, we could reach about 4 million people at that point. So that's one of the platforms that is created. Before we came to the summit, we had 2 engagements with civil society organizations relating to this summit, which included some of the issues that we're talking about here. So that consultation with civil society organizations has happened. We consulted once with cabinet, but twice before we came here with civil society organizations. So that part of things we have done to the best of our ability, but there is still a lot more that we can do. One thing that we should never lose focus of as the OGP is that as governments, we have a relationship both with our cabinets, but also with constitutional bodies of democracy and constitutional bodies for accountability, one of which is Parliament. There is no ways that in all of that which we do, we cannot leave parliaments who are the elected representatives of the people, to ensure that parliamentarians, when they do their constituency work, this information is availed to them, properly packaged, so that they can share it with their constituencies and have public hearings from time to time, sharing this type of information. So your first-hand interaction with citizens is the most important thing. We have also spoken to SANEF, which is the South African National Editors Forum. We're bringing the media on board to be a partner in ensuring the dissemination of information packaged in a way which they will help us as well, that whatever information we put on the data portal is packaged in a way that is accessible to our people. But we must also not forget that as a continent, and I'm not sure about other continents, I'll speak for the continent that I come from, there's great inequality, and that's why I raised the issue of the first goal of poverty. There's great inequality, so if we talk technology, it must not be implemented to the exclusion of those that do not have access to technology. There are conventional and traditional methods of reaching our people other than technology.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Thank you. I'd like to finalize as a representative of government. I'd like to mention that for government, it's very important participation of civil society, and we need as a government to create a mechanism for mandatory involvement of representatives of civil society in development of policy strategies, and involve them in the monitoring process, and write down the special requirements in country legislation. And as Antonio says, for us it's very important to use innovative mechanisms of involvement, including the electronic mechanism, e-democracy tools, and other innovative methods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Antonio, 30 segundos.
I want to underscore a factor that we've heard over and over. Open government, what it redefines is the same notion of democracy. However, it's giving us a new institutional architecture for participation. We hear about the distribution of wealth, but we don't hear about the distribution of power. We are facing the need to return power back to citizenry. Therefore, we are listening and participating actively. What is new? What happened in Guatemala, in Tunisia, in Spain? We see citizens' movements that need tools to help define public policies. A way of governing has ended. It was a way that would not solve problems. It would only silence them. That's impossible now.
Wrapping up, Twitter-like messages, right? A lot of food for thought, a lot of ideas. Mark and I have now work to do. How do we incorporate all these ideas in the development of this methodology, right? Will be key. And we need to move quickly. We don't have the luxury of time. The Statistics Commission is going to come in May and is going to tell us what are the indicators, and we need to make those indicators alive, right? And we need to find the ways to blend in partnership way with other tools and with other assessments. We are hoping that we can identify some pilot countries to start with. Kenya, for instance, yesterday mentioned that they were highly interested in moving these forward. But to close, because the organizers are really stressed that there's the next session coming on, we started a discussion with two premises, or with the assumption that OGP can be that structure, that platform for the monitoring of Goal 16. Mark, maybe what I would like to do is to have a show of hands to see if our assumption is correct, right? So maybe if I can ask you to raise your hand if you think that OGP can be the platform to monitor Goal 16. Yes or no? Yes? Okay.
No.
No? No? Okay. So somehow it's validated. Yeah? We need to find, the more robust statistical measures to do that. But thank you very much, Mark.
So let me just very quickly wrap up by asking for a show of applause for our fantastic panel and for all the contributions for the floor. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much.
A pleasure. Very good.
Thank you.
todos. Let's everyone take your seats and let's get started. I want to start with a quote from Joseph Pulitzer. There is not a crime, there is not a dodge, there is not a risk, there is not a swindle, there is not a vice which does not live by secrecy. I'm delighted to welcome you to this panel around disclosing natural resource data to advance governance. I think this is going to be one of the most exciting sessions at the summit that we have. My name is Manish Bapna. I'm the Executive Vice President of the World Resources Institute and the incoming co-chair for OGP's steering committee. And on behalf of NRGI and WRI, we're absolutely delighted to have you here. I also want to extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished panelists. We have here with us Mr. Rafael Pacquiao, the Mexican Minister of Environment, Alicia Barcena, sitting next to him, the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Next to her is Sunita Kaimal, the Chief Operations Officer for NRGI and our fearless co-chair for one more day. And we have two discussants. We have Michael Jarvis, who's the global lead for governance of extractives at the World Bank. And next to him, Juliana Peña, an economist at the Fundación Foro Nacional por Colombia. So I just want to say a couple of words to begin to frame what we're going to try to do today. This panel is about natural resources. This is about extractive industries, but it's also beyond extractive industries. It's about air, water, forests, and land. And why should we care about natural resources? Because I think we all know just how important, how significant natural resources are to so many countries around the world, including, if not especially, OGP countries. Just to give you one statistic, in the next 10 years, $1.3 trillion will be provided through overseas development assistance. At that same amount of time, about the same amount of money will be generated through natural resource wealth just in the continent of Africa. So as we think a little bit about resources to support development, a big reason why we care about natural resources is because they have the potential to generate considerable wealth. But we also care about the quality of life. So looking at air quality, water quality, the health of forests, the health of land. In 2014, 7 million people died prematurely because of poor air quality. So what is OGP doing about this? What is quite striking is that despite how important natural resources are to OGP countries, less than 10% of commitments contained in national action plans actually focus on natural resources. We believe that more can be done, and we believe that by disclosing more natural resources data, that we can actually take an important step to improving the governance of this crucially important sector. For that reason, one of the things that NRGI and WRI, with also the government of Mexico and the government of Indonesia, has set up is a working group that focuses on natural resources and opportunities for countries in OGP to share lessons from each other about how best to disclose data related to natural resources, how to improve the governance of this crucially important sector. So with that, the structure we have for today's sessions, we're going to have a short video by Jeff Sachs, followed by some initial remarks from the Minister of Environment and the Executive Secretary of ECLAC and Sunita, and then some brief responses from Michael and Juliana before we open this up to all of you. I want this to be a fairly fast-paced, interactive, provocative discussion. So I encourage everyone to keep their answers short, questions short, and let's try to get a lot of conversation in the next 40 minutes that we have together. So with that, let me ask if we could play the video from Jeff Sachs. That would be great.
Hello, I'm Jeff Sachs, Director of the Earth Institute at Columbia University and also Director of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network under the auspices of UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. I really want to thank the Open Government Partnership for inviting me to participate virtually in this important panel on natural resource data transparency for good governance. This is, as you very, very well know, extremely timely, and I'm here in a very short moment to give my strong encouragement to you to agree on a way forward for OGP, working together with the leading mining and other extractive companies, working together with the UN agencies and processes, especially the Global Compact, to come up with very clear, agreed reporting standards. The reason all of this is so timely, as you know, is that on September 25th, the 193 member states of the United Nations adopted a bold, really inspiring post-2015 development agenda, and of course the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. As you know very well, goal number 16 calls for sustainable, peaceful, inclusive societies with accountable, transparent governance. And SDG number 17 calls for global partnerships for implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. OGP is in the lead on both SDG 16 and SDG 17. You're focusing on the crucial issues of transparency and accountability, especially in the extractive sector, where we know that data access on contracts, tax payments, royalty payments, agreements on concessions and so forth absolutely need to be public so that there is accountability of government, so that illicit financial flows are cut dramatically, so that taxes are paid, so that revenues are earned appropriately by host countries, so that those revenues can be used for the fundamental purpose of promoting sustainable development. And the good news, really important news, and I would say a notable advance on where we were 15 years ago with the Millennium Development Goals, is that even though we're just days into the new Sustainable Development Goal era, they really are being taken seriously by governments all over the world. I'm just returning now from a trip to Beijing that in particular was focused on SDG 4, on quality education. There was the host Deputy Prime Minister of China and around a dozen ministers of education from around the Asia-Pacific region. What was so heartening for me, and I think important for you to know, is that every single one of those leading officials, including the Deputy Prime Minister of China and all her colleagues in ministries around the Asia-Pacific, focused on the Sustainable Development Goals as their organizing principle for governance for the coming 15 years. The SDGs were everywhere in the speeches. This was not the case with the Millennium Development Goals at the start, but with the SDGs, we've had 3 years of very intensive global workshop, in effect, on sustainable development. So SDGs are high in the mind and increasingly already in the governance structures of governments around the world. So I say to OGP, to all of the participants, your work on assuring accountability and transparency of business-government relations in the mining sector, published contracts, clarity about taxes, clarity about royalty payments, clarity about financial flows that you've done so much to advance, now can become global standards. And if government, leading businesses, and the major UN processes at the interface of governance and business, like the Global Compact, can quickly agree on the core transparency and reporting requirements, get those into the list of indicators and related measures that will be adopted by the General Assembly next year, we have a tremendous opportunity for a breakthrough. Well, I know that's the purpose of your meeting. I don't want to take more time. Again, I want to thank the OGP for giving me the opportunity to join. I have the great honor to direct the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, a network of hundreds of universities around the world committed to promoting the Sustainable Development Goals. We want to work with you on these issues to help promote your superb work on good governance. I look forward to hearing the results of your important meeting and the ways that we can follow up in the coming months to ensure that transparency and accountability, data availability in the extractive sector is central for the success of the Sustainable Development Goals. Once again, all best wishes on your meeting, and thank you for allowing me to share these thoughts with you today. Hello, I'm Jeff Sachs, Director of the Institute of Columbia University.
He likes talking.
Director of the
So, great. Thank you, Jeff. Rafael, let's turn to our panelists now. Some of the most ambitious reforms Mexico's ever taken in the energy sector took place in the last couple of years under your leadership. Could you share a little bit about that story and some of the issues around transparency, accountability, open government as you reflected on those reforms?
Claro que sí, muchas gracias. Primero que nada, bienvenidos y gracias por la invitación.
Thank you very much, and I want to start by welcoming you. As you've already heard, President Peña Nieto's government has approved 13 structural reforms, including the energy reform. For the first time in Mexico, we have placed a green tax. The green tax will be very important for the open government agenda because people will understand what are these taxes for and how is government using such taxes. Another reform promoted is the fiscal reform, a special tax on mining. Mexico has already underwritten the transparency for the extractive industries. It's important because for the first time, our communities receiving the benefit from mineral extraction. We will learn how is life changing in these communities where mining takes place. Another fact I'd like to share is that in my ministry, we have designed 69 indicators. You can find out what are the opportunities and what is the status of natural resources in order to lead Mexico to its true potential, yet growing sustainably. Another factor that we've worked on in the ministry is that for the first time, people can learn what are the projects being evaluated for environmental impacts. They can know what is part of the public consultation and people can participate. Additionally, towards the end in December, we will have this COP21. If we reach an agreement and we can sign, and Mexico can sign, then we can report to the community what elements are we working on to mitigate. This is important. It's part of transparency. And transparency is a key factor in the COP. How are governments reporting? What strides are they making? How are they sharing them? And how are they sharing data so the world and citizens can know if the objectives are being fulfilled? Another, and this is the last point I'll make, A few days ago, we had the incoming Patricia hurricane, cataloged as the most violent one. However, there was a very important citizen participation because the government opened data and citizens began to learn what were the possible affectations they could suffer. However, people quickly also learned where the safe houses were, where the risk areas were, and it's this information through the open data that we were able to live through this with minimal damage. We at the ministry are ready to continue to participate. Thank you. Señor secretario, muchísimas gracias.
Observations that extended from the energy sector to extractives, but also then bringing in the climate conversation, how that feeds into this issue, and also thinking about disaster risk reduction, disaster risk mitigation, looking at those issues, which is going to be an increasingly important part of this conversation. Thank you. I think we're going to come back to you with some more questions. But let me turn it over to Alicia, head of ECLAC, looking at these issues for quite some time. Tell us a little bit about how you're approaching.
Thank you very much. I want to stand because I want to present some slides that I want you to see. Y quiero hablar en español, así es de que...
And I do want to talk to you in Spanish. I want to talk about what natural resources governance is and why do we have to talk about this? What role does civil society play in this? In ECLAC, we have defined governance of natural resources as having ownership, understanding who's the owner of the resources. Therefore, we have to have information on the owners and about concession. Who has this land being granted to? It's normally the land. The Constitution says that the land belongs to the people, but this is granted out. How are natural resources appropriated? What methods are used? Is it fracking? What type of extraction methodology are being applied on natural resources, especially the non-renewable? And when it comes to income, how is this distributed? How much remains in the country? How much stays in the community? And how much moves abroad? We believe that to achieve true governance, we need to have regulatory institutional aspects. Furthermore, we have to work with socio-environmental conflicts. Open government has an opportunity to enable institution. This is what the minister has shared with us. Exactly, having information available for people is one of the key elements. Why is this so pressing for Latin America? Well, just look around. We undertook a survey looking at the non-renewable reserves, looking into hydrocarbons, water, and mining. One-third of the reserves of water in Latin America and arable lands, 1/3 of the bioethanol, 25% of biofuels, 13% of the world's oil, 65% of lithium. Lithium is the future of the world. We have 44 copper, 49 and silver, and we have the First Minister of Guyana here, who won't let me trip over my own word. Just Guyana, look at the abundance they have. 48% of sorghum production, 21% of forests. Mega diverse, but we are extractive. And we are exporting 70% of resources are sent from South America in the raw. There is no way to diversify natural resources, and I'm speaking very quickly. because the timekeeper will throw the book at me if I don't rush through this. Let me share with you more information. This is income from hydrocarbons. And I can't use this, so please can you just go back one?
This is the mining sector income. Look, Latin America, mining, how much mining earned Latin America. Look, in green, that's Latin America. That is the region in the world that creates more income in the mining sector. And such income, $70 billion up to 2009, this is where we have information. Where is that income? Where was this income distributed? It's not working, but please help me out with my slides. Now, for oil, between the year 2000 and 2011, how much in Latin America and the Caribbean was produced? We have enormous quantities of income generating possibilities. But what happens? Our productive infrastructure is based on natural resources. And do you know that IED, the direct foreign investment at FDI, when they come to our countries, they report that infrastructure under natural resources, but FDI gets to our countries and they come. I will generate job posts, and for every billion invested in mining, one job is created. When there is no processing involved, when there is a little bit of processing activities, 2.5 jobs are created per $1 million. So there's something there that it's not working. Next. Next, please. So we see that mining experts' share grew due to the high prices of commodities. Now we're going back to that same place. The drought price has dropped in the region by 41%. That's how much the price of oil has dropped, and that has affected oil-dependent countries. Mexico has the possibility that it is not only dependable on oil exports, but we did get affected by it. But the thing is that Mexico has an exporting structure that is broad, thanks to its interaction with the United States and manufacturing activities, and that has helped Mexico to be successful. But the problem, in my opinion, is that Latin America targets its efforts to metals, to the extractive industry, and manufacturing is out of the equation. They don't go after added value. Chile could be the best place for doing research and innovation. So our proposal is, how can we make the income coming from natural resources of non-renewable capital assets can become durable capital? What do I mean? That this income is used for scientific research, by training individuals, by having more educational supply. We want to imitate Norway. We need a fund. We need a fund that allows investment, but this has to be open so that communities know what is out there. Look, in Latin America, we have 226 environmental conflicts related to indigenous peoples. Only indigenous peoples have 226 controversies. Peru, Chile, Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico are the countries with the highest numbers of conflicts related to their natural resources. And what is the source in conflict? Gold. It competes with the use of water. Water is the core of this conflict, and copper, gold, other metals are the core of the conflicts with indigenous communities, and this is very important, and these are the affected sectors by these conflicts: agriculture, fisheries, agriculture, trade, and this is a very important slide. Jeffrey Sachs already said it. What about international companies? Because the extractive capacity in our countries is very low. We get China coming in, they go through Luxembourg. To follow the Chinese investments, it's terrible because you have to go through tax havens. They go through Luxembourg, and large transnational corporations do not pay taxes in the countries where they invest. I would like to say this as a strong statement. It is grave, it is critical, and in order For all of us, civil society and the governments, if we can take ownership, we call them illicit funds. Those illicit funds that are taken away from our countries, and those are illegit resources because they are making profit on our ground. They don't create jobs. They take their income away, and we are paid very low royalties. And there is a phenomenon that is even more severe, and that is the race to the bottom. And that means, and I had a conversation with your friend Carlos, and that means that our countries they want foreign investment. We don't care. We don't care who comes, and we can give away, in some cases, even the citizenship. Okay, bring taxes down. We're not going to talk between agencies to make that happen. And the countries that have high taxes for citizens are Bolivia and Ecuador. They renegotiated their agreements with the oil companies. They sat down on the same table with them, and they renegotiated the oil agreements so that they could leave more profits for their citizens. My dear friends, thank you. Open data, yes. Accountability for companies, yes. This is a key sector for Latin America. Thank you.
That was wonderful. You so succinctly explained why we should care, because of the huge potential. You spoke about why it isn't working today. You explained the characteristics of what we call the natural resource curse, creating conflict, creating perverse economic incentives, as opposed to creating sustained growth in sectors like manufacturing. And then you began to talk about how do we tackle this. And just to continue with that, I can't think of anyone better but someone who works at an organization called the Natural Resources Governance Institute and is the chair of OGP, to be able to bring those two things together and help us answer the question, how do we actually solve this problem?
Thank you very much, Manish, and thank you so much for your comments already. I'd like to step back and broaden the discussion a bit beyond Latin America. I think we all in this room recognize that, in particular, oil, gas, and mining resources are subject to and require a level of scrutiny to ensure that they are truly being managed on behalf of the public. I think frequently we talk about the sector in very technical terms, and we come up with very technical solutions as well. These technical solutions are absolutely critical, but I think what we sometimes gloss over is the critical role that political will must play if we are going to address the issues of transparency and accountability that you both spoke of. I'd like to share a story about a country that we hope will soon be coming in to OGP, Nigeria. We have heard via Twitter that they are interested to join, and I think in many ways this country exemplifies both the challenges that we do face in this sector, but also the opportunity that OGP can represent. In Nigeria, for those of you who may not be aware, crippling debts and corruption scandals left the national oil company, known as NNPC, unable to supply enough fuel for the nation. In a panic, the minister entered into very complex, opaque, and costly oil for products swap deals with companies that were not chosen through an open bidding process. Now look, trading oil for refined products isn't a bad idea in and of itself. However, the deals which were entered into were very poorly designed. The contracts were unnecessarily complex and had provisions that lowered the returns for Nigeria and terms that were completely unspecified. They were basically, I mean, just to put it bluntly, crap deals. And there were a lot of them. Currently, around 20% of the 1 million barrels of crude oil, which the NNPC sells per day, this is almost half of the country's total production, is sold through these kind of swap agreements. And between 2010 and 2014, this amounted to $35 billion worth of oil. So you can understand the sheer scale that we are talking about. Of course, at the time, the details surrounding these deals were virtually unknown. The contracts were not published in Nigeria. However, they were circulated through the industry and press leaks, and we at NRGI got a hold of a couple of them. We noticed that the weaknesses in the contracts created absolutely massive opportunities for corruption. By our estimates, Nigeria may have lost up to $381 billion in a single year of operations if just a handful of the inappropriate provisions were fully exploited. Gradually, the press picked up on this notion. In fact, the Financial Times called this the Bermuda Triangle of oil revenue loss. There has been efforts then. The Nigeria EITI Secretariat was really vocal in raising a number of questions about the integrity of the contracts. But at the end of the day, governments and citizens both really lost out. Gaps remain in this story, not only because we didn't have the information about the contracts, but because we also don't have information about who owns and controls these companies. And financial flows remain completely opaque as well. Had this information, had the contracts and beneficial ownership been made public, the opportunities for corruption and mismanagement would have been completely short-circuited. Of course, I want to make it clear, it took much more than just making the contracts available. It also took civil society organizations like NRGI doing the tough analysis once we got access to the information. And most importantly, it took political will on the part of Buhari's government, who subsequently canceled the contracts. Yesterday, there was a bidding process in Nigeria for the sale of crude oil, and it was relayed live by all broadcast channels as part of the efforts of learning from this experience and trying to make the sector more transparent. The Open Government Partnership presents an opportunity for governments and civil society to take up some of these critical disclosure issues that are maybe or may not be covered within the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, but are absolutely critical for a country to be able to manage their resources effectively on behalf of the people. I want to emphasize that the natural resource sector has gotten overlooked in the open government context. And we together, all of you in this room, have the opportunity to make a strong push for disclosure of contracts, for disclosure of beneficial ownership, for disclosure of environmental data, and for open data standards that will really help to ensure that countries and civil society understand how to manage their sector transparently, accountably, and effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunita. Not just a Latin America problem, a global problem, and a really rich story about the cost when you don't get it right. Michael, what do you think? Your institution has been involved in extractive industries for a few decades. Suspect you've learned a thing or two in that time?
Yes.
Conducted an extractive industries review 10 years ago. What observations?
Well, no, I'm
Sí, muchísimas gracias.
how this has evolved over certainly the past decade since that extractive industries review, and that we're no longer talking about making the case for transparency. It's moved beyond that. It's about how do we use this information and actually show that it has an impact. And I sort of noted 4 quick points from listening to the great presentations. I think one that the minister helped reinforce is that what we're talking about in terms of disclosure is greatly broadened. Certainly in extractives, there was a lot of focus initially on fiscal terms. Now we talk about a whole range of social, environmental, and contextual data. It's a much bigger picture of impacts. There's a second point around where I hope we can get to, where as more and more information becomes available by default from government systems or tools that, like resource contracts or open land contracts, that pull out this information in the public domain, we can shift the emphasis of platforms like EITI and OGP to what Sunita was saying, the analysis and the public debate and the informed debate around what that information means, what it means for policy, and making sure that the countries and citizens see a benefit. And that's no easy task to get those systems fully aligned and working, but I think we can shift from the data production to the data use. I recognize from Alicia's presentation that, the challenge we face now with low commodity prices, it's a tougher environment to talk about some of these issues and what is a good deal for a country. But there is opacity, as Sunita highlighted, that we need to tackle even in that climate. We shouldn't be shying away from talking about beneficial ownership, about financial flows, and and helping clarify what is legitimate under the law and what is truly illicit. And maybe to end, there's a piece around the private sector, and I think it's interesting on some of the other sort of agri and forestry. In many ways, private sector was ahead of government on transparency. They got pressure directly from civil society. They responded around certification and putting out information, and government has been in catch-up. And I think we need to be thinking about, I think companies do recognize that if the transparency movement weakens, they suffer too. Certainly some of the enlightened companies do. And I think we need to be helping bring them in and making sure, how do we use this information, show it's impactful, and that's the real challenge. How many people read an IRM report or an EITI report? Partly because it's very technical, but also we need to put this information out there in a way that resonates with people, connects to what Jeff was saying about the SDGs. So I think that's the real challenge for us for the next period.
Thank you, Michael. Let me, in the interest of time, turn it straight over to Juliana. We'd love to hear your reflections.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you. I want to latch on to Michael's comments, and let me talk about what Alicia said, governance requirements. One of this has to do with handling social conflicts, social environmental conflicts. What we've seen in Latin America and what we have been registering is there's a lot of tension because decisions are made at the top, national governments, but the consequences are suffered at the community level. And it's these communities that are not partaking of the decision, and of course, the socio-environmental conflicts are mushrooming. That's an important topic, and we have to talk about it in terms of governance. Territories, communities have stakeholders, and we have to join everyone to the decision making about what governance means. The OGDP and the LAIT, they're likewise part of the extractive industry norms. We are supporting them. We in Colombia support them. We believe this is a first step. Yet we need to understand it as a step in a pathway that has to be broader, as we've been saying. Information, publishable information, is the first step. Now, what happens, the information has to be processed, and there is a shared responsibility between companies, government, and civil society, so information can be translated and it becomes accessible to everyone. It's useless to have fiscal numbers. These will give us time series, but they don't say anything beyond the fact that they are there. As RED, we have been working and trying to position the information. We cannot just center on rents and payments. We need to see that the development models of the past were only centered on economic factors, and now we're living the consequences. And this is why we want to have a development model that is individual-centered, and that and we understand that it's a means of survival, a survival as a species.
Unfortunately, we're running out of time, but I want to give just a quick 30 seconds of any kind of final reflections on the exchange that we've had to the Minister and to Alicia.
Muchas gracias. Quisiera hacer referencia a un punto que tocó.
Alicia spoke about possible socio-environmental conflicts, especially in indigenous-based communities where we have extractive industries. True enough, we did not have a clearly defined, transparent mechanism where we could have consultations that were open, as the ILO marks in the 179. And this is why we're working in Mexico on a proposal on a regulation, so we can have full regulations and we can have consultations. We can take into account the impact that communities can speak and say what do they think. Just as we have projects with information in communities that are not indigenous, we need to have the same for these. People need to be fully informed. And it's not people that that participate in meetings. It's anyone needs to be, anyone has the right to information. We hope to enact this into law in the incoming working parliament session.
Un centro para la gobernanza de los recursos naturales y esperamos la participación de la sociedad civil. ¿Qué información es la que creemos que se debe de publicitar? Las reservas. Para tener las reservas hay que ir a la NOAA, porque nuestros sistemas geológicos no están capturando esta información. Entonces tenemos que fortalecer los sistemas geológicos. Segundo, las empresas, los contratos, los lugares, los mapas, los lugares para ver territorialmente dónde está cayendo esto, los impuestos, las industrias y los fondos que se están creando y los instrumentos complementarios, el principio 10, la consulta previa informada, el convenio 169. Entonces ponemos a disposición este centro, queremos trabajar con el banco, queremos trabajar contigo y queremos trabajar con WRI y con los gobiernos, por supuesto.
Thank you. We know that there's so much more to talk about. We wanted to leave you wanting more. So I hope we've succeeded and that you'll get a chance to ask any questions you may have with the panelists shortly after this is over. I just want to say what I think you heard today. Natural resources sector is absolutely crucial to the countries of OGP. But making the sector work, this is not a technical challenge. This is not a financial challenge. This is a political challenge. And that is why I think OGP has so much to offer and to complement other initiatives to help address the governance challenges, to help ensure the natural resources sector can work for everyone. So with that, please join me in extending a very warm round of applause. Really distinguished panelists, the Mexican Minister of Environment, the head of ECLAC, NRGI, the World Bank, and Colombia. Thank you all. Thank you. Now I'm going to have to ask you all to get off the stage quickly.
We're here for the Mexican Atlas of Economic Complexity, Tools for an Effective Productivity Policymaking. I have the honor to be joined by a well-known panel. I'm the Director General of Open Data from the Digital Strategy from the President's Office. My name is Ania Calderon, and I will moderate this panel. Let's get started with the video. We will present to you what we have just launched. This is the Atlas of Economic Complexity for Mexico. Open data help a country to work better, to understand its environment. But how can you use open data? Entrepreneurs, investors, governments can use them to improve productivity. The Ministry for Finance with Mexico Digital, the Institute for Statistics, the Tax Authority, the Labor Authority, and Harvard University came up with the Economic Complexity Atlas, using all of these institutions' data to understand the human capital and the productive sectors. This atlas identifies productive activities, skills, and where is the best area to improve productivity. In this atlas, you can identify different information and find the best place to open a company. Here you have a way to identify the best possibilities in terms of imports and exports. We have different options. What are the jobs that are needed? What are the professions that are needed? Who hires the highest number of professionals? Where is potential? Or you can get information with the best potential, what the economy actually needs. With this atlas, investors, entrepreneurs, citizens, and government will have a tool to increase productivity. This is a tool to bridge opportunities and development together for the benefit of our citizens, and this is how we're going to make our country more productive. Well, behind this effort, as you can see, we have several stakeholders helping us out. We have with us some of us who would present to you how we made this happen. Mr. Hausman, the director of the International Development Center from Harvard University and a professor for John F. Kennedy Government School. He was an economist in chief from the IADB, where we created the research department. He worked also as a planning secretary for Venezuela from 1992 through 1993, and he was a member of the central bank as an advisor. So you will address diverse topics. For example, you research macroeconomic stability, investment growth, and he was a key contributor to develop the Mexican economic complexity. The floor is yours, please, Professor. Can you hear me? Good morning. It is a pleasure and a satisfaction to present the Complexity Atlas. It was 2 years of discussions. It was 2 years of work. We worked together with the Tax Authority, with the Productivity Institute, with CID, with the Statistical Institute, with the Ministry of Finance, with the Social Security Institute. It was a lot of work to open all of this data and to create added value products. So it is a satisfaction for me to be here, and I had the opportunity of meeting with the Mexican Society of Economic Development Secretaries. I'm very glad to have the head of that body here, and I'm very glad to have you here for this presentation. First of all, let me tell you why we're going to discuss economic complexity and what do we mean by that. And afterwards, I will try to address how this tool is used. As you can see, well, if we could have the slide on the screen, that would be great. Is it working or not? Well, what the productivity unit does and what the development secretary address is how to become more prosperous in the country. We are aware that Mexico grew a lot for a long time. Then there was a stagnation for a while, and it has grown by 1% in this term, in the most recent term that we have analyzed. Part of the strategy, part of the prosperity-oriented strategies is actually to accelerate that growth. How can we make it happen? And how can we create richer societies? Well, that is a question that economics as a science tried to address that question originally. Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations, but when Adam Smith wrote his book, the richest country in the world, which was probably the Netherlands, was 4 times richer than the poorest country in the world today. Today, the poorest country in the world is Malawi. If I time by 4 Malawi's income, I get to Haiti. So the difference between Malawi and Haiti is the same that Adam Smith saw back in the past. So if I time it by 4, I get to Morocco. If I time Morocco by 4, I get to Poland. And if I time Poland by 4, I get to Canada. So there is a big difference. We have 256 factor difference between Canada and Malawi. So those huge differences in the different levels of development are visible inside countries. For example, the state of Guerrero in Mexico shows this level of productivity. This is the per capita GDP per worker. And if I time it by 2, it's very similar to the one of Honduras. If I time it by 2, Guerrero's figure, I get to Sinaloa state. The productivity is very similar to Jamaica. If I time Sinaloa by 2, I get to Guanajuato, and it has a Guanajuato state very similar to Malaysia. If I time Guanajuato times 2, that would take me to Nuevo León, and it has a productivity slightly over to Korea. This is very important because with the constitution, with the same laws, with the same banking system, with the same exchange rate, with the same many things, there are huge differences in the levels of development in Mexico. So this is the per capita income map in different regions in Mexico. And here we see a huge gap. Here we have areas where the per capita income is over $20,000, and there are areas that have incomes under $3,600,000. And so these are elements that with the development strategy, we can increase prosperity in the country to a higher level. How does it work? Okay. So over here, the question is, why is it that things are done this way if they could be done this way? So productivity can be low in some places, but productivity is very high in others. So there is a traditional explanation that says it is about factors and how those factors are allocated. You have more land in some areas, or you use labor, or you get more capital or human capital. And if you increase the allocation of these factors, if you increase these factors, the products grow or the per capita income can go up. What economic science has developed about it, there is a consensus, is that the accumulation of these factors does not explain economic growth. Economic growth is explained not by the accumulation of factors, but by productivity instead. And that is why I'm very happy that the unit headed by Ernesto Lopez Cordova is about productivity. And I'm very glad that you have different boards addressing productivity. And many say that productivity is about technology, but what is technology? For some, technology is tools. Here you have a technology like this one, and for others, technology is like a recipe, a patent, an idea, like this one we have over here. So if technology is this, we could not be able to explain why is it that there are locations with 9 times more better technology or 200 times better technology, because at the end of the day, tools are easy to transport. This boat in less than 3 months can go around the globe, and ideas, recipes, and patents move pretty fast, because if you just upload them to the internet and people have access to them, it's even faster. So it is hard to explain how technology is not traveling all around the world if technology was only a set of tools and recipes. But the problem is that technology does not only need tools and recipes, it requires know-how. And the know-how is in the heads, in the brains of people. Know-how is what Rafael Nadal has when he hits a service back. He knows how to hit a service. I don't know that he knows what he's doing when he services, because he's not aware of what he's doing. He starts running even before the other player hits back. So he could not explain you with words what is it what he does. And if he could put it into words and give you a thorough explanation, that is not going to make you a better tennis player yourself. So know-how, it is hard to communicate from one mind to another. And this technology requires know-how, which is part of people's minds, and it's very difficult to transfer from one brain to another. You don't teach children to walk describing them how to walk. So it is a very hard skill to acquire, but technology is needed to be in tandem with collective know-how. There are things that can only be practiced in a group. So that takes us to ask ourselves the following question: who has more know-how? An Eskimo, and here we have such Eskimo in the food industry, here we have an Eskimo in the building industry, and here we have an Eskimo in the transportation industry. Who has more know-how, an Eskimo or a modern man? One could say, very well, this modern man uses spectacles. He doesn't know how to manufacture them. He's wearing he's using headphones. He's using certain clothes that he did not manufacture himself. So you can send this guy to the Arctic. He might starve or die from the cold. So you cannot say that this guy has more know-how than the Eskimo, but it is possible to say that this man belongs to a society that has more know-how than the Eskimo. He belongs to a society that knows how to manufacture shirts, headphones, but the society of that Eskimo is that individual knowing how to build an igloo, how to fish, how to handle a sledge. So the technology is in his mind, and in a modern society, what makes possible to accumulate know-how is that we have different sets of know-hows in different minds. So our capacity would be to have all of those minds together in human networks to mobilize such a knowledge. So we could picture ourselves, how many minds do you have to move in order to come up with a product? For example, we have this picture, this family from Ecuador, and all of the products that they have handy are manufactured by them. This is a family who grows their own food in Ecuador. I want you to tell me which family can manufacture this product. Tell me which family could come up with that, because the know-how for this product is not found in a family. You might say that a country cannot come up with this product. This product requires such a level of know-how that you need all of those companies that come from all of these countries in the world. And listen, this is a Boeing 787. Boeing has 165,000 workers, and with 165,000 workers, they manufacture less than 15% of the parts that you fit on a plane like this. So to get a plane together, you have to get together a whole more people. So you need to have more people together to come up with the first plane, because the plane incorporates the know-how for the landing train, the wings, the communication system, among many other things. So that doesn't mean that modern production requires large companies necessarily, in the sense that this is a very large company. Could you say that they have a lot of know-how? So here we have chicken parts being processed here, but this is not a very complex company, because you can grab one of their workers and transfer him or her to a different position, and the other one could come here and fill in, and nothing will happen in terms of the production process of this particular company. But if I do that same switch in this setting, it's not going to work, because each one contributes with different know-how, and symphony requires everybody's know-how. So modern production is an aggregation of know-how. Of course, there are tools involved, there is code involved, but this is the know-how that allows us to be more productive. So when we made the comparison between this picture with this other one, and you wonder, why is it that they are more productive here? You might say because they have more capital, they have greater extensions of lands, but this guy is driving a tractor truck that was manufactured not by him, and this other guy, this guy knows how to lead them, knows how to plow, he knows how to manufacture the tools, he works with the fertilizer that he built with his own hands. This guy doesn't know how to manufacture the gas for the truck itself. He doesn't know how to come up with agrochemicals, but he uses that, and it is his capacity of mobilizing all of the knowledge in different things that would make this job productive. So the way we considered modern production is very similar to Scrabble. In this board game, you are giving letters, and you have to come up with words with individual letters. So if you start playing with just a few set of letters, you cannot come up with many words. But if instead of giving you one, I will give you this three, you can have this four words, and you can have 3-letter words. If I give you a fourth one, you can come up with this 9 words, and you have 4-letter words. So the more I give you letters, more know-how. You can make more combinations, get more products, and more complex products. That is to say, longer words. And you might say, okay, what if I give you 10 letters? According to the website, in Scrabble, you have 595 options. So the development process is the process of accumulating more know-how and express it in different economic sectors and in more complex sectors. That is to say, economic sectors that need more know-how, more knowledge. So the sites with more letters are more diversified and can do things that are harder to do, that you won't see in many other sites. And poor countries do things that everybody can do, and that applies internationally, and that is an indicator that this Scrabble model, well, could be a good descriptor of the world. And the same happens for countries. Nuevo Leon, a state in Mexico, can do very few things that you would find in different states. In Chiapas, you find a few set of things that take place in many other states in Mexico. So this idea that there are huge differences in terms of income, yes, but we do have as well differences in terms of the know-how that you find in every economic sector, and that is how we need to see know-how, having letters to build longer words. And we decided an economic complexity index that can help us measure how many letters you find in a country, in a state, in a municipality, or in a city. And we have identified that there is a tight link between the number of letters you have and the wealth you hold. And the countries like India, with many letters, you might wonder, why is it that you are not on the other side of the chart? That is why India is growing more, because they already have the knowledge they need to be richer than they are. And Greece, on top, is too rich for the level of knowledge that they have, and that's why they are in deep trouble. So, one would say it's easy. What you need to do for development is to have more letters, to have more know-how. But here we have the chicken and the egg problem. You cannot come up with new things if you don't have the knowledge, the know-how enough to do it. But you cannot have the know-how of things that are not manufactured here. You need a clock worker to have a clock. So you cannot have clocks if you don't have anybody to manufacture a clock. So this chicken and egg problem is what makes it difficult to accrue knowledge, know-how, and that is actually what we need to have diversification happening. So that is what makes development difficult, this chicken and the egg problem. And how does it happen on the ground? Well, it happens that the areas, municipalities, cities, villages, countries take what they know how to do, and they could have a combination of the know-how they have, but sometimes they need a little bit more. But it can be a huge gap, otherwise the problem is going to be very difficult to solve, the chicken and egg problem. So for that, we have developed this idea. Each product, each industry is like a tree, so that every industry is like a forest. Each industry is a tree, and the distance between trees is related to the similarity of the letters used to manufacture certain products. Let's say trousers. If I use the letters in trousers for shirts, or TVs or chocolate, I need a different set of letters. So these are things that use the similar know-how would be closer in the forest, and if what you're manufacturing is very different, they're going to be remotely located. So this is what we got. This is the space of products. Each product is part of this forest, and they connect what they do with other industries who share similar knowledge, and it's easier to move from industry to industry. In this product space, here in green, you have garments. In red, we have construction materials, machinery in blue, and chemicals in purple. Here you have appliances, and in the end of the world, you have oil, leather, and in the periphery, you have different products between one tree and another. The distance is bigger. So depending where you are, different industries have different connectivity. So the forest is as dense as the variability is. So you have one tree here, and a mile away you have a different one. And you might have other places in the forest where there is more density. There are products with just a few letters, with the level of complexity is low, and others with many letters, like oil. Just a few letters, and they are far from everything else. Right here at the bottom, garments and machinery are located in the most dense part of the forest. Here we have tons of trees, but machinery works with longer words than garments because their products are more complex. If you use that logic to describe the world, you could say that a country, a municipality, or a city is a set of companies, a set of machineries that know how to do certain things. So this metaphor is a group of apes. I'm saying changos, as they say in Mexico, because only Mexicans use that word, because monkeys is something different. So they live in a different part of the forest. And you can say where these monkeys are, where the municipality has monkeys in the forest. Since I come from Venezuela, let me tell you where Venezuela keeps its monkeys. And here I have highlighted where Venezuela has its monkeys, and this is where Mexico has its monkeys. And there is more know-how in Mexico than in Venezuela. Mexico knows how to do many more things. There is more diversity compared to Venezuela, and you can see it here clearly. You can see how monkeys in Mexico change through time. Here we have Mexico in '62 and its monkeys. Here we have monkeys in 1975, where the maquiladora industry was created. Here we have monkeys in Mexico in the year 2000. Here we have electronics, and here we have monkeys in Mexico in 2013, where they are present in the machinery sector all over the place. So Mexico's growth is based on having shorter words and using those words to build longer words and interchange the letters to create different words. And that is reflected here. This is how per capita in constant dollars exports performed. Here in '62, they began using very primary products like cotton, tomato, corn, and this is what Mexico exports. So there is a huge transportation, a huge change, for example, here in their transportation. So they have decided to change their industry into a very complex one. So it applies at a country level and at a regional level. Let me take you to Chiapas, and I'll compare Chiapas with Nuevo León. And over here, I'm going to use the Economic Complexity Atlas. And these are the Chiapas exports for 2013. These are very similar to Mexico back in '62. And these are Nuevo León's exports for 2014. Here we see a huge difference in terms of what can be manufactured in Chiapas and Nuevo León. So this is an indicator that the letters located in one state are very different from the other. So the population of Chiapas and Nuevo León is very similar, so it's 4.9 million inhabitants. So it turns out that Nuevo León exports 29 times per capita more than Chiapas, and they export radically different products. So the main difference behind the income gap between Chiapas and Nuevo León is related to what can be manufactured, what is the technology, what is the level of productivity found in one place or the other. So that takes us to wonder, how can we make it happen so that the monkeys can jump from trees in the forest easier? How can we have more mobility in this forest so monkeys colonize the forest and that they can move to a more fertile part of the forest? And here we have that each Mexican state is located in the space for products. This is where they have their monkeys. These are the monkeys for Chiapas, and these are the monkeys for Nuevo León. There are more monkeys. They are concentrated in hubs in this space for products where trees are closer to each other and it is easier to move about. So let me share with you the tool that we have developed for this open data project. This is a tool that helps us to learn from a place, an industry, or an export product. And this is the homepage of the tool that we're launching today, and you can make any query you want. Ask questions to this space. And here we have Querétaro. We click search, and here we get, well, actually in Querétaro I have a municipality named Querétaro. There is a city and a metropolitan area with the same name, Querétaro. And also the state is named Querétaro. So what are you asking? Okay, let's say I want to know Querétaro, the state. So what do you want to know? Which actors are there, how many jobs are created, the salaries, how complex the activities are, or do you want to ask me about the experts of the state? What do you want to know about the monkeys, about the letters found in this state? What do you want? So let's say that I want to ask myself, what is this entity exporting? Well, in the year 2004, this entity used to export electronics and machinery and transportation devices, and now in 2014 it exports more transportation, machinery, and electronics, as you can see in these colors. So it moved from electronics to machinery, transportation, parts for tractor trucks, and they moved away from appliances. Now, if we want to know how these activities perform, well, for transportation, vehicles shows a 2-digit growth. Okay, now let's have a look at machineries, and I want to know the details. What happens? What happened? It's going crazy here. Four digits. Let's go back to the 4-digit slide, please. Well, it's going crazy. Okay, go back, please. Right there. Next. So who generates jobs in this state? This sector for machinery and others, where is it? Here we have 4-digit manufacturing, automobiles, tractor trucks, production generates 21,000 jobs, and it is the third industry creating the highest number of jobs, and it creates 8 billion pesos in salaries. We could ask the tool, which other states also produce all of these products that Querétaro is producing as well? And Querétaro moved from the 5th place in 2014 to number 2 in 2014. So in a map of Mexico, we can identify where are these industries that do the same job. And here we have Querétaro with 2,500 in experts. And here we have in the product space, we have the product that we have identified. And if we have a very successful monkey industry, where can the monkey move afterwards? And that monkey could go to washing machines, but Querétaro already exports washing machines. But a product that was actually very, very different was camshafts. And camshafts are not only close to it, but it is related to others, to other trees that are similar to, okay, I want to learn more about camshafts. Okay, this is a different way of using data. Okay, this is telling me on the X side how far the camshaft industry is, because there are no monkeys in that part of the forest, and I want to know how complex this industry is. And the size of the circle represents how strategy is in terms of which other trees are close by, so my monkey can keep on leaping from tree to tree. So what if you want to move up and to the left? Well, this is very complex, and it's actually close to where I am. So let's keep exploring. And these are the states where today camshafts are being manufactured. So let's say I know where the talent is. If I want to steal some brains, well, I know where I need to go look for investors.
Nótense que Estados Unidos representa apenas el 15% del mercado de árboles de transmisión mundial. Es un mercado gigantesco de 53 mil millones de dólares. Pero cuando miro a dónde exporta México, pues México el 77%, casi el 80% se lo exporta a Estados Unidos. Quiere decir que hay otros mercados en otros lados a los que se le podría en principio llegar con estos árboles de transmisión. Y esos mercados, además de Estados Unidos, son los que más han estado creciendo. Entonces eso te dice cuáles son los mercados dinámicos donde no hay presencia mexicana, donde de pronto Querétaro, que no tiene una presencia importante en árboles de transmisión, de pronto sí podría entrar y meterse a competir en otros mercados. Este espacio de posibilidades es muy distinto en cada estado y en cada municipio. Este es el espacio de posibilidades, por ejemplo, para Oaxaca. Nótese que todos los productos complejos y estratégicos quedan muy lejos para Oaxaca, están todos a la derecha, mientras que en el caso de Querétaro estaban todos a la izquierda y más arriba. En el caso del Estado de México, quedan todos los productos atractivos, complejos y estratégicos, le quedan mucho más cerca. Eso lo que quiere decir es que las posibilidades de diversificación de cada estado van a ser muy distintas. Tenemos que entender dónde cada estado tiene sus changos y qué transiciones son más factibles para cada estado, para que cada estado pueda ir imaginándose su propio futuro. Entonces, ¿para quién hemos desarrollado nosotros esta herramienta? Bueno, la hemos desarrollado para gobiernos nacionales, estadales, municipales, que se preguntan cómo podemos diversificarnos, qué insumos públicos debemos desarrollar para atraer qué tipos de inversiones, hacia dónde debemos invertir nuestros recursos de entrenamiento laboral. Para inversionistas que se preguntan, ¿dónde en México me puedo yo instalar? Yo sé que hay ciertas ciudades que ya están muy desarrolladas, pero son muy caras. ¿Qué otras ciudades tienen las capacidades, pero no han llegado a ese nivel de desarrollo donde uno podría tratar de diversificarse en esa dirección? ¿Y dónde están los trabajadores que tienen las capacidades laborales que yo necesito? ¿En qué parte del país están? ¿Quién los está contratando? Para los trabajadores, ¿dónde está la gente que contrata gente como yo? ¿Cuánto se gana en los distintos municipios, en los distintos estados, etcétera? De modo que esto se inserta dentro de la filosofía de datos abiertos, dentro del espíritu de datos abiertos, que es devolverle a la sociedad con algún valor agregado los datos que el gobierno le ha sacado a la sociedad. Los datos del Instituto Mexicano de los Seguros Sociales, los datos de aduanas, los datos de Hacienda, que son los que están detrás de esto que les estoy mostrando ahora, y devolvérselo a la sociedad, porque al devolverle los datos a la sociedad, uno lo que le está prestando a la sociedad es un espejo en el cual mirarse. Uno se está mirando a uno mismo, las capacidades que uno tiene, las posibilidades que uno tiene, pero un espejo tecnológico que le permite a uno reimaginarse a sí mismo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Dr. Hausman. Creo que queda muy...
Dr. Hausman, thank you very much. The atlas is showing us how it will enable us to move capital for productivity. Yet there's a question, and the question is how can we translate and promote using these tools so we can create productivity policies that are evidence-based? Academia plays a key role, and CIDE plays an important role. Dr. Sergio Lopez Ayllon, he's professor and researcher in CIDE. He's also the Director General of this institution, and he will talk to us about how the institution participated in designing this project. Thank you and good afternoon, Dr. Hausman, Monica, Ernesto, friends. A few notes, and I'll start by saying, as a country, we're faced with two significant challenges to strengthen and grow our productivity while we can attain an inclusive growth. It's here that we're all involved, entrepreneurs, government, workers, and certainly those that work from the academia. For over 40 years, the CIDE, a center which is part of the public investigation and research centers of CONACYT, has as its mission to contribute to generate knowledge that will explain and transform the country's economic and social reality. In keeping with this purpose, we responded enthusiastically to the invitation issued by the Productivity Unity from the Ministry of Finance to work alongside with Harvard and designed Mexico's Atlas Economic Complexity, or the Economic Complexity Atlas, which you've just heard. A brief summary, this atlas is a sophisticated digital tool. It will enable the economic stakeholders, students, teachers, access this free. And this is why we are presenting the tool during this summit, because there's a significant amount of data that has been processed and it's returned back in a way that enables people to understand the potential of the country's regions. The platform enables knowledge having to do with economic activities. It also explains the economic capacities of cities, municipalities, and states in Mexico. Additionally, the tool intends to generate more data and information that will help to decide and continue to promote the National Action Plan so we can make productivity more democratic. The cooperation has been intense between CIDE and Harvard. We both share, are fully convinced that investigation and knowledge should impact public decisions. Prior signing an extensive collaborative agreement, the Atlas was designed by the Center for International Development, specifically by the team led by Dr. Ricardo Hausman, whose vision is individually acknowledged. The methodology starts from the understanding that we can categorize skills, the skills that an economy can create more complex products. This has been systematized in the platform that you have heard about, and it brings together database with experts enabling proper decision making, and the interface is definitely friendly user. In order to make the metrics applicable, we formed a team led by Dr. Castañeda and Dr. Torres, and because of the CONACYT teachings, one of the most important contributions that are actually beginning to make an input, we were able to bring on board Juan Manuel Romero and Mr. Amador. These are brilliant scientists along with others. They are the ones that were in charge of processing microdata, and they were feeding them using priorly recollected information from the tax collection agencies and the ministries in Mexico. The text allowed us to identify the most suitable variables to create the necessary indicators, always safekeeping the identity. Processed information has been analyzed, and this was transferred to Harvard. They used it to generate a new database, which was the source of the atlas, and created the first results. The results were sent back to the investigators of CIDE. They ran the proper testing to corroborate this model and its application in Mexico. In the upcoming weeks, investigators will begin to socialize Atlas, whereby the authorities from the different ministries, including members of the productive committees, will be learning how to use the tool, and such teachings will take place in CD. Likewise, people will now have more information to provide plans and strategies to society. I would also like to highlight the fact that work took place under the recently created Public Policy Laboratory in CIDE. The facilities will be inaugurated in a few days. The team has taken upon itself to create in the next 8 months and using the Atlas information 16 economic reports, and it will include one specific for the southern part of Mexico. The purpose is to have benchmarks so the economic stakeholders can draft their own analysis and define with more information the paths that need to be drawn. We intend to contribute with informed dialogue about each region's economic potential and help create and design policies. I would like to express my acknowledgement for the trust placed on us and on other institutions like the National Statistics Institution, Harvard, and others. We've been working together for a number of months. It's because of trust that we overcame certain hindrances, and we came up with a project of this magnitude 24 months later. We're not stopping here, we're just starting now. The challenge includes to manage, update, make it known, and enrich it with the user's experience. Actually, in 2 hours' time, we will hold the first workshop. Dr. Hausman will run the workshop and to teach people on how to use the platform. We understand, and the vision is that the Economic Complex Atlas of Mexico is a necessary and long-term benchmark to design, implement, and measure the policies that will enable Mexico to grow inclusively. Thank you. I want to congratulate you for launching the public policy laboratories, and I believe this is where the economic development ministers will have a space to discuss. Ms. Monica Gonzalez, she's the chair of the Mexican Agency of Economic Development. She's the first woman to chair this organization. Good afternoon, and this is Madam Monica Gonzalez Garcia. Undoubtedly, this is a very important day for Mexico. We fully understand and aware that Mexico needs more productivity and an accelerated growth. We have heard this from the president and from the different ministers. This is why I applaud the fact that I see the NAFID and business chambers, I see several agencies from the federal government, the Ministry of the Economy, the Ministry of Finance. I also want to extend my own appreciation to Dr. Cordova, who's the holder of the economic section, so the representatives of Mexico in this sector can be here. To underscore the government commitment in such a policy, it's a policy for a new generation. However, we call, and this is calling for new instruments such as the Atlas that we just saw. As secretaries of economic development, we understand that the tool will help promote public policies that will promote productive transformation nationally, at municipal level and local. I want to reiterate the commitment that we have in playing the significant role in the different sectors so we can define immediate activities that will drive and promote and thrust economic development. Atlas invites us to publish innovative policies that can promote productivity. It also will help investors, business people to make informed decisions. We've been together in the project from the moment that the thought of the Atlas came about. We have been together, and I once more applaud this undertaking. You have our support, and congratulations to the Ministry of Hacienda and Public Credit. Madam Secretary, thank you very much. We're sure that under your leadership for the Secretaries of Economic Development will turn and will become as infomediaries. These are users of data, infomediaries, and they will be using data to detonate certain productivity. And now we have Dr. Ernesto Lopez Cordova, who leads this initiative. Ernesto Lopez Cordova is the leader of this unit in the Ministry of Finance. He participates in public policies that will promote productivity in Mexico. Thank you very much. Good morning. I would like to greet specifically some of the participants in the audience this morning, because the work that we've done has not been done alone. We have worked together in designing public policy. Due to a last-minute change in the Secretary's agenda, he could not come. The Secretary could not come, Secretary Vidagaray. The initiative is born out of an order that we received, the productive unit received. And the order was to bring to Mexico the methodology of the Atlas, the Economic Complexity Atlas. The process has always been informed to Dr. Vidagaray, and this will allow us and help us to design better public policies, specifically those that will raise productivity and do so in an inclusive fashion. The purpose underlying such efforts consists in promoting a structural change so we can have more productive, more sophisticated, and more complex activities. And these include having across-the-board policies, sectorial policies that are targeting and promoting growth in specific sectors, and having regional policies such as the new bill for the special economic regions. Monica has lived this, and Rocio Aguden and other secretaries have also wondered how can we have the necessary tools that can help us decide and design efficient policies, and this is where the Atlas comes into play. We have heard, and I won't delve into that, the efforts is interinstitutional. Several of us have worked together with CDE, the ministries, and Harvard. It's no minor feat. Yet with the information we can start to answer questions such as where shall we target specific programs such as the educational programs for the Ministry of Education or the innovation activities promoted by CONACYT. Another question is what are the most promising and productive skills that the regions need. For investors, what regions might be more attractive for the industry I'm in? And for a student, what market and what industry can I find a better return on investment for my skill? The tool is available as of today, and it's open to the citizenry. Of course, I likewise want to commend CDE in drafting the Atlas, but then we need to keep on. How can we socialize it? How can we generate the skills in state governments and the federal government so the methodology can be used and use it, as Sergio said, use the information. CDE will be teaching the use of this methodology. Another important factor is working with Monica Gonzalez and AMSA because state governments play a key role in making sure that the productivity agenda moves forward. And now, what we're doing is opening up the availability of this tool. And lastly, I want to congratulate the coordination for this summit. The Atlas highlights how the public sector can make available information and tools to everyone that will help you make informed decisions. Thank you. Ernesto, thank you very much. We either ran out of time or do we still have time for questions? No, I believe we need to. We don't have any more time. But I do want to invite you to log in to Go Productivity, and you can learn more about the Atlas. You can download the database, and this is available in data.gov.mx. This is open data. Any citizen can download, use, including to build new tools in addition to what we've been hearing today, so we can begin to close the gaps in the illiteracy, and we can begin to democratize productivity. Thank you.
So as everyone's milling about, I'm going to introduce our next panel, which is on the relation between open data and privacy. I'll very briefly introduce our panelists, and then I'll say a quick few words and then start with some questions. We're not going to do presentations. We'll have a conversation. I'll ask a few framing questions to the panel and then open it up for the audience. So to my left, we have Julia Manske from Stiftung Neue Verantwortung, SNV, in Germany. Sitting next to Julia, we have Dr. Park from Korea University School of Law, followed by Helen Derbyshire from Access Info Europe, and Luis Fernando Garcia from La Red from R3D here in Mexico and working regionally. So I'm really excited to have a panel on privacy on the main stage at Open Government Partnership. This is something we haven't had before, and I think we really need to have. And it's something that we didn't have 2 years ago at the OGP conference in London. So I'm excited for that reason. And I wanted to share something with you before we start, which is I've spent my whole career working on open government and open data, and I started to focus on privacy 2 years ago, like perhaps many of you after the Snowden revelations. And I have a colleague of mine at a media network who has cared passionately about privacy for a very long time. And my colleague always tells me, Martin, you've seen the light. You've come 180 degrees. Now you believe. You've become a believer. And frankly, I don't think I've seen the light by getting interested in privacy from an open government perspective. Fundamentally, I think that privacy and open government come from a very similar impulse, right? For me, at least, and we can have a conversation. The impulse from open government, in part, not only, is about wanting to have control over decisions and powers that affect your life, right? So the classic example given, I have kids and I want to be able to know where they go to school, the best schools, to send them to good schools, or my wife is pregnant and is about to deliver our child and I want to know which best hospital she could deliver our baby. This is about being in control. It's about going to the head teacher of a school that your kid goes to and saying, could I have the budget for that school? And not being met with blank opposition saying, who are you? No one. It's about having that conversation. For me, privacy is quite similar. It's being able to know what information the government and other actors hold upon you that may impact your life. So for me, it's quite similar. It comes from the same impulse. I think for many of us around the room, one of the worst nightmares is that information about you, without you knowing, would then come to impact part of your life. Whether that's the inability to get a mortgage for a house, or much, much worse, that information about you fundamentally then restricts your options as to what you want to do with your life. So that's why I'm excited about the topic and the title. And I want to start with one question for the panel, general, which is, in an era of not only open government, but open government data, when we're talking about more and more data sets, right? When we have conversations about joining up those data sets, I chaired a panel yesterday around joined up data. What's the implication? Are we actually creating more privacy risks in the open government data space? Are we creating more opportunities for re-identification of people through what's known as the mosaic effect? And how do we deal with that? Are we talking about this enough or not? Who would like to start? Julia?
Yeah. Does that work? Yeah. So yeah, thanks a lot, first of all. Of course, I'm the German talking about privacy. So very interesting question, and I think what we see right now in the open data movement is that probably there have been 2 waves of open data. The first wave rather related to open data, transparency, accountability, for example, open data about procurement, about lobby registers. And now we see a second wave of open data where it's more about smart data, about innovation, about efficiency, especially in the context of smart cities, where governments and governmental agencies are increasingly trying to use data to make better decisions, to improve services. And of course, data, which is becoming a very important resource of our time and is becoming more and more interesting for data brokers, for the private sector, these kind of data sets are now linked and mixed, and there's becoming an increasingly confusion about what kind of data we talk about. There's more and more big data actually, and when we see these kind of different data sets that are put together, used for smart decision making. Of course, we have more risks to privacy because there is the risk of de-anonymization in the first place, but there's also the risk of discrimination linked to algorithms using this kind of data sets.
So what do we do about these risks? I mean, a lot of people say that anonymization is almost no longer possible in an era of big data. So it's a risk, it's a problem. What do you think we should do about it? What's the solution?
So I think one discussion that we need to have in the context of open data is the use cases of data and how we want to use this kind of data sets. So do we have to regulate, for example, the use and who is using this data? So what kind of data brokers can use the data? For example, when we talk about health data, are insurance providers allowed to use that kind of data to provide certain insurance services for people, and that then differs between different citizens because, of course, the data puts them into different categories.
Fantastic, thank you. Would another one of our panelists like to try and answer to the question?
Well,
Dr. Park?
yeah. Well, I think privacy is actually one of the most frequently cited reasons by the government for rejecting freedom of information requests. And also privacy is one of the most widely available pretext for not opening up government databases, government database on, for instance, court judgments and things like that. So when we think about, when you are concerned about re-identification, the premise is that re-identification is bad. Re-identification is anathema to any information disclosure, but is re-identification necessarily bad, right? I mean, I can see that like health data or other data concerning your private sphere of life should be kept private. So on those areas, re-identification should be prevented as much as possible. But there is a greater area of public sphere that people participate in, and there is lots of valuable open data, valuable data that can be processed even at the risk of re-identification, that can produce more opportunities for democracy and participation. So, I want to contest, I want to contest what you, Martin, said. Like, you should be able to somehow control data about you, right? That comes from this concept of data ownership, right? That you own data about yourself. But you should really think about it, right? Like when you find the blue sky beautiful, right? Is that your? I mean, if I find the blue sky beautiful, is that my data or the sky's data, right? You'll say it's mine, right? But if I find your blue eyes beautiful, is that my data or your data?
I'd say you need more glasses if you think I have blue eyes.
Well, I think that people tend to think that then the perception, the visual perception I have somehow belongs to you, and you should be able to control how I feel, what I believe about, say, your eyes, right? But I mean, in the next round of comments, I'll probably go into that a little bit more. But this concept of data ownership is a really metaphor created to protect people's privacy. If it's stretched too far to give people control, complete control over data about themselves, it can really work against any type of open data movement.
Understood. So I think pass it over to Helen. Some of these questions are questions we can have with the audience. The issue of data ownership, how do you feel about it? Is it a step too far? Do we actually control our data? What does personal data mean? But Helen, I know you wanted to jump in.
Thanks very much, Martin, and thanks both to you and Julia for organizing this panel. It is very important that we talk about these issues within the context of the Open Government Partnership because they have very serious ramifications for the degrees of openness, the degrees of transparency that we achieve or don't achieve. And in fact, the title of the panel is the right to information a threat to privacy? I would put it the other way around. Is privacy a threat to the right to information? You asked the question, is open data generating, throwing up some of these questions? I think it's more than that. I think it's the whole internet information era in which we're living that is causing us to have to reevaluate the way in which information about private individuals enters the public space. And just to take one example, there are many, let's look at the question of court records, records of decisions, whether it be in criminal law cases or family law cases or whatever it might be. Historically, in many countries, court records were available for consultation. You could go to the local courthouse or the local authority and look at what happened in a case, who said what, which included often some details about people's private lives, perhaps, or about crimes that they had committed at some point in the past. What we're seeing now is that with the digitalization of court records, many of them are not being put online, not available for public consultation, neither in their original paper format nor in the electronic format, out of privacy concerns, out of the concerns about how that information will be used and reused. So we've got a challenge there in terms of saying, to what extent do we surrender control? Under what conditions does society require us to surrender control over our information, both for private individuals and for public officials?
Fantastic, thanks. Luis, would you like to jump in?
Yeah, very quick. I think when we think about transparency and privacy, it might seem reasonable to think that these are opposed concepts. While one wants to make data available, other wants to make data protected, but I don't really think this is a discussion on these extremes. I think it's a question of privacy for who and what, and transparency for who and what. And if you live in a, for example, in Mexico, where the government, although it talks about open data a lot, tries to have privacy for itself, doesn't want to be scrutinized on how they use their surveillance powers. All the statistics are being held up, for example. But at the same time, wants everyone to surrender their data and be transparent to the government. And that's when it's a problem. And I think we also, just to add to what Julia was saying, that you also need to take into account for what you're using this data. And also, this applies for data brokers also. Like, those who have private data need to be transparent about how they use the data, because it's not fair if you just ask citizens to be transparent about their lives and you're not transparent about how you're using their data. So that's critical, and also to take into account the context in which this data is obtained and used. If it's being used in a repressive regime, like some would say here in Mexico or other places, and has data about people that can be harmed because of that data, you need to take that into account and weigh the benefits of the product that will come from analyzing the data and the risks. And you have to do that balancing act and try to protect human rights as a whole in the best possible way.
Sorry, would you like to jump in, Julia?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something. So I think IT companies, or generally like the private sector, has become very good in promoting this idea that privacy is dead and that we do not need privacy anymore. And I think I totally agree with Helen that we need transparency over governments. Like, this is very important, but at the same time, privacy for citizens is also very, very crucial, because it allows citizens to have thoughts and to have dreams and to think about what they aspire. And it's really important for healthy democracies to have privacy. And I mean, in Germany, we have seen that twice in the history. And for example, the Stasi, they used these kind of Zersetzungsmaßnahmen, maybe you know the English term. They had their manuals of how they could destroy people's life based on the data they collected about them. So
okay, good question. What about the cultural angle in this? Everyone always talks, every time you have a conversation about privacy, someone talks about Sweden and the fact that how much you pay in tax in Sweden is available for everyone to see. You work in Germany, many people would say Germans care about privacy, others would say the States does this and that. I tend to think that the cultural argument is a red herring when we talk about privacy, but would love to hear more about you, especially when it comes to developing countries in the global south. So it's not something that necessarily, actually, it's not something I believe, but many people would say that in the Global South, Southerners are more willing to trade off personal data for access to services. And it's an argument that's also made in the United States and other countries. There's an argument that you are making a conscious trade-off, your personal data, for an access to service, whatever that service may be. There's a paper that came out by the Annenberg School of Communication a couple of months ago, essentially exposing that in the States as being misleading, and that in the United States, Americans aren't actually, with consent, trading off their personal data for services, but effectively feeling resigned, right? And feeling powerless, and that they have no choice. So I think that puts an interesting flip to the question of consent and whether people are actually really knowingly trading off personal data for access to services. And then, you know, from a cultural perspective, is it different in different countries? Is it different in Ghana, Tanzania, Indonesia, Brazil? Or is that a complete red herring? What do people think?
I think privacy is very culturally relative, and you know about this case of homosexual person being reported on media, exactly on the same fact pattern. The US court said it's not a violation of privacy because he participated in Pride March, presented himself as gay publicly. But exactly in the same fact pattern, French court decided exactly the opposite. French court said when he made the disclosure only to the people who were at the march. He didn't make a disclosure to all the people reading the newspaper. So it's not really global south and north. Even in the global north, there is a sharp cultural distinction on privacy, across the Atlantic. And I mean, after surveying countries' rules and norms about privacy, I think the people who are mostly open about privacy or open about their private lives are actually people in Nordic countries that have very strong social protection laws, where like neighbors know how much tax you paid last year, right? So it's not really south or north issue, but I think it is really culturally relative. And my personal view is that those national privacy norms should be respected. What I'm more concerned is this concept of data ownership, the concept that you own all data, whether private or public. You own all data about you. This concept can really, work in contravention of open data or open government.
So I want to pass the mic to Helen and then to the rest of the panelists, but maybe Helen first. I'm curious, the issue of openness, you could also argue, is culturally relevant, right? That some countries are more or less open, this is the way it is. I don't think that's the lesson of the past 15 years. We have now 100 or maybe just over 100 freedom of information laws around the world. We've got 70 plus countries, in this room, I mean, maybe not in this room, but in this, in this Palacio de Minería right now. And we are establishing global norms. So how do you feel about that question, both on the privacy side and the transparency side?
Well, on the right to information side, if we're talking about this as a human right, we're saying that it shouldn't be culturally relative. We should have certain transversal standards. The same ideally with privacy, and I'm very when we're talking about human rights, I think we do have to be very careful about this cultural argument. At the same time, with privacy, we can recognize that historically there have been differences. In the region I live and work in around Europe, yes, the Nordic countries, you can find out the tax records, which would be unthinkable in Southern European, it would be unthinkable to get the tax records in Southern European countries. Nevertheless, we're seeing now that information technologies are putting into question the way in which that information is available even in the Nordic countries. There's a case from the European Court of Human Rights recently where a newspaper wanted to make tax data of private individuals available via an SMS phone service and they were told they couldn't do it. So we're having to renegotiate the balance within countries between privacy and openness. And the other challenge is that information doesn't stop at borders. We have different speed limits around Europe. When you cross from Germany into a neighboring country, you have to slow down. The problem is that the flow of information doesn't slow down when it crosses borders, and that's why I think we have to have a more global debate about this.
Thanks. I know, Luis, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, a few points. I mean, a lot of people in the global south will trade off physical liberty for work, and that doesn't make slavery right. I mean, privacy is a right, access to information as well, and we need to deal with that and go on. Of course, some countries have a more historical sensitivity or recognition of the importance of certain values over the others. That doesn't mean that this is subject to choice. I mean, I would like Mexicans to have appreciation of privacy as Germans do, and probably some other country would like to appreciate other values that we hold dear in Mexico. And perhaps we need to pass through this process, this historical process, to learn this. And this is something, but I think this doesn't make it like you can pick and choose which rights you're going to protect as a government, as a state, etc. And I think also the issue of consent, I think, is very important, because I think we cannot really talk about that there's a real unbiased consent by everyone to trade off your privacy when you are not aware about what does that mean. Most people are really aware about what they are giving up when they're clicking agree on the terms of use, etc. And if you read them, which never happens, you won't really get much information from the terms of use anyway. It will say, just in very general terms, that they will take this and this and this information, and that they will trade it with someone else, and they don't give you a choice to renegotiate that contract. You just either agree and access to the service, or you don't. So we're a long way from really taking that consent as a real unbiased consent. And one important thing is, for example, when we're talking about big data, for example, is that citizens should have the right to know which profiles are they being built for themselves. I mean, I want to be, how am I cataloged by the companies that I'm using? Am I cataloged as a hipster? Am I cataloged as a soccer mom? I mean, because they put everyone, based on the data that we use, they put everyone in 4, 10, 50, or 100 boxes, but we're definitely put in a box with someone else. And we need to know the profiles that we are being classified upon, so we really need to know. So our consent is really consent, and it's just not an act of faith. No?
I think, and I know, just a quick thing before passing it to you. I think transparency when it comes to usage of our personal data has a really, really long way to go. So I'll give you a tweetable quote, which is that it would take the average American 76 business days to review, meaning read, the privacy practices they've agreed to online, right? 76 business days. It's completely crazy. And the terms and conditions are effectively written in such a way that it would take, and it's designed to take too long to read. So I think that's also a flip, which is there's an interesting transparency argument as to what are we agreeing to with the use of our personal data, and how does that work? But Dr. Park, I know you want to.
Well, having this cultural debate reminds me of this controversy in Hong Kong. I don't know whether Hong Kong is a member of OGP. There was an NGO that developed this app called Do No Evil. You'll find out why the app's name is Do No Evil, because it collects, it uses, it extracts data from publicly available sources, and it accumulates information about each individual. So, like, if you want to find out whether a board member of this company has been involved in any, criminal dealings, you can just type in his name, and you'll get, all the all his criminal records, all his any tax delinquency records, all of that. Now, Data Protection Agency of Hong Kong shut it down, said it is violation of privacy, even if it is collated from publicly available sources. Now, that decision was really unexpected from Asian context, because there is a democracy movement going on in Hong Kong, which requires really constant monitoring from the people, from down under, on board members of corporations, on public officials, and we'll think that an app like Do No Evil will only contribute to the ongoing democracy movement. But Data Protection Agency, acting ostensibly as a guardian angel for the people, shut it down. So, there's a lot going on that we cannot really pin it down. Maybe it's not even culturally relative. It is really in political turmoil, I'll say.
Julie, do you want to jump in on the cultural?
Yeah, just to add something to the cultural aspect. I think what is really important is, if we want to make the Open Government project sustainable, we need to make sure that we protect all human rights that we agreed on an international basis, and the right to privacy is a human right mentioned in the UN Declaration. And I think we need to ensure, therefore, that we also protect it. And when it comes to the question of consent, I think what's very difficult, informed consent is a very important policy tool, but at the same time, it's really crucial that the responsibility does not lie with the citizen alone. Because, for example, when we think about buying a car, it's not up to my own responsibility that this car is safe, but we need certain standards that protect citizens. And I think here it's very important that governments take their role, and this should also be part of the debate of the Open Government Partnership.
Fantastic, thank you. So I have another question for the panel, and then we'll open up to the audience. So at Open Government Partnership, I want to talk about power, right? Many people in the field, Sunil Abraham from the Center for Internet and Society in India and others, have said that transparency should be proportionate to power. So the more powerful you are, the more you should be ready to accept a certain amount of transparency about, and then fill in the dots. Your public life, your private life. I think that idiom applies much more easily for government power, right? And freedom of information laws are part of the framework for transparency of government officials when they're conducting governmental business, public business. So I'm keen to ask the panel, in an era, you might say that this is not a particularly new phenomenon, but in an era where power is also yielded by corporate interests, by private sector interests, how does it work? How can we have a framework that enables transparency for corporate interests as well as private sector interests, as well as public interests? Unfortunately, exactly at the same time as this session, we have a session on beneficial ownership, who the actual owners of companies are. So just curious for people's views on this.
Thanks. I think this is a very, very important question. Under the overarching understanding that transparency is proportionate to power, we need to look at which kinds of information we're talking about in which situations. What we're seeing now from the right to information movement perspective is what I would term a kind of post-Snowden effect, where we've woken up, maybe like you did a couple of years ago, Martin, woken up to the right to privacy. A lot of government officials have also woken up to the right. There's a huge civil society demand to protect us from surveillance and so forth, abuse of our privacy, invasion of our privacy. And what we're seeing, and I haven't brought examples to display, but they're on the Access Info website, we're seeing information requests being refused on grounds of privacy that would have been unthinkable maybe 5 or 10 years ago. We're seeing documents with the names of ministers being blanked out because the name of a minister, so you have blank Minister of Justice, blank Ombudsman of Latvia, blank Member of the European Parliament, names of individuals being blanked out on grounds of privacy. We really need to look at that question case by case when it comes to public officials, and then other exercise of power in society, lobbying. Are the names of lobbyists private, or is the act of lobbying something which puts you into the public domain? Beneficial ownership. I think we're going to see a huge difficulty in getting access to the beneficial ownership names, because right now we don't have the names of the company owners in most countries in Europe or around the world. So if we decide as a community, as a society, that that's something that we need access to, fine, but we have to negotiate that case by case.
Fantastic, thanks. Go ahead, please, Dr. Buck, if you'd like to.
I think that the end result of the theory that transparency should be proportional to power is Freedom of Information Act, which mandates the government to make all disclosures about what they did for the people. Just like what you said, some judges refuse to write down their names on the judgments. Some legislators refuse to be photographed or refuse to be recorded by CCTV in the legislative halls, citing data ownership, that they own data about themselves. So this concept of data ownership really makes us avoid a difficult debate about what is private and what is not. And when you really go into the calculus of privacy, you have to take into account power, you have to take into account harm, you have to take into account consent. But if you just say, hey, everybody owns data about himself or herself, then it just creates a black hole that really obviates any substantive discussion about privacy.
Thanks. Julia and then Luis. Julia, go ahead.
Just very quickly. So I totally agree. I think it will be very important that we develop better criteria on how to make privacy judgments, and that we make very transparent when data is disclosed, when data is not disclosed, why it is not disclosed. So I think this will be super important, that we have this, that this is transparent, and that privacy is not used as an excuse, but that it is used to protect citizens, because that is what it's there for.
Fantastic. Luis.
Just a quick comment about corporate responsibility. Of course, some companies are now more powerful than governments, and they should be accountable about how they treat the data of their users. But I think we shouldn't forget that the state cannot just wash its hands and say, well, then go complain at Google or Facebook. The states have a responsibility to ensure that companies protect the privacy and protect data of users, and that includes being transparent about how they use the data that they get from their users. I think that's an issue that we probably won't be able to get into, but the problem is that some states, even if they want to do it, all these free flow of information, language in trade agreements that are secret, like the TPP in Mexico, are just making it impossible for some governments that potentially will have the willingness to protect their citizens from privacy breaches on corporations. They just move the data around to jurisdictions, and they do foreign shopping on where they want to treat the data. And I think that's a problem that we need to address. And especially, we need to have this discussion openly, because these trade agreements are happening in secret. Mexico just is announced that it's going to sign the TPP, and we don't even know the TPP. The negotiations are over a month, and we don't have the text of the TPP to discuss it here or anywhere else. So I think that's just, that makes this partnership very difficult to sustain when the partners are not really open about the issues. No?
I'm just about to pass it back to the panel in a second. But I want to go, we have 10 minutes before 1 p.m. I want to just ask two quick questions. I'm going to take the 10 minutes to 1 p.m. So I'm going to ask two quick questions to the audience who I know will be very interested. One thought that occurs to me is, I really think it's not particularly helpful to think of privacy on one hand and transparency on the other. Gus Hussain, who runs Privacy International and sadly couldn't be here today, once said something to me that really helped me get my head around it, which is that privacy is the governing framework for access and usage of information. So we need to think about the governing framework for data usage, which includes what is transparent, what is not, who has access to which information and why, and that's a way forward. I think thinking about data usage in an age of big data and open government data, at least for me, helps me think about it better. So we're about to run out of time. If I can have 2 quick questions or comments from the audience, and then I'll go back to the panel. Do we have roving mics, or should I just throw my mic?
And just following up on your last comment, and also some of the comments that Luis Fernando said, related to, like, yes, if we know what data is transparent and who uses it and for what reasons, we might be able to trust the government. No, in many developing countries, we don't trust the government because we don't know what their intentions are at the end. I don't know if you guys from northern countries are afraid of your government and what they're going to use with your data. It would be very good to know other experiences, and maybe Luis Fernando can share one about Mexico, on how, like, many of the recent policies on surveillance are actually making many of us nervous. And I'm talking about civil society, I'm talking about journalists, and even other politicians, because we at least don't know who is actually going to hold that data, how are we going to do it, if there's any controls for that, and in what they're actually going to do about it. And I can tell you personally, I don't know if I'm really being surveilled right now, and I have no way to know ever.
Thank you. Do we have one more from the audience? Yes, just here. Please.
I'll keep my question simple. Do we need a FOIA for corporations?
Fantastic. I'm just going to keep it at 2. I'm sorry, I should keep it at 2 because we're about to wrap up. I'm just going to ask for closing comments from the panelists. And if you can do the amazing feat in sort of 30 seconds or 1 minute each of addressing both those questions. So do we need a FOIA for companies, surveillance policies, who will hold the data? And I'm going to flip another question your way just to make it more interesting, which is, to each one of you, do you think personal data can ever be open data? And if you do, how?
There are a lot of questions. So first about the surveillance question. Yes, I think it's true that in general in Germany, for example, we trust our governments more, but with the Snowden revelations, I think the whole debate about digital technologies, about data in the hand of government has changed so much, because before also in Germany, people were had high expectations of the internet, of digital technology that should lead to more transparency, democracy, liberty. But now with the whole Snowden narrative, this has totally changed. And I think among citizens, but also especially in the courts, like the elites, and we see some decisions recently like safe harbor, but also the right to be forgotten, there is kind of a cynicism about surveillance, about how data is used, and this feeling that this is getting out of control. So I think while we have probably more trust in general in the government, this is still a debate. This has changed, that has changed how Germans perceive data and digital technologies. What was the other question?
Thanks.
That was
and then just my last answer, but can personal data ever be open data?
It depends.
It's good enough. Dr. Pak.
Well, I think personal data, of course, can be open data at times. I personally have no problem with apps like Do No Evil that collate publicly available information and give lay people opportunities to monitor on corporate board members or government officials, their tax records, their criminal records. So that's open data, and yet it's personal data. Okay. The question about FOIA, I think FOIA on corporations, I think steps are being already taken in that direction. EITI, extraction, resource extraction is considered harmful to the humanity as a whole. So the corporations involved in resource extractions are required to make disclosures about payments they make to the foreign governments. And there can be more, there can be expanding set of corporate information that was otherwise confidential that will be forced into disclosure. I think that movement is only growing. We just need to make right arguments. But we don't want to just say FOIA for all corporations, because that will kill innovations. I mean, a lot of internet companies, a lot of startups that live off of open data movement, they also need trade secret. They also need to have some ownership of their intellectual property. So, you know, FOIA, general FOIA on corporations, I think we should not go in that direction, but like something like EITI, where sector-specific force disclosure, I think that's a good idea. As to surveillance,
briefly, because we
okay, briefly. I think how much you trust the government has nothing to do with the surveillance laws. I think Snowden has you know, shown to the world that trust really has nothing to do with that. No matter how much you trust the government should be under strict safeguards on, you know, user notification. Whenever they surveillance somebody, they have to notify the people. I mean, on that, I don't think there is any culturally relative arguments.
Thanks very much. Helen.
Well, on the question of both the transparency of corporations and the transparency of private individuals, I think the question is not absolute transparency or not. The question is, in what circumstances, under what conditions. We have to define what we mean by personal data. No personal data can't be withheld if it's the names of public officials at a senior level. For example, when it comes to corporations, as Dr. Parker said, there are a lot of circumstances in which we are now saying we need a level of transparency in order to have a level of accountability, whether that goes directly to the corporations or via governments collecting that information is a question of the how rather than the what. And as a last comment, I don't think privacy alone can be the framework in which we talk about open data and transparency. We have to include in there the right to freedom of expression. We have to include the right to be able to hold power to account. And if we do it only through privacy, I think that that's a serious threat to freedom of expression.
Fantastic. Thanks, Helen. Luis, you have the last word.
Well, with regard to the surveillance question, I think when we're talking about an open government partnership, a partnership demands respect. And when the Snowden revelations reveal that the GCHQ, the intelligence agency of the United Kingdom, is surveilling on human rights groups, well, I think you cannot be partners with someone that surveys you or harasses you or kills you, like in Mexico or other places. I mean, it's a serious threat. Surveillance is a serious threat to the open data movement, and the open data movement cannot be remain in the sidelines, cannot be just a spectator of this discussion, because it's affecting you in various ways, especially about the secrecy. And there's something that open data movement can do about it, because the secrecy about surveillance, about government surveillance and also corporate surveillance, it's a problem that open data can give something to solve. Secrecy in trade agreements, it's also menacing open data. For example, TPP or TTIP have clauses. I said about the free flow of information, but also it could make it illegal for a government to require access to the code before purchasing software code, and this is a transparency requirement, or this so-called cybersecurity agenda that is really a surveillance agenda. For example, here in Mexico 2 days ago, a bill was introduced that will make web scraping illegal, which is a tool that a lot of open data organizations really need to use to do their work. Or, well, that law is so badly redacted that, I mean, even having a computer it's a crime. But the point is, secrecy leads to these threats, not only to citizens, to human rights groups, but also to the open data movement. And the open data movement needs to jump into discussion on surveillance and take it as their own.
So thanks so much. On that point, I'm afraid I need to wrap up the session as we've run out of time. I think two takeaways for me. One of them is that the surveillance sector and groups working on surveillance stand to learn a lot from open government practices and the open government movement writ large in order to hold powers to account. And the flip side of that is that the open government movement stands to learn a lot from the privacy community. So on that note, I want to express my deep gratitude for Open Government Partnership to have given us, actually kicked us up to the main stage from what used to be a session in one of the other rooms. I think it's fantastic. I think we should continue to have these debates. And if you could please join me in a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
To say the truth, sport hasn't played an enormous part in my life, but I have a guilty secret. I have a passion for professional cycling. And one of the moments that I treasure was a moment a few years ago in the Tour de France where Jan Ullrich was at the bottom of Alpe d'Huez, and there was our American friend, and they looked in each other's eyes, and off they went to climb this mountain at enormous speed. And it was just kind of something that I've always held as precious and important. What I discovered years later is that both athletes were taking performance-enhancing drugs. And to tell you the truth, I felt let down, I felt utterly cheated. And what applies to performance-enhancing drugs also relates to people cheating in sport generally, whether it's the selection of players, whether it's fixing of matches, whether it's deciding where a particular final should take place. And you don't need to be a phenomenal football fanatic to feel enormously saddened by what's happened in FIFA in recent months. The scale of corruption accusations levied against the organisation means that reform is absolutely essential, not just for FIFA, but across the whole architecture of international sports organisations. Now, FIFA used to boast that it wouldn't accept any political intervention. Well, I think those days have now gone. Internal sport governance are private organisations, we accept that. But they are not directly regulated or controlled by government. And we accept that. But at the same time, they carry out functions very similar to a public body. So in this space, we therefore find ourselves with a set of international organisations receiving and responsible for huge sums of money, capital, and carving out a function of a public authority, but with the accountability structure of a private entity. Now, it's clear that these need to be better held to account by sports fans responsible for ensuring their continuous existence. It doesn't require enormous legislation, but it does perhaps require those of goodwill to use our power of nudge to set down some basic standards in terms of transparency, accountability, and reporting. And you're very lucky because we've managed to secure the 4 leading experts on this subject who will be making contributions and be answering your questions. I'll ask them to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. My name is Alessandro Bellantoni, and I coordinate the work of the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, on open government, which includes the issue of transparency and anti-corruption.
Hello, my name is Carmen Laus. I come from Estonia. My daily job is with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but here I'm representing the Minister of Culture and talking about what Estonia has done in order to make the sport governance more transparent and accountable. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Otávio Neves. I work in the Office of the Controller General in Brazil as the coordinator for open government and transparency.
Good afternoon. My name is Gareth Sweeney. I'm the Chief Editor of the Global Corruption Report at Transparency International, the forthcoming report being on sport, and I'm the head of our Corruption in Sport initiative.
Well, I wonder if I could ask Alessandro to start us off with a contribution.
With pleasure. First of all, we'd like to thank the UK and the OGP for organizing this event. We at the OECD believe that there is an important role that the international community can play and should play in the context of corruption and sport. From our side, we have tried to include this topic in the G20 agenda, and the annual high-level anti-corruption conference of the G20 governments and business did identify, in fact, integrity in sport as a key issue to be addressed. And we also dedicate, in the context of our annual Integrity Week, a specific set of activities on corruption in sport. What I will try to do in 3 minutes is basically to tell you why we believe that there is a governance, a public governance and a corporate governance component in this topic. What are the issues and how we think could be addressed, and what we are doing about it, and what we are ready to do in the near future, possibly together. In the first place, we think that the integrity challenges of the world of sports pose specific questions to governance frameworks. And in particular, we have identified certain vulnerabilities that we think should be looked at carefully, like the undue relations of representatives of sports with political and economic elites, the high risk of bribe, the flawed or non-transparent procurement rules and procedures, and the lack of accountability mechanisms of the organization and of the private sector companies that deal with sport events in particular. Now, how to address this issue? On the one hand, we are an organization that works on policies, so we believe there is a space for good public policies to manage issues like conflict of interest, increase the transparency and integrity in lobbying, or regulation, including self-regulations. We also think it's important to develop internal measures within sport organizations, but also within the public sector that are aimed to increase the transparency and the accountability of these institutions. And the third important thing, public procurement, a focus on public procurement. Overall, we call this a culture of integrity. We don't think integrity can be addressed by one of these initiatives alone. Integrity can be increased, improved by working on what we call an ecosystem of actions, which include also changing the culture, especially in the public sector. And I think in these days, we discussed a lot about participation, accountability, etc. There is a big role that citizens and civil society can play to improve the culture of integrity. At the OECD, we do have what we call official instruments. They are called OECD recommendations. For those of you who are not familiar, OECD member countries, when they approve a recommendation, they commit to a certain set of principles and standards, and they also commit to be evaluated and to report against those. And we have several recommendations that apply specifically to this topic, like the guidelines for managing conflict of interest in the public service, the recommendation on principles for transparency in lobbying, and the relatively famous, at least in this context, anti-bribery convention of the OECD, which has produced already some, we think, good results. And of course, our recommendation on public procurement, which was issued this year, and we think can play also a key role. Just to give you examples, we haven't had explicit experience on sports events yet. That is why we're here. We think it's a new dimension that we would like to include in our work. But we did work, for example, in Italy, my own country, with the Expo of Milan. So how big events can be targeted of corruption scandals. So we are aware, and we have tried to help the government of Italy to address those. And here in Mexico, with the airport, we try to support the government of Mexico in the processes related to the building of the airport. Just to conclude, we really think that the nexus between public governance, integrity, and sport is very important. It has been addressed insufficiently so far, And we would like to give our support in this context, and we welcome the idea of the creation of a possible working group to focus these activities, not only ours, but also that of those who share our views. So I will stop it here, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay. In a moment, we'll be hearing from Darren Bailey, courtesy of a video. But first, could I ask Carmen to pick up exactly on that point of transparency?
Thank you. It's a privilege for me to address the distinguished audience, and thanks the UK for organizing the panel to discuss the burning issue of today's sporting world. The latest scandals in sports world show us that there is definitely something wrong, and there is a scope for improvement in governance of sport organizations. And I'm happy to share what Estonia has done in increased transparency and strengthen the accountability in sport. You know that the government has always the responsibility for creating the legal framework how the civil society and sporting organization can work. And here in Estonia we have divided the labor of government into 3 different activities. One is legal framework, the other one is support through different financial grants to the sport organization, and thirdly the recognition of the sportsmen and women when they have brought glory to Estonia through their achievements, and why not then to reward them with special scholarships and awards. But in Estonia all sports organizations are actually non-governmental organizations, starting with the National Olympic Committee and ending with the Children's Training Group. The government has a role to assure that all stakeholders are part of the decision-making process when it comes to the financial support and rules. There are various ways when governments manage public resources, and in order to have a transparency, the governments have developed different mechanisms to allocate finances and satisfy the multiplicity of needs, and to ensure that resources will be used in a public interest. The more open and transparent the process, the less there is opportunity for the wrongdoing and abuse. We have learned that the culture of participation of all stakeholders has a vital role in supporting the various strategies aimed at reducing corruption, and this including sports. To enhance the governance of sport organizations, you can deploy the smart technologies to encourage more an arm's-length relationship between officials and civil society, as recommended by the World Bank. In Estonia, we use the online platform to facilitate the government interaction with sport organizations. This is a public database, and it's called Sport Register. All decisions which are made in the field of sport take into account the information gathered into this sport register. The Ministry of Culture established criteria for distribution of support to the sport federations and unions according to the information in the sport register. These take into account the number of participants in the clubs, the number of coaches, the results in international sport meetings and competitions during last 4 years, and the number of participants in the last Olympic Games. All Estonian sport associations and federations have to submit annual reports and pay all taxes. And if the annual reports are not submitted and there are debts, then the sport federation will not receive the annual financial support because it hadn't followed the rules. In addition to the budget allocations from the Ministry of Culture, Estonia has the so-called cultural endowment and Council of Gambling Tax, who also has a right to divide public support to the sport organizations. They follow the same set of rules as ministry and give financial support only to those sport organizations which have been entered in the sport register and which have updated regularly their information of their activities in a database. All mentioned measures are aimed at combating corruption and eliminating the opportunity for corruption by making the decision-making process open to all stakeholders. The importance of good governance cannot be underestimated in managing the sport, and not depending on their size. The good governance also means that for making sure that organizations are capable to steer their sport field in increasingly complex sporting world, whether it will be on home turf or abroad. The elements from good governance checklist, which we use in other areas for good governance, can also apply in sport organizations worldwide. And to say a little bit about Estonian nowadays problem, it's the same that Estonia is discussing whether the system, which is already transparent, should be made better. And National Audit Office has said that it's even better to have one direct support from a budget to the sport organization. Thus, it takes out all the other fields of support for the organizations, and thus making the system more understandable to all stakeholders and as lean and as possible. And we know that there are very different sources of public financing that can be used to support sports, but what we need here is a transparent government and management in a decision making, because it's a basis of fair play and before we hit the stadium. And at last but not least, everything should start at home. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Karen. Sadly, we don't have Darren Bailey with us, but in the great tradition of awards ceremonies, we have a message from him from afar.
Hello everybody, sorry I can't be with you today. My name is Darren Bailey and I'm delighted to be able to address you, albeit from afar, on this occasion. I want to talk to you today about good governance and why it's so important for the UK government and sport and the sports movement. Perhaps a little bit of background might assist you. In previous life I was the Director of Legal Affairs for the International Rugby Board, which is now World Rugby. And part of my responsibility during that period was to introduce a globally different set of regulations to deal with governance issues across the entire piece. Probably the only time that the rule book has been rewritten in one go. I now manage the governance affairs for the English FA, and I was delighted to be asked by the UK government to participate in the European work on good governance, which gives me an international, European and national dimension to these areas. Now, what I'm pleased to say is, as in the UK, we've worked very hard within Europe to adopt a collaborative approach with a wide range of stakeholders within the expert environment. This includes European and international sports federations, as well as member states. We've also been lucky to have the input of other interested parties, including Transparency International. What we've tried to do is come up with a set of principles that apply to all sports governing bodies, and we've produced 10 principles of good governance which can broadly be applied, whether sports are big, small, amateur or professional. So some of these principles include clarity of purpose and objectives, take away the tension that exists within sports governance, a code of ethics fundamental to preserving a quality culture, establishing stakeholder identification and roles, who does what and why, minimum standards of democracy and effective management, importantly for future-proofing the sport, inclusivity and youth engagement, and more importantly perhaps overall, accountability and transparency, making sure that sport understands how important it is to people and how the importance of good governance could assist in reflecting minimum standards that all sports should satisfy in order to preserve their self-regulatory status and autonomy. The next phase of our work programme within Europe will develop a number of these principles to provide more depth and detail. For example, at present the group is looking at guiding principles relating to major events, their awarding and staging, gender equality in sport, children's rights, and just assessing how many of the sports around the world have adopted these good governance principles. The UK's government's long-standing view remains that sport is best placed to govern itself. However, it recognises that there is a significant amount of trust and responsibility placed on sports bodies. And it's worth noting, in any event for sport generally, that given the complexity of sport in the 21st century and the challenges that it faces, we all need to adopt a far more collaborative, open and transparent approach, whereby various parties and agencies use their respective powers and expertise in a complementary manner, not an adversarial manner, to achieve shared objectives. One example I'd like to share with you perhaps is the Sports Betting Integrity Forum, which we've established in the UK. Now, for a long time, sport and betting operators didn't really speak to each other. What we've now done is draw together law enforcement bodies, the government, gambling regulators, betting operators and sports bodies who collectively come together to work on solutions to protect the integrity of sport and sports betting in the UK. I'm delighted to say that the group's recently overseen the development and publication of the Sports Betting and Sports Betting Integrity Action Plan, which sets out a series of wide-ranging objectives for these respective bodies to achieve, and is part of the UK government's wider anti-corruption plan. The Sports Betting Integrity Action Plan outlines Britain's approach to address the risks of sports integrity and match fixing, and hopefully sets out wider commitments across the UK government and those involved to make sure we can prevent corruption in sport. This is a good illustration of how collaboration and cooperation can work very effectively, and those involved, whether they be from the betting industry, sport, law enforcement, the Gambling Commission or government, are committed to protecting Britain's national and international reputation for being a safe place to enjoy sport and sports betting. That's required sport to be open and transparent and accountable, as well as the betting operators, and it's worked very effectively at getting real good progress made and a plan around which we can all operate. We hope to see that new or emerging threats can be combated effectively in a proactive way through this group. We would also like to see in time this multi-stakeholder approach in the UK reflected in all jurisdictions which operate national platforms on sports betting integrity, and perhaps provides a great opportunities to show that by having the right people in the room at the same time, you can make substantial progress. The focus on the governance of sports bodies has never been higher, and there is a legitimate expectation from governments and the public that sports bodies will operate in accordance with strong governance principles. Transparency and accountability is key, and we hope the work in the EU forums, our local forums, as well as the Commonwealth and the great work going on at the OGP level can help bring this commitment from sports bodies to sports movements and all relevant agencies. Basic principles of good governance make sense for all. Those principles help ensure effective regulation of sport and promote a framework and a culture that allows sport and all sports participants to flourish and preserve the unique characteristics of sport. I hope you have a successful conference, and I wish you well.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Darren. Before we bring in our two other colleagues, this might be a good point to pause and to take questions or contributions from the floor on, does it really matter about the level of corruption in sport, and what can transparency do to make good governance in sport? Who'd like to ask the first question? Adam. Can we get a microphone?
Thank you. My name is Elena and I come from Romania, from a civil society organization. I would like to ask you about the links between politics and corruption in sports, and how, I know that it's also the case in Italy and several other European countries, but sports and football in particular are sometimes used as an image laundering tool for politicians, and that also leads to corruption in allocating public funds for football clubs and so on and so forth. And I was wondering whether you can see any viable approach into addressing this issue, because it's very hard to put the spot on it and identify it clearly to see whether it's corruption or not. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We go immediately to the heart of the matter. So thank you for the question. Well, there are a couple of things that I think could be done, at least from our perspective, in terms of prevention, more than prosecution, because that's our area of work, and we can discuss other aspects. First of all, what is the link between, that's what we have to ask, between politicians and sport? Because there is no direct link, no institutional direct link between the two. It happens through various channels. And what we try to do is to act on those channels. For example, in our recommendation on lobbying, we make it so that big sports clubs, football club, for example, if they want to interact with politicians, they need to do it according to certain rules, and that blocks or at least reduces their capacity to exert an undue influence on the political process through lobbying, and that's one of the possibilities. The other one is, of course, the influence that politicians have on the infrastructural aspects related to big sports events, building stadiums or highways that bring to stadiums, etc. And there is where we think it's important to play on the procurement card, in the sense that is where the corruption takes place, around the bidding, around contracts to private companies. So transparency in procurement, we think it's a key area to address in order to stop this, the link between politicians and corrupted politicians and sport. Overall, when we were saying a culture of integrity, that has to permeate different areas of our public life. Politicians are one of the pillars. We think that public civil servants are another one, and the private sector, the sports sector is of course the third. So we tend to address the first two, at least from our perspective.
Thank you. We've got time, I think, for a couple of questions in this section before we move on to other colleagues. Gentleman there.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel Abdullah. I come from Sierra Leone. I am going to specifically talk about football because I am the chairman of a football club at the first division level. I am wondering whether we are beating the gun about talking about transparency in sport, particularly football, whether we need to get back to institutional structures. For example, because we don't even know where to categorize football associations and football clubs. Are they part of government or are they private entities? Over the past 15 years, FIFA has been pushing almost all football associations to be converted into companies. And when that is done, then the FIFA Article 17 will kick in when government wants to hold football associations to account for monies that are being given to them for football, preventing third-party intervention. So clearly what is happening is that you have football associations in specific countries where the government cannot touch and FIFA has no reach to investigate into it. Its members has no voice, and you have a kind of oligarch that is attached to the FIFA association, and that is carrying out corruption and whatever they feel to do with money. The second question that we will have to look at is whose money are they expending? If they are private companies and they are receiving money from TV rights and not from government or international donors, so whose money is it? Is it the same question that we throw to multinational corporations if they are private companies registered as companies? So maybe we go back to that structural level and begin to look at whether they are companies, whether they are public bodies or private bodies, and etc. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Apologies for intervening before I speak, but I think I will talk about the role of stakeholders, and I think the issue you raise is an absolutely critical one in relation to responsibility in FIFA. And you're referring to FIFA's non-interference rule, which is actually ostensibly well-meaning in that it's supposed to protect football associations from political interference, which also addresses the previous question, but is always, or not always, often misused as a means to protect football associations when governments legitimately seek to intervene and look at where public monies have been spent. In the case of Nigeria, in the case of Kenya, to the point that FIFA is saying if you proceed with these investigations, Nigeria or Kenya won't be able to compete in the World Cup qualifiers, and they know they have the power for them not to go through with that, because people will say, why is this president responsible for Nigeria not playing in the next World Cup? No president wants to be responsible for that. But I'll give you a good example of stakeholder participation. In the case of Belize, Belize is a small country, they're not likely going to qualify. But in that case, the Belize Players Association said, go ahead and take us out. And then the FIFA backed down. The investigations went ahead, and embezzlement was found, and then there were fair outcomes. So that's an example of while the non-interference rule is flawed, players taking responsibility can have a positive outcome.
Okay. Colleague here.
Thank you. And firstly, can I just say thanks for this panel. It's fantastic. There's been great questions. My name's Michael Macaulay. I'm currently in New Zealand, but as you can probably tell from my accent, I'm originally from Britain, from Middlesbrough, in fact, Eric. A few years ago, I did some work for Transparency International, a corruption report on the UK, in which we looked at sport very, very briefly. And one of the problems that we found was, of course, there's so many different forms of corruption that are interlinked. So you mentioned at the very beginning PEDs and cycling. Well, of course, that works on many levels, individual levels, environmental levels, an entire industry built around PEDs. A very classic example of cheating, Thierry Henry's handball, which got France qualified into the World Cup 2010. Everyone knew about that, on-field cheating, terrible. Few people realised until years later that the Irish FA had also been given several million as a bung to keep quiet about it all and not to protest about it, which we now know about. So my question simply is, how far do we go down when we're trying to work out governance levels from the individual to the organisational, to the environmental to the systemic? How far do we go? And can we actually get there?
Carmen?
Thank you for the question, and definitely all the faults you mentioned are there and should be dealt. And I know from European level that EU has made their own sports action plan, which takes account all these small things. It's prize, it's match fixing and everything. And but when it comes to the kind of knowledge and understanding what is corruptive way, then I can give you example from Estonian, because prior coming to here I was asking our corruption specialists about the perception the public has about the corruptive ways. And latest we have had several issues with our people responsible for governing the sports, because they have slipped on a parquet, basically, which means that even in a small society, when it's open data, it's very easily out everything which is not the right way. And from Estonian side as well, that the people's understanding that the gift to the official in a sport association just to thank him or her for what he's doing rightly, it's perceived now as corruptive way, because you try to influence or use a position. And on the other hand, it's always linked, as was asked previously, about the politics and sports. Politicians always want to have a good, strong athlete next to him, but it doesn't matter in a way that, and the people always ask the questions, because last we heard from Estonian side, the government decided to give extra money for the soccer field, and everybody was just asking, said, why not? Why is the soccer field? We are strong in soccer in a way compared to the 20 years past, but at the moment, maybe basketball, maybe volleyball, why not the swimming? Why not the new pool for the Olympic swimmers? And all these questions always come to the public, that the public has the right to ask the questions, and the politician has to answer them. And in Estonia, we have taken the rule that all corruptive ways will be public.
Actually, that answer, the question, the answer, brings us naturally on to the second session. Now, Brazil's done quite a lot of work in terms of engaging with stakeholders in looking at corruption in sports. And would you care to tell the audience what you've been doing?
Okay, so as you know, Brazil decided not only to host the FIFA World Cup, but also the Olympic Games almost at the same time. So we had to do a lot of work on this. So we started basically in 2009. We passed some regulatory instruments, mostly decrees, to try to provide the framework on the kind of transparency that would have to happen, so there would be accountability for the games. This was the first step, and one of the provisions of this decree is that we will have a transparency portal one for the Olympic Games, the other for the World Cup. So since 2010, we have been publishing information on those events, and it goes way back from the bidding that Brazil made, because in the beginning there is a promise of what kind of investments that the government was planning to do, until the final execution of contracts. So if you go, for example, in Brazil Transparency Portal for the World Cup, you find all the bidding process, contracts, how much was planned to be spent, how much was actually spent, what projects were abandoned. There's a lot of information on this. And the idea was to have cities, people following up on what the government was doing, and that certainly happened. We also put this data in open data formats. It wasn't easy to collect this data because a lot of this information was not previously organized in the budgeting, so we have to try to find where this was. But the most exciting part of this process is that, on one hand, civil society organizations organized themselves in a project called Fair Play Inside and Outside the Stadiums. And this project was basically civil society organizations getting together to oversight what the government was doing in the games. And they invited us to participate, and we really did, over the years, have a lot of meetings that were very productive in terms of finding not only the best instruments to this oversight, but also influencing what kind of information the government was publishing, for example. And on the other hand, the government designed a few chambers, as it was called, was kind of committees to manage the games. And one of these chambers was the Transparency Chamber. And civil society organizations were invited to participate as well. And they not only influenced the kind of information that was being published, but also they were crucial to have cities that were hosting the games to also publish information. So we managed to have a lot of local information being published as well. Also, this group managed to convince cities to open the contracts that those cities have with FIFA. FIFA sees these contracts as confidential contracts, but at some point it was decided that there was no legal basis for these contracts to be confidential because there was public interest. It was a contract with the government, so the cities started themselves to open the contracts that they made with FIFA and all the agreements that were part of these contracts, and that was thanks to the participation of civil society in this chamber. We also did a lot of work in conflict of interest. There was a few resolutions to avoid, for example, there was some tickets for some games that were very coveted, and so we ruled that public officials could not receive freely from companies or other interested parties and lobbyists any kind of tickets to see the games in the World Cup, and there was other decisions in the same sense. We also did some auditing with participation of civil society organizations, which was also a very interesting experience because it was something new for Brazil. And in parallel, of course, there was investigations. You may have heard that people from sports marketing agencies that were working with FIFA were doing some schemes to overprice tickets, and there was some arrests in this process. And we also had to organize a little bit better the budget for the following years, like I said, so that there was more transparency and a better follow-up for citizens to not only participate, but to see what happened in terms of investments and planning for the games. So that's a very quick overview on what we are doing, what we did for the World Cup, what we're doing for the Olympic Games in Brazil.
Thank you. If I could ask Gareth to kind of build on that very practical way of going about the process. In the wider sports family is diverse, has different interests, but how can we use it as a force for good to bring change about within a sport? If you just hand over the microphone, there we are.
Yes, thank you. Maybe to put that in context, as mentioned at the outset, our next global corruption report on sport, which will come out in February, 2 weeks before the FIFA presidential elections, assesses corruption, the root causes of corruption, and recommendations on how to strengthen integrity in sport in relation to governance, hosting and bidding and hosting of major events, public-private undue influence, etc. It's comprehensive, but it's the first global corruption report where we've dedicated the final section to the role of stakeholders, precisely because of the character of sport. In that, as you mentioned, the sport is built around, or the governance of sport is built around this principle of autonomy that dates back 100 years and is really the crux of the problem and the situation that we now arrive at. We're quite intensely involved in FIFA reform with the task force and also with other stakeholders around how to improve FIFA. And I will, make my recommendations in the context of FIFA. I would see that as the litmus test, really, of the crisis of sports governance. I mean, let's be honest. This is an organization that the U.S. Department of Justice considers a racketeering, influenced, corrupt organization. The sport of autonomy is outmoded, clearly, or the principle of autonomy. Nonetheless, as Darren said, and as you said, these are associations under Swiss law. It would be remiss to suggest that we, discontinue these. They exist as associations, they are member organizations, and we as Transparency International with our chapters are working at the national level with associations, because we need associations. We need constituent members in sports organizations to realize that it's in their interest to reform sport. The recommendations in FIFA will only come from the adoption by Congress. Precisely 105 football associations out of, we need 51% to support reform. But what we're calling for within that is their inclusion of other stakeholders. And I'd mention two for this afternoon's discussion that are interesting, and where I think, actually I'll mention three, the third being the OGP itself, multi-stakeholder initiatives who can bring the other stakeholders together. The first is sponsors, and I think we see a really interesting development with sponsors. We're not naive enough to think that, the major sponsors of sports organizations are doing this for the purely benign reasons. But we are seeing with FIFA, for the first time, firstly a tipping point whereby sponsors are speaking critically about the need for reform, including independent oversight and bringing in other stakeholders into beyond the sports family. And that's encouraging. I mean, it's notable who's not speaking about it, but the 4 of the 6 major sponsors for FIFA, for example, are also speaking collectively, and that's a first. And I think that's something that we can utilize, the OGP can utilize. There are many other groups, athletes groups, the role of the media, etc., governments, of course. But the largest constituency that essentially is left out of the sports governance discourse are supporters and supporters groups. Now, this is a complex issue. Not all supporters groups are necessarily on the side of good governance. Not all of them prioritize this as an issue. But in pockets, and in my case, and I'll come back to our colleague's question about Ireland, I'm Irish, the Irish National Supporters Group absolutely prioritize this for the issues raised. This is an opaque association. And we are working now, we're at the piloting stage of a Fans for Transparency campaign, trying to identify independent supporters groups around the world, but also starting in Europe with Football Supporters Europe, Supporters Direct, to see how we can strengthen the relationship between supporters and national football associations, so that there's an open door, an opportunity for discussions, and that this feeds into the reform process at the international level. We also need international associations to provide avenues for supporters groups to be able to address their issues with associations. And then, if I may, very quickly.
Yeah, of course. Multi-stakeholder
initiatives. Where can the OGP and others add value? I think, firstly, engaging with these two groups who have been left outside of processes, governance processes, would add value. I would urge caution about new sports principles for the sake of it, or any kind of standards. Somebody said to me a few days ago, sports principles are like toothbrushes. Everybody has one, but no one wants to use someone else's. And you don't want to be another spare toothbrush. So I think engaging sponsors, engaging supporters in the development and identifying their role, and actually for sponsors, having principles that they can say collectively that they buy into gives them leverage when they talk to sports organizations about what needs to be done. In terms of content, I think where there's a real gap in all the existing principles that are out there is financial transparency, and this answers your question. The real problem with FIFA is that it disperses money to national associations. In the case of Ireland, you know, non-disclosure loans of €5 million to stop talking doesn't require any reporting back on how that's spent. So we have very clear recommendations to football associations, to confederations, to international sports organizations about how they need requirements on financial reporting, that they publicize the reporting, that they have independent oversight of the reporting, and that the continued disbursement of funds is contingent on meeting those criteria, which in FIFA and in most international sports organizations is currently absent.
Well, bring our colleague in from the floor, but can I just ask you this, guys? I am right in thinking that before the present crisis in FIFA, they tried to bring Transparency International in to look, but it was the kind of conditions imposed upon you that was difficult, is that right?
Yeah, we've engaged with FIFA since 2010 around the Bin Hammam crisis and the last election, and made very clear recommendations for independent reform. We were brought in, and the recommendations were considered. An independent reform commission was created, but the scope of the mandate of the reform commission was limited. That was the point at which TI then withdrew its support for the process as it was developing. And a lot of the critical issues like, you know, independent non-executive directors, term limits, disclosure of salaries, etc., were taken off the table.
Yeah. Colleague.
Hi, good afternoon, Sir Eric.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Oz. I recently graduated from probably best university in the world for sports, which is Loughborough University. And I did my master's at sports management. Particularly, I was looking at the degree of good governance that three British associations keep. Was British Swimming, British Judo, and British Athletics. And I found very interesting findings. So my question to you is, you recently said to Telegraph that you like sport organizations to strictly abide very strictly by ethical standards. So my question to you is, what are those basic standards that you like to keep for organizations, especially in Britain? Thank you very much.
Well, we've just had some discussions with other organizations, and particularly where an organization is performing a task, then I think it's reasonable to say that the amount of transparency that we expect from government should be there. So we would expect disclosure, we would expect to understand where gifts were coming from. We would expect to ensure that everything is published. Now, I think it would be just a step too far for government to seek to regulate. But what we can reasonably say is, look, here is a kind of a box of standards by which we expect you to adhere to. If you don't adhere to them, if you're not open, if you're not transparent, if you're not willing to do those things, then fair enough, but we're not going to talk to you, we're not going to fund you, and we're not going to recognize you. But you can carry on and do what you want. We won't force you to do so. And I think it's kind of one of those things in politics where nudge is probably quicker than seeking legislation and seeking to take over the running of sports. I mean, you know, the days have long gone when the state could do something like that. But who would really object to being open, to declaring, to saying, when we went to look around the fine Mauritanian country, our wives were given handbags. The head of our delegation received this rather unusual watch. We got this samovar. Who would really disagree with doing something like that in the modern world? Who's next? 1 minute. So 1 minute and it's over. Is it over completely? No time for anything else? I can't believe it. It's all over, people. We have a saying when the last time we won. Oh, it's all right. We've got 5 minutes. Who would like to be next?
Hi, I am Leo. I am a journalist here in Mexico City. Just a question about the sponsors' role on all of these transparency efforts. Since this FIFA scandal, the real power for changing things has come from sponsors, companies like Coca-Cola or McDonald's making statements. How important would be to bring aboard the companies which are sponsoring, especially in professional sports? That would be my question. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like to add to that, because it's been nagging in my mind. It has the sponsors that have changed it, but of course the sponsors are responsive to their customers. So in terms of getting change, should we be looking to use people power through the sponsors? Now, who'd like to, I tell you what, everybody can answer this in like 30 seconds each.
I think the safest way to act upon those situations, I mean, seen from a government perspective, it's customers that we talk to, it's citizens. That is the perspective we would favor more than the companies that have their own business case, as long as this remain within the law, that's for sure. So,
I guess here is a good answer will be the open data, and that the all sponsorship, the government support, everything should be public, what the organizations will have. And the other ones, as the national associations, have the right to put the international organization accountable and ask them for a transparent way of governing the associations.
It's a great thinking because, of course, sponsors, they respond to market, and that's people, and people are very in love with their sports, and sometimes they can act a little irrationally in terms of putting themselves against the company if, for example, the company is the one that sponsors this team. So I think we need more debate on this, getting people together and really trying to push some kind of principles and not wait for the crisis for reactions, because reactions in sport are really passionate. So that's my insight.
I agree absolutely, and sponsors made football, in the context of football and even the Olympics, what it is today. Its commercial growth is really reliant on sponsors, and they're not going to walk away from these major events. But I think encouraging, we will continue, and everyone should continue to encourage those 4 of the 6 Tier 1 sponsors of FIFA to continue to speak collectively, and I think a lot can be done to continue to encourage them to have a collective voice, and they feel stronger in that sense. And certainly, to answer Eric's question, you could, as a consumer, ask Adidas why do they not speak on the same issues in the same way as Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Budweiser and Visa.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the panel for their contribution. I think it's been a really good session. Now, sports does matter, whether it's Lance Armstrong going up Alpe d'Huez, or whether it's people throwing a match, or whether it's a bunch of plutocrats siphoning money away from the fans. Sports does matter. And it's something that I think we're going to want to come back to because it's important, I think, to our citizens. But it's now, next year, it will be 50 years since England won the World Cup. And there's a very famous commentary to that match which says, they think it's all over, it now is. And this session is now over. Thank you very much indeed.
Please. Please, I'm going to ask you all to take your seats, please, because the next session is starting. Thank you. So this is Tomislav. I've introduced you 3 times by now. So let's not create more buzz around it and start with Tomislav, who is project director for e-Citizens project in Croatia. And he's going to give us a lightning talk, regional OGP award winner for Croatia. Let's go.
Thank you. So let me begin by describing my country. And maybe to ask you first, did you know that this was originally invented in Croatia? A tie? No. Okay. But never mind that. Everyone who visits or lives in Croatia would definitely say Croatia is a beautiful country with an amazing seaside. And the best thing to do in Croatia is to take a vacation, relax, and enjoy your time on the beach. Besides, it may also seem like an ideal place to live. Next slide. Until you hear a common saying among Croats, if you have to get some paperwork done within the public administration, it's better to take the day off. Yes, for real. That's why the primary goal of the e-Citizens project wasn't just creating e-government. It was to change the reality and common sayings and let people get extra few days for the beach. Our next goal was to respond to the increasing citizens' demand for online communications and to deal with the next generation of internet users. Fortunately, we didn't have to begin from scratch. We already had several public services online. But the problem was they were far too complicated and bureaucratic. So 2 years ago, in early 2013, online and offline experience were pretty much the same. So we were lucky to have a new government. And the government was highly committed and determined to online communications. They followed the trends. For example, Croats, they are crazy about Facebook. And if you put all users of government Facebook account into one place, it would be the third largest city in Croatia. So let me tell you how we created these citizens. These citizens became a reality in July 2014, when we presented the web platform. This platform enables users to use their unique electronic identity for signing into all available public services in only one place. And the core service of the system is a personal mailbox where citizens receive personal notifications from public administration. And it is also made for smartphones. What was next? We asked our citizens what public services they would like to have online. And we also worked with public administration to provide those services and make them user-friendly. For example, just like e-banking. Let me give you a few examples of such services. E-prescription service. This service, besides removing the paperwork, allows patients to track the medicines that were prescribed in the last 6 months. And they also can see the real cost of the medicine they are using. Why? Although general healthcare in Croatia is free of charge, government wanted to show patients its real costs. My next example is the e-school diary service. This service allows parents to see their children's grades and teacher notes at any time. Do you think this is a good idea? Maybe you should ask your children. Of course, we didn't ask our students. But school psychologists, they were involved in the process from the beginning. And they said, there has to be 48 hours of delay before updating information to the parents. Why is this so important? Well, they thought 48 hours is enough time for students to come up with a good explanation and warn their parents, or maybe to say a few prayers. And my last example is the e-consultation service. This service has radically increased transparency of the policy-making process in Croatia. Now, everyone can participate in public consultations, see the comments from other citizens, and track the answers from the government. And we have many more services, but these few examples have already shown e-citizen system is a very strong reform tool in Croatia. And having this in mind, our government wanted to assure that this project will be long-lasting and that everybody is on board. So since last year, there's a legal obligation for public administration to use e-citizen system. Let me tell you about the other results we are very proud of. It was an amazing year for us. In just 1 year, we have outperformed e-banking. Can you imagine this? Outperformed e-banking. And 14 months after system went live, we still get hundreds of new users every day. That's why I would like to use this opportunity to thank all my colleagues in Croatian public administration who are working very hard in order to make these results even better. To thank to Croatian citizens who trusted us and helped us build this system. And to the OGP, of course, for recognizing efforts to achieve open governments all over the world. And let me finish with a key piece of learning I would like to share with you. We didn't achieve this by simply copy-pasting e-government system from another country to Croatia, although there are examples of excellent e-government systems all over the world. We did this by constantly learning about our users' behavior and their communication habits. And not only have we met our citizens' expectations about their e-government system, we gave them more time to have fun on the beach. Thank you.
For Open Governance, hosted by the GPSA.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. People are just doing their emails, huh? And we're here to talk about GPSA. Are you here to learn about the GPSA? Excellent. So let's begin. My name is Robert Hunja. I work at the World Bank. I'm a director in the Governance Global Practice, and I'm happy to moderate this great panel we have. to talk about really one of the more innovative programs that we are managing at the bank called the GPSA, the Global Partnership on Social Accountability. And I know some of you may not be steeped in the history and the details of the GPSA, so before opening up to the panel, I want to spend just a minute or two telling you what the Global Partnership for Social Accountability is about. So this is a program that is hosted inside the World Bank, but has many owners and partners. What we do is just provide kind of the secretariat services for the facility. And the facility does two main things. One is to provide resources, both financial and otherwise, for initiatives where governments, citizens, and civil society are coming together to constructively solve difficult governance issues. And I would say the value added of the GPSA is the fact that it brings together citizens and governments to solve very specific issues around governance with a view to getting results. So that's the basic fundamental approach that the GPSA takes. Currently, the GPSA has 46 governments participating. We have 260 partners supporting the initiative, both governments, private sector, CSOs, academic institutions as partners. We have currently 23 projects on the way in 19 countries. We'll get to hear more about how the GPSA actually operates as the panel members give their views, but I just wanted to share with you so that at least we have a common understanding of what the GPSA is about. And in the panel, what we'll do is discuss and share lessons and learnings from our interactions from the GPSA from different sides. And since we don't have too much time, I'd rather just get ahead, introduce very quickly the panel, and then we have a conversation. So on my left, we have Gilbert Sandigwa from Uganda. Gilbert leads the African Freedom of Information sector, which promotes adoption of freedom of information frameworks in Africa. Next to him, we have, I'm very happy to announce, a gentleman who has just agreed to join the panel this afternoon, Max Nefyodov. He's a deputy minister in the Ministry of Economic Affairs in the Ukraine. So thanks a lot, Max, for joining us. And next to Max is Professor Jonathan Fox from American University, a researcher who, if you have been in the social accountability world, you probably have come across his work. And I'm sure he'll share with us ideas about the evidence-based decision-making around social accountability issues. And let me go to the people to my right. Is Daniela. Daniela is Director General of Development Cooperation in a very important agency in the Mexican government, which is the Agency for International Development Cooperation. And next to Daniela is Heidi. Heidi is Executive Director of Funda, one of our great partners, because Funda also houses the learning and knowledge function of the GPSA. And finally, but not the least, in fact, probably very important, is Victoria. And Victoria is important for us because she's a grantee of the GPSA, so she's going to tell us from the view of a grantee how she sees the GPSA. And in fact, Victoria, let me start with you if you don't mind. And exactly what I said, as a grantee, you have been working very closely with the Ministry of Education in your country. So tell us, how do you see that relationship evolving? What do you see different because of the relationship you have with government, and what results are you seeing already? Please.
Thank you very much. The organization that I work with has started this sort of work a long time ago, while trying to translate different data, including in education, to the general public. And the GPSA has helped us take these efforts to the national level. And we've started working with the support of the GPSA and having the Ministry of Education as an informational partner. That meaning that they provided information which enabled us to put it up on the website. It was a premiere for Moldova to have detailed performance data and open budgets data on every school in the country, having it on the website. So I think it was really useful to start working not only with the central government, but with the local governments. And while we plan to work in 13 districts of the 32 in the country, we are now having memoranda signed with 16 of the districts in the country. And we're having them as our partners in solving problems of every school.
So thanks a lot, Victoria. Let me get to Gilbert. So Gilbert, one of the things you've done very well in Uganda is work closely with the government also, from the civil society side. Tell us what has been the biggest surprise for you, and how have you managed to maintain your independence as a major CSO in Africa whilst working closely together with government to achieve some results?
Thank you, Robert. Good evening, dear colleagues. First, how do we come to work with government? Robert has rightly said that GPSA is about addressing difficult challenges. And in the context of Uganda, one of these challenges was progress with implementing projects. For example, in 2011, government did a study which found that 92.3% of contracts would overshoot budgets, and only 33% of public contracts would be implemented on time. So that's one of the key challenges which we identified as one of the potential areas which we could work with government to resolve. Now, from the civil society perspective, there was fears, suspicions, and tensions. But yet, we also could not make progress because to understand and make a contribution on improving performance of public contracts, we needed information. We have a law in Uganda, but this does not necessarily mean that when you want information, you get it in the time that you need it. So what we did was to engage government and discuss with them the objectives, the goals that we want to do, in a way to help them address some of those challenges that they had identified. And we entered into discussions, and these resulted into signing of memorandum of understanding. In short, this guarantees us to get information that we need on specific services and contracts. And number two, guarantees us formal space. When we have findings and recommendations, we have, through this MOU, guarantees to have space to engage with government and say, this is what we find and this is what we think we can do to strengthen performance of these public services. Thank you.
So to me, as I listen to both Victoria and Gilbert, it's already very interesting because there are some common themes coming. One is the ability to access information that only governments have, but also this mutuality of interest between the government and the civil society side to solve problems that government is facing. And I think that's a common thing that probably we're going to be hearing about. I think it's probably time to hear from the professor a little bit so that he can give us some realism. So Professor Fox, you've done quite some research in this area. And one question I'd like to maybe get from you is, what are some of the most fundamental underpinnings of a good relationship between government and civil society in solving problems?
Thanks, Robert. I think one of the main challenges is to be able to find common ground, find interests that are aligned, and to first off address the issue of trust in many societies where that is lacking. And there, one of the issues that comes up is who's going to be the first mover? Who is going to stick their neck out? Who is going to invest their limited political capital in demonstrating to their counterpart that a partnership, that it's worth their while to make the investment, because the benefits are not easy to predict in advance. The risks and the costs may be much more visible. And so finding a way to create an enabling environment to build that trust
especially in societies where collective action by citizens is very dangerous, societies where the reform-minded officials in government may have very limited influence over other forces in government that are less likely to welcome the free expression of citizen voice. So the fundamental issue of freedom of expression, freedom of association, if the reformists in government can't deliver that to civil society partners, it's going to be very difficult. So once that barrier can be overcome, many more productive collaborations can be possible.
That famous word, trust. Trust. How do you engender and create trust? So, Daniela, as a government official, you've worked closely with civil society partners. For you, what do you see as a difference? Why is it, as a government official, for you interest in working with people who sometimes are seen not as supportive of government, as people who sometimes question even what government is doing? What is it that this brings to your work?
Thank you, Robert. Let me start with a few words in Spanish. I would like to thank GPSA and, of course, the OGP, the Open Government Partnership, for inviting us in this panel and have this stage set up for this discussion. Now we'll switch into English to enable a more fluid dialogue. Thank you for the question. I think for the Mexican Agency for International Cooperation, working with civil society is a must. One of the duties that we have is to build state policy in international cooperation. And in order to do so, we must do it with all the stakeholders that need to be involved in international cooperation. And one of these stakeholders, key for international development, is civil society. And of course, there's also the academia, and of course, there's also the local governments, which have also been mentioned today. So for us, it is essential and key to work with civil society, not only in finding solutions for development, but also for establishing a dialogue that encompasses all the needs around, not only in Mexico, but around the world and in the countries where development needs to be tackled. That is probably one of, or the most important thing that I find of value in establishing this kind of associations with the civil society. And one of the most important is probably civil society is into innovation, is finding new models, new mechanisms that can further be developed into public policies. So we must learn from civil society in order to construct and develop stronger public policies.
Finally, Heidi, your organization, Funda, has been very good at the data issue, the forefront of collecting, generating, and sharing data, especially around the evidence of the many initiatives that are taking place here in Mexico. Can you share with us if you have had any breakthrough in terms of getting government to actually use some of the data that you generate? And if so, what was it that brought that breakthrough about?
I'm going to speak in Spanish, so if you want to put your headphones. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Robert. For me, it is also a pleasure to share this panel with all of you. It is a fact that Fundar uses one mechanism which is core to access information, and that is the institutions that are out there in the country, and they have been doing this for more than 10 years. But having access to information, as Gilbert said, it is not because you have mechanisms as part of an institution, the information gets to us in full, on time, and in an accessible way. So the work of organizations like Fundar, besides having access to information, sometimes we have to use strategic litigation activities. We have to reuse that information. We have to cross-reference with other sources, and that evidence, those data, are presented differently from the civil society's point of view to present this to the government. How? By using different dialogues with the multi-stakeholders like the OGP, for example, or through the media. And finally, as a civil society, effectively what we want to do is to share our approach, our own analysis, and our perspective on different elements that are part of the public agenda. And we use the media that we have handy. Sometimes it is a dialogue, it is a collaboration. Maybe sometimes we need to confront the government and be critical, but the ultimate goal is to advocate. And in terms of the platform that Fundar is, and this platform has 180,000 users from more than 125 countries. And what we have learned from this platform, policies are made in a very similar way. The context changes, but we need to understand a different reality, but there are many lessons learned, and the expertise can be shared between civil society organizations all around the globe.
Thank you very much. Before we open it up for a conversation, I want to get some... Oh, Max, of course. By the way, let me tell you something about the Deputy Minister. He's one of the few people I know who have successfully and with impact moved from the civil society side to actually join government at fairly senior levels and have some impact. So maybe you share with us what for you has been the biggest surprise as you joined government, and what have you found extremely useful?
Thank you, Robert. It's a great pleasure to be a part of this panel. Well, really, indeed, I came to the public sector only in February this year. Before that, I never ever expected I'll actually be in the shoes in which I am now. But the circumstances are very, very specific. So maybe some of you know that Ukraine faces quite turbulent times right now. There was a revolution of dignity, so-called, in 2014, where the country overthrew the dictator. Currently, we're also in a state of war, which means that actually we are not only people who come from the private or civil side of the world to the public sector, but actually we're sort of ambassadors which try to change their country. And the decision for me and for many of my colleagues, because there are really like many of us in the government, was to try and to come and to change something. What I have learned, actually, what was quite valuable for me, is that it's much easier to do reforms outside of the government because you are much more flexible in planning them, in actually having a roadmap for them, in developing draft of the laws, regulations, and so on. But if you really want to impact, you have to be inside, because on the inside you can be implemented. As such, we have quite a unique collaboration right now between the civil society and the government, because I don't view myself, and our minister doesn't view himself as sort of like a politician who wants to be in this place for years to come or wants to build a career. And as such, we view our colleagues from the NGOs also not as people from some kind of like another shore and another country, but basically as our key resource in moving and implementing reforms. So once we don't know how to face something or how to tackle a political issue, or when we need resources, I mean legal resources, financial resources, whatever, we really tap the pool of social activists. We try to hire them as volunteers, as advisors, or in any other capacity to join the state service. We ask them to help us in implementing something, for example, such as Transparency International Ukraine actually hosts the electronic procurement system of Ukraine right now, and actually issues quite funny looking documents, which where Transparency International has an order to the public procurement system to do this or that. So this is, I think, a very valuable and very productive cooperation, and I will try my best in order to preserve it for maximum time of possible.
I must say, because it's something I myself have witnessed in Ukraine, this So if the GPSA is all about how governments can work with civil society to solve difficult problems, GPSA is being practiced in Ukraine. I mean, this cooperation you have with Transparency International and also some members of the private sector to solve a difficult problem in Ukraine, which is how do you clean up the procurement system? And it's working. I mean, so that's really fascinating. So thanks a lot to hear from you, Max. I'm just looking at time to make sure that we have time to engage the audience. And what I think we should do is open it up a little bit and then close with a few words from the panel at the end. Is that okay? Yeah? So do you have microphones ready? And you're encouraged not just to ask questions, but make a brief comment if you have some advice to give us about how we can better engage citizens in solving difficult governance issues. So there's a gentleman over there.
Gracias. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. It's interesting to hear you speak about social auditing. I understand this is society overseeing government's action. I come from Querétaro. Mexico uses something called social controllership. It's social control in government programs. It's been successful. It has helped because it's citizens that are having oversight of programs and citizens participating in programs. There's a program called a warm breakfast. The government supplies food and kitchens. Parents cook, and they're the ones that provide oversight. The cost, the kitchen cost is quite expensive, so they make sure that everything is working according to the book. The social control is important as they're the ones that keep tallies on the number of warm breakfasts. For example, 486 arrived. The parents make sure that all 486 breakfasts were delivered, and they participate actively. The purpose is that students can begin the day on warm food. That's the purpose behind a warm breakfast. Social controllership is applied to any program, be it school transportation. A parent can look into the documents, and they can also make sure that the drivers are not under the influence of alcohol or anything. Social controllership has really made deep strides in Mexico. I would like to learn more about social auditing.
Yeah, let's get one or two more. Any other questions or comments?
Okay, uno, dos.
To others, keep it brief so that you can get as many interventions as possible. There's one over there.
Hi there, Panthea Lee of Reboot. I just had a comment on Jonathan Fox's comment around sort of building trust between citizens and governments and finding common ground. Something that we found quite useful in doing that is using ethnographic approaches to really understand humans, where they're coming from, what their motivations are, and then bringing folks together. But I would be curious for Professor Fox's ideas on sort of other mechanisms, different approaches that you've seen that work particularly well for finding that common ground, because as you say, people don't want to be the first one to stick out their neck. So especially when, you know, there's entrenched divides, there's really there's a history of antagonism. What have you found, or in your research, to be particularly effective?
We take one more and then we can, yeah? Any other question, comment? Okay, Jonathan, please go ahead. Oh, there's one more over there, yeah?
Also to follow up on what the last speaker just spoke about, the work that some of us do, and especially when you're talking about social accountability, it's not so easy to get the trust of government, because you are digging into what governments are doing that are not appropriate for the benefit of the ordinary citizen. And so sometimes you'll be compelled to come out and make some pronouncements, make some conclusions about government's actions that are not palatable to the government. So the two things seem to contradict. And I'm still wondering how best you can establish that, build that trust, and still remain faithful, loyal to your mandate of keeping the government on its toes, holding governments accountable. My second comment is to the facilitator. It is actually the people at the grassroots that need the attention of government, because they don't have a voice, and they have several needs. But the GPSA process, going through the process of applying and getting the grant, is so complex that most of the time it's only the city-based NGOs that get funding. Do you agree with me? And if you agree with me, how do you plan to address such issues, such that the ordinary people actually benefit from the work of people doing social accountability? Thank you.
Okay, so let's do this. Maybe we start with Jonathan, but if any other members of the panel have something to share about this question of what are the mechanisms and the mechanics that bring this catalytic relationship between government and citizen voices? Jonathan, you begin.
Trust is both very complicated and very simple. The simple part is that trust has to be earned. And so one of the challenges with some government programs is the assumption that citizens are supposed to take government officials' word for their good intentions. And that's what I'm getting at with the question of first movers. When we're talking about extreme power imbalance, it's really, I think, up to the public sector counterparts to be the ones to make the political investment, to demonstrate that they are going to go beyond just talking the talk to walk the walk, and that they actually are able to deliver on their promises, so that the investment that citizens make is that they're going to have reason to think that it will pay off. On the specific question about what's the relationship between auditoría social, as social accountability is often translated in Spanish, and contraloría social, as the term is often used in Mexico. They're overlapping terms, but the term contraloría social in Mexico is often used to refer specifically to government programs designed to encourage some degree of citizen oversight, whereas the concept of social accountability is a broader umbrella concept that includes a wide range of citizen-led initiatives of oversight as well.
May I also add to the issue of trust? Well, as a government official, you're always going to be criticized. That's the nature of the civil society. It would be strange if it would be otherwise. From my point of view, I found two methods especially effective. First of all, when I find someone on Facebook, on conferences, who really seems to criticize me, and not only from the point of smearing campaign, but with some ideas, I usually offer such a person a position in the government immediately. And I've actually hired no less than 5 people like that. And some of my most vocal critics now actually work in the Ministry of Economy. And it really helps, because very often there is information symmetry, and the criticism comes from the idea that something can be done very simply and very easily, you just don't want to. And of course you also benefit from it, and you gain trust of people because they see that you don't really refuse your critics, but you actually embrace and include them in the agenda. And actually the second issue is that you have to deliver on your promises. And if you don't do, you at least have to communicate very openly why you can do. I can't meet obviously every request and help everyone in need immediately, but when I'm being asked to do something, at least I'm going to give an answer that no, I can't do this because of that, I'm very sorry, or I can do this and here's the result. And of course over time you can build trust like this, and here I completely agree with Robert. Other than earning the trust, there is absolutely no other method.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think in any relationship and engagement with government, what we learn is that we have to understand government, and in that case, build incentives around the problem that that they have, so that they see that you are coming to help them resolve a problem. So I think, yes, Vitas, the issues are there, but when you present the message as a contribution towards resolving a problem, in our case, we have seen it has helped us to, at least to discuss some of the difficult areas. One of the other things is that we have observed is that even within government, there are people who want to make progress, who want to improve things within government. And in fact, before we got to sign our MOU, one of the officials in the Ministry of Health said that as we wait for approvals of these MOUs, we can already start to be doing something to resolve some of the problems that we have.
So we just go out, Daniela, and then next. We have maybe about 6 minutes or so, so just 1 minute and then we begin to close. So thanks, yeah. Sorry about that.
Well, I think into the issue of trust, it's very important to see will from the different actors, not just from the government, but also from civil society. So in that sense, I can share the experience we've had at the Mexican Agency for International Cooperation, where we've established recently technical advisor committees for civil society, for state or local governments. That helps us to establish a dialogue and build trust with those partners. This is just a rehearsal. We've just established them, but they seem to be working. We find a contained space for dialogue and for building that trust. Also in Mexico, the Ministry of Interior has that same established council. That seems to be working well. It's never enough, but it's an advance into that. And then also, as governments participating in initiatives such as GPSA, we are encouraging civil society to participate. And I take into account the comment on saying it could be easier to access those resources. But we also need to control how we, and I'm speaking for the World Bank, they also need to control the way they use the resources we as governments or other partners give. So it's not always easy, but I think this is an example of saying we're all willing to work towards that.
Thank you. El tema de la confianza.
Talking about trust between government and civil society. Yes, it's a bit of a thorny factor, and I have no recipe on how to build trust. However, I do know when there is mistrust. When you have mistrust, you cannot build trust. If a country does not respect free press, if a press isn't open to criticism, if a government in a country is not willing to speak honestly and is willing to listen to criticism and is willing to see political decisions to move in a different direction because of citizenry input, it will be very hard to build trust. Therefore, trust has to be built amidst guaranteeing your fundamental rights so you can create collaboration and a good area for dialogue.
My question to you would be, what about a little too much trust? From the citizens, this is where we started in the project. 80% of the citizens in Moldova surveyed had too much trust that the education sector is actually good, delivering good services. Well, in fact, in international rankings, our results are low and money is being spent inefficiently. This is where we started from, actually. Of course, from the government, we trust them when they deliver on their promises and follow through with their actions. And other part is that to the gentleman, he asked about a social audit. This is how we try to solve this problem of too much trust a little bit in the government. Having citizens actually complete report cards, participating in an independent education budget analysis, and actually seeing that there is space for improvement, there are gaps in the education service, and have them contribute. So that's what we try to do in our work with this GPSA education project, is have communities, students, parents come together to first assess the performance of their schools, and then they actually see where they have to work together and try to solve these problems. And we were surprised to see that school managers who in the past thought that they had everything right in their school and they were very satisfied, now actually we're surprised to see that they have feedback from the community on things they actually have to improve. And I think that's a great starting point. And every school, I think every school makes a difference now in the general national budget dialogue. This is how we do our work.
All right, thank you very much, Victoria. As we move to close, because I think our time is running out, I'm getting notices. Let me do two quick things. One is the gentleman asked this question of the complexity of applying for GPSA funding. It's something we are very aware of, but I think as Daniela says, it's this challenge of maintaining almost some form of process that is not informal, that has some formality, but also our responsibility as the fiduciary holders of these funds that we have been provided, to make sure that we are working with organizations that can deliver, that can audit, and that can submit all the documentation needed to provide assurance. And we are aware of the issue, and if you would like to engage me on a one-to-one, we can see how we can help if you're facing a situation such as that, or anybody else indeed who would like to get some help. Finally, let me make a shout out, what in the United States they call a commercial, for the GPSA knowledge platform, housed by Funda, a very effective way of sharing knowledge and information about social accountability programs and about the GPSA. I have two ladies here, Maureen and Janet, who actually, you want to stand up so that people can see you? So if you want to know more about the GPSA knowledge platform, those are the two ladies you want to talk with. And finally, to thank my colleague, Olive Moore. Olive, you're there, for organizing all this and getting us together. And obviously, finally, the great panel that we have had. So thank you very much, panel. And if you'd like to know more about the GPSA, we are here. I'm here, Olive is here, and a couple of my other colleagues, so feel free to approach us. Okay? So thank you very much.
Authority of Public Procurement.
Yes.
President of the High Authority of Public Procurement, Khalid Al-Arbi. Thank you. Enjoy.
Well, one. Okay. Hello, everyone. Would you please listen to me? If I ask you a question about public procurement, what do you think? That's it, corruption. In fact, public procurement, there is a strong link between public procurement and corruption, as he said, mismanagement, inefficiency. I have been facing the same challenge since starting my career back in 1990. How to design a system that streamlines the procedures. How to improve the access of SMEs to public procurement. How to ensure fair bidding and transparent bidding. And finally, how to provide information, real information about public procurement to all stakeholders. Over the last decades, public procurement was considered an obstacle to economic and social development, and also a generator of social inequality. So, in fact, public procurement is a key economic activity of the government. It represents around 15% over the world. So let me share you how we met our challenge public procurement in Tunisia. My country has a pioneer in the setting IT network, and we have designed and provided many IT application network in the administration in-house application. So I was quite sure that the IT will be the solution for all my challenges. And as a famous general of Carthage said once, we shall either find a way or we make one. And that's what we did. Back in 2008, I received an email from a Tunisian student in Korea sharing with me his internship. By the way, I never met these guys. His experience in the Korean Public Procurement Service inspired me. As a result, I contacted the Korean Authority of Public Procurement in order to collaborate with our counterpart and set a kind of cooperation. From that chance email, the idea of TUNEPS was born. Things began move quickly. In 2008, an MOU was signed with the Public Procurement Service in Korea in order to set cooperation between Tunisia and Korea in public procurement. And the feasibility study in 2008 was conducted. Several rounds of negotiation are held in 2010 for the implementation of the system. And 2011, the Tunisian revolution took place. The demand of change were huge. The need of reform was immediate. The demonstrator in the street aligned with our work group vision, increase transparency, address inequality. We were highly motivated, and our staff worked day and night throughout the revolution, including the curfew of January 2011. To be honest, we were highly motivated, and the founding agreement was signed even before the first election of October 2011. And when we signed this founding, we start the exploitation of TUNEPS, and the first version of TUNEPS were finally delivered in 2013, followed by a new regulation of public procurement in 2014, which lays the legal foundation of public procurement. So let me share you a bit more about the system itself. Importantly, primary TUNEPS was targeted toward supplier and public purchaser. But importantly, TUNEPs provide real access for SMEs to public procurement. Through the system, over than 100 public bidder for 24 public administration were published, and 44 contract was signed, and we were able to sign the first contract, electronic contract in Tunisia in October 2014. We are also proud to say that TUNEPs is not just a platform that enables the contact between supplier and public bidder. TUNEPs provides a real-time information about public funds, how are being used. This real information is provided to civil society, to the media, and to the private sector. But as any major project of reform, we have to resist to the change and to address all the challenges. That's why we have set up a large communication program with civil society, with the media, in order to cope with this resistance of change. We have set up many workshops, many conferences in order to cope with this challenge. But establishing TUNEPs was not easy for us. Don't forget that this platform was delivered in a backdrop of revolution and major change. So it take us time to successfully address all this challenge. And we are proud today to offer one solution that meets with the golden rule of public procurement: increase transparency, enhance competitiveness, and grant the equal right to all bidders. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Khalid. So we're going to go on with the next session, with the next panel, which is open contracting. So please go ahead.
So the summit is nearly done, but we have saved the best session until last. This is on open contracting. My name's Gavin Heyman. I'm the Executive Director of the Open Contracting Partnership. We are a silo-busting collaboration of businesses, civil society, and companies working to open up government deal-making worldwide through disclosure, through data, and through engagement. And we're going to be exploring how open contracting works, what it is, what are the impacts, and what are the challenges in the sessions, and why it matters for sustainable development. So public contracting is, over $9.5 trillion is spent every year on delivering vital services to citizens. We want that open, out in the public domain, and delivering great results. We have an exciting and electrifying panel with me today. Before we begin, though, I want to ask you, the audience, a question. We're all about engagement and feedback at the Open Contracting Partnership. So first of all, who is here from civil society? Put your hand up. Okay, fantastic. Who is here from government? Okay, excellent, very good. Who is here from companies? Okay, right, thank you. And so the crucial question, who thinks that open contracting is absolutely central to open government? Put your hand up if you believe that. Okay, now we're going to have this session and then vote at the end and see what people think. So first of all, I'm going to turn to you, if I may, Robert. This is Robert Hunja, Director of Public Integrity and Openness at the bank. Robert, contracts are kind of boring, aren't they? So what is open contracting, and why does it matter to open up public contracts?
Yes. Hello. Good. Even Lindsay is paying attention now. Yes. I think it's a myth that contracts are boring, and I think it's one of the myths that open contracting should aim to bust. Because I know why contracts aren't boring. Because citizens care a lot about how contracts are awarded. And you know that because when something goes wrong with not just how contracts are awarded, but how contracts are implemented and managed, and therefore they don't get the right results, citizens pay attention. In this part of the world where we are now, citizens are out in the streets. Actually, citizens are ahead of organizations such as mine in going out to demand accountability from government. A lot of it comes from mistrust about how contracts are awarded and about how contracts are managed and about how they're implemented. So this idea that contracts are boring is actually not right. I think it's a myth that we should aim to explode. The evidence that contracts and contract awards is not boring is because citizens care very much, and when things go wrong, they'll let government know that they don't like what is going wrong. Thank you.
And how can open contracting, what is it, Robert, and how can it help?
So I think there's two things open contracting can do to help. One is to demystify the mythology around contracts and contracting, to make the language simple, and to make the nexus between how contracts are awarded and delivery of services to citizens, so that citizens can understand that it's not something that bureaucrats do in the back rooms, it's something that really affects their lives. So that, I think, is one way that open contracting can help, by making open, by not just opening up contracting information, but making it easy to understand, and making it easy to make the connections between contracting and service delivery. The other side is working with the private sector to actually get the private sector to engage, because the more open and transparent contracting processes are, the more predictable the results are for business, the more opportunities exist for businesses to make more money. So I think also open contracting can help on working on that side of the ledger, which is working with businesses, private companies, business associations, so that they also become advocates for open contracting.
Thank you very much, Robert. If I may, I'd now like to turn to His Excellency Maxim Nefedov, who's the Deputy Minister of Industry and Economy in Ukraine. Maxim, when I was in Ukraine talking to you, you said that open contracting was central to rebuilding trust both with the business sector and with civil society after the Maidan. Please tell us more and tell us how you're going about implementing open contracting and what the results are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gavin. Well, essentially, when I came to the government in February this year, public procurement in Ukraine just meant corruption. When I was attending a business conference with European Business Association, that's one of the largest business associations in the country, there were around 150 members present, companies like Coca-Cola, Nestle, Procter & Gamble, and so on. And I asked them, who of you actually engages in public procurement, who of you sells to the state? And there was not a single hand raised, which means that there is colossal distrust between the private sector and the government. Because the government has long spoiled, all the trust that was, and the businesses, they just don't want to take the risks and the effort in order to participate in public procurement tenders. This means that for us, building trust is just the core of our reform. We've built an innovative open source electronic procurement system. It shows very, very promising results, but without actually business that participates in it, all our efforts are in vain. And the only way we can restore trust in the system is to make it absolutely transparent, and we have a core idea behind it that absolutely no data in the system can be hidden or confidential or not easily accessible. In such a way, we've developed our electronic procurement system called Prozoro, immediately having all the guiding principles and open data standards of open contracting partnership in hand. And first of all, I mean, the trust and the support of the standards from an established worldwide collaboration, and of course the possibility to see all the results as they are ongoing is very essential. I mean, I am now facing businesses that tell me something like, we are the leader in this product category, for example, like in napkins or in sanitary ware, whatever. And this is the first ever time we've been able to sell something to the government. And even if they lose the tender, they tell, okay, I understand, my competitors, they gave a better offer, I'll probably do my best next time. So this is extremely important. If the business doesn't see that the contracts are awarded in a transparent way, if they don't see why, if they lost actually, why the winner's offer was better, they will never ever participate in the tenders again. That's why I once again want to iterate that for me the principles of open contractive partnership are not just some kind of high ideals that we want to strive to for the sake of just general transparency, but that is a very effective and practical tool to save taxpayers' money for the budget. And when I mentioned promising results, currently our system, which has been operating since February, it shows savings of around 13% of budgeted price, which in my view is quite a good reward for making it transparent.
Thank you very much, Max. Thank you, that's fantastic. So we are here in Mexico with our gracious host, the Mexican government. Mexico has many open contracting ambitions, and indeed it's also wonderful the city of Mexico is potentially implementing open contracting to deliver great results for the citizens on the ground. I'd like to turn to Eduardo Borges. He's the boss of Transparency Mexicana. He's also a leading thinker on public procurement reform around the world. Eduardo, what's Mexico's ambitions in this area, and how do we make sure that delivers great results on the ground for citizens?
Thank you, Gavin, and good afternoon to everyone. I have the very complex duty of representing a lot of people that has been working on this issue, some of them in government. You were talking about Mexico City's mayor's office. He was yesterday here. The president launched the initiative for making the new airport for Mexico under the open contracting logic, both in the standard and the open data side. And Gavin is aware of other governors in other states that are pushing very hard to join this family of innovative leaders that want to bring open contracting. And we also have a federal authority, a national authority, which is the National Access to Information Institute, which is also, yesterday they committed publicly to start working on open contracting for each one of their own procurement processes as an entity. So it's a big challenge to represent all the possibilities, but I think Mexico is focusing on 3 issues, and maybe that's the important thing for the global conversation. One is that we understood that there was an international standard already there, and we needed to use it as a reference. So instead of creating our own path, we understood that the global standard was there, that OCP is already there, that the World Bank has been working on these issues for quite a long now, and we understood that that standard was our main reference for start doing the other 2 things. One is creating the national legislation on these issues, and I'm very happy to say that by May 2016, by law, all contracts nationally, not only federally, will have to, at least in a certain extent, comply with this global standard, because we are putting this in the national legislation. And the third issue, which is probably the most complex, is how to have a decent amount of competition among actors. So in order to answer to your question, Gavin, I think competition is crucial in these issues. If there's only one entity that is pushing forward and is leading the way in terms of open contracting, you wouldn't have the beautiful tension, creative tension of a lot of people trying to work sometimes in coordination, sometimes competing among each other, in a plural, politically plural and diverse way, because some of them, for instance, the state of Nuevo León, I'm looking to Dinora because she's from there. She's based in New York, but she's originally from Nuevo León, Mexico. Well, in the case of Nuevo León, you have an independent candidate, the first one in the history of Mexico, looking for open contracting. In the case of Mexico City, you have a center-left party ruling the city, working in this issue, the federal government, which is a center-left party. You start to see a lot of competition, and innovation normally comes from that. We're going to see a lot of failure. That's normal. We were talking, Robert, a few minutes ago about the airport. It's a big challenge. This is the 5th largest infrastructure project in the world. So it's not a mini project. You know, the pilot project is huge. But if we have the right scheme for collaborating and competing, I'm pretty sure that we're going to have innovation. We're going to be able to contribute to the global conversation on these issues and also get benefited from the coalitions that are already in place. So this is a two-way dialogue with the world, and at the same time, a competitive and collaborative scheme for governments in Mexico.
Fantastic. And of course, the crucial thing is to not only get the data out there, but let's get it used to make a real difference. And if I may, I'd like to turn to Denora Cantu, who is from the GovLab. Denora, actually using contracting information is pretty hard, right? What is working? How difficult is it? How do we make it more successful and more people use this information?
Yeah. Thank you, Gavin, for your question. Hello, everyone. And yes, I think that what's making it hard is that we are just learning what it takes to do the second step. So the first step was pushing for the data to be released, and now what's the second step? It's creating these spaces for collaboration from governments with civil society, with the people that want to use that data, and then talk about, okay, how can we release it in a more usable way? And by usability, I would like to highlight 2 aspects, and they both speak about quality. Because usually when information is now released, we have quality questions around it. And one of them are incomplete information. And information can be incomplete in the technical way and also in the content aspect. So when I say, okay, how can information be incomplete in the technical way, it usually lacks metadata. Why is that important? Because metadata can be used to then, for example, identify trends. So what's metadata? Things that allow you to tag, to add categories to the contracts, so that then you can group them, and then you can analyze a trend, as I was saying, but also on the content. And in the content, I mean not only missing information, but also how to, for example, link it. So contracts have amendments, but how do you link the amendment of a contract to the contract? And that is important because we want to move from citizens being able to review the contracts, but also to citizens being able to reuse the data that's being released, and then make their own research and make their own analysis. So I think that's what now the biggest challenge, and we're all learning from these kind of experiments.
Thank you. And I think you've also been studying the impacts of opening up contracting information, and there's some superb case studies out for open peer review. Tell us about those that relate to public contracting and what the impacts you've found so far have been.
Yeah, and I love talking about impacts because it makes us remember why are we here. And I want to start by everyone keeping in mind that when we talk about contracts, we are talking about roads, we're talking about schools, we're talking about clinics. And then having that in mind, one great example of a big push for release happened in Slovakia in 2011. And I was talking to Eduardo during lunch, and he's like, no, I love that case study. It's so beautiful because it's transparency. It's the move of transparency by demand to transparency by default. So they reformed the law, and now a contract to be valid, it needs to be public. If it's not public, that contract is not valid. And that had the result of now more than 2 million contracts being open. I have to disagree. I think contracts are boring, but even though they are boring, now the online portal receives 54,000 visits per month, and it's constantly increasing, which I think it's impressive. This change has also resulted in bidders doubling the number of average bidders. And also it has resulted in an increase of 25% of reporting in the media of procurement. So I think Slovakia is one of the greatest examples of how this big push it's creating and it's changing what I said and how I started with the quality of life of their citizens by creating better infrastructure, better system of education, better clinics, more health. So I think I will say that.
Fantastic, and I was really struck also that they saw a measurable increase in companies bidding for public contracts, you know, sort of stepped up almost doubled as far as I understand. And then I love the story about the expenses on cognac getting uncovered and dealt with and the contract being cancelled. But also, as well as using the data and everything else, it's crucial to engage citizens. And I'd like to turn to you, Semba Nyagi. Semba, you are an activist in Nigeria, which is, you know, a tough place to work on this kind of stuff. Tell us how you're kind of using creative strategies to engage people around contracts, which may or may not be boring, but are definitely vital. And you know, what's working for you?
Thanks very much. I think that we have, over the years, we've been doing this for a while, and I think that we just keep trying to develop different means of engagement at different levels. I think one of the things that we had to recognize is that different people will engage differently with the data or with the contracting process, but bringing it closely home to them is one of the things that, you know, so that it starts to care about it and probably take it further than we even have. And so some of the ways in which we engage them is by, you know, featuring on very popular radio programs. And, you know, we talk about it from the aspect of service delivery. This actually determines the quality. It could determine the quality of the service you're going to get. So, you know, we bring it home to primary health care, to education, you know, and we use examples. But the other thing that we're doing is that, you know, and it's a live, you know, magazine radio program, so people can talk about it, call in, and even say, you know, this road or this school, you know, that kind of thing. They can be a part of that process. But another thing that we do is that we also, you know, if we follow the process till the end and the school is built, because sometimes you get, the results are there, right? But to know, is it being used? So we go to the communities and find out what's happening with that, and we bring the public institutions together with the people in that community and say, you built this Almajiri school, it was for, you know, to bring education to these people, but this school is finished, but it's locked. So what's happening with it? And in that way, we start to, you know, just open up the space for engagement. And sometimes, some of the things we do with some of our partners, like budget, is to you know, go to the communities. We have scrapped through the budgets. We know what projects are supposed to be there, and get them to write to their legislators. And if they write, we deliver for them, you know, and then we start to mention those things on the radio. So the legislators are calling in, or we are calling them on the radio, and they start to defend themselves to say, this is where it is. We know it's not the function of the National Assembly, that's Parliament, to deliver projects, but they are in charge of that. They oversee their constituencies. And so by getting them to speak, they are also following up on the projects, which is what they are supposed to do, which is what they were elected into Parliament to do. So it's also broadening citizens' engagement. More and more, you see people asking for the data themselves. When we get data and we put it out on spreadsheets, we share with them, and people, you know, on their own could do different things with it, which is wonderful. So I think there are different things that we're trying to use to engage, but it's also recognizing there are people who we train. Nigeria has something called the National Youth Service Corps, and it's a one-year compulsory service that everyone who finishes from tertiary institutions needs to undertake. It's like 1 year of service to your country. So this is so we engage with them, and they start to monitor projects, especially, you know, health and education projects, and reports on it. And this has different, for us, it has different objectives, and one of it is to also deepen public finance literacy of people who are just going into the job market, you know, so that they start to be conscious of these things, and probably also affect their own practices wherever it is they find themselves, whether in the public sector or in the private sector or in NGOs like me, you know, just, you know, make them much more aware about this, and just deepening the space for people to participate in governance, pretty much, yeah.
Fantastic, and of course there's a new government. Very quickly, what are your ambitions for the new government? Hopefully joining OGP and crafting an OGP action plan. What are your ambitions for open contracting?
Well, some of the things we're doing, and I'm part of, so I'm an open government fellow with Code for Africa and Open Knowledge. And one of the things that we've been doing is pushing for the adoption of the open contracting data standards. And this is important for us. And we think it's a necessary next step, actually. I don't think there's any place else to go. So like many countries across Africa and the world, we have a Public Procurement Act that is based on, the one by UNCITRAL. But it's not enough to have the law, of course. People need to engage with it. But even when you start providing information, we also have a Freedom of Information Act. And we get lots of the procurement data we want based on requests for information. We also have some that is being put on websites and stuff like that. But what we've noticed is that it's usually put in different formats. Everyone is putting out data in different formats, even when it's the same set of data. When it's in the budget unit, it's in a different, the labels used are different from when it's in the procurement unit. So you can't even link procurement plans to the budget that comes out sometimes. And I think and because of how complex some procurement processes are, they also cut across public institutions. So even within that sphere, sometimes they're giving you different, someone is telling you, we are building 100 schools. And the other person is saying for those same number of schools, the implementing agency may be telling you, no, it's not 100, it's 93. And it comes down to how they present their data and the fact that they are unable to put in the same way. So we are really pushing for the adoption of these standards. We're trying to pilot them so that they see the need for it. And we've had a number of meetings with them. And we're hoping that, very soon they would adopt these standards. Yeah.
Fingers crossed, come on Nigeria. And I guess you're saying that shift that Denora was talking about from transparency by demand to transparency and open contracting by default, which is really impressive. So lastly, let us turn to the role of big business. And they don't come much bigger than Oracle Corporation, which is a vast multi-billion-dollar multinational software company. So I'm delighted to have Eduardo Briones with us here. Eduardo, Oracle's in the process or in the business of selling software solutions to government. So where does kind of open data and open contracting fit in that model?
Primero que nada, gracias por la invitación.
First of all, thank you for the invitation, Kevin. As you will know, Oracle is a company that is present in more than 145 countries with more than 25,000 business partners around the globe, and that actively participates by offering transformation solutions to your business in all of the countries that we're present in. And one solution is to manage public finance. We know that beyond technological solutions, we must have a clear understanding of the impact that we will give. How can we collaborate? How can we make more efficient the countries that use our software solutions? In this case, and in the area of open contracting, we should be able to show how is it that our solution builds an interface with different topics and make a difference in the way to be more efficient as a government. We have solutions that address the needs of contracts and the different processes that are described in the specific contract. And this is where open contracting allows us to harmonize a technological solution with the needs of governments, the needs of companies, the needs of businesses, and to speak the same language within our own industry with our business partners and public procurement. And additional to that, it is worthwhile saying that companies are in a second wave of software technology for these purposes as well. And it is important to highlight that in this second wave of procuring this type of technology, international technology companies know that it is critical in how to invest in R&D by having an open platform that would help us to find solutions to the needs through research and development activities.
Thank you very much indeed. So our panelists have been super snappy, and let's give them all a round of applause. Now I'd like to turn to you all to ask some questions. Please be bold. I'm going to take questions in clutches of 3. This is your show, so ask the difficult ones you've always wanted to. So please, let's go here first of all. Thank you, sir.
Hello, George Lebrecht from Open Data Kosovo, based in Pristina, Kosovo. What have you observed as, at the citizen level, the interest in open contracting? Is it solely based on visibility, or are there any other motivational interests, like seeking out opportunity for jobs and whatnot?
Great. We'll take 2 more questions, and then we'll answer them. More questions. Audience, come on, be brave. If not, I might pick on people in the audience.
Gracias, Alejandra Rascón. Una pregunta.
Thank you. My name is Alexandra. Contracts contain a lot of private data. And they might also include trade secrets and proposals. It's public by default, yes, but where do you draw the line? And how do you take care of the data?
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Oh, he's talking to you in English.
Can I have access to the documents that conform the contract? For instance, the way the table which shows the many bits, and they are compared there in that table. And do anybody has access to that, and to the documents that were taken in account to form the table? I don't. That's one question. Another, and I want to tell you something. The basis, las bases del contrato deben de ser.
Okay, he's switching to Spanish. The contract bases have to be the most simple as possible. And I'm not talking about the technicalities, because the technicalities should be as complicated as the project calls for that. Yet, what's customary is to write out complicated bases, so some companies fail in complying with the invitation to bid, and there are many tricks that are used. So then I guess my question would be, well, I don't know if my first question was sort of understood in English, so we'll repeat this again through the translation. Can we actually have an access to the comparative chart where you see proposals, bids, amounts, and characteristics? And can one have an access to the documents that you were used to draw that table? Because that's an area of cheating.
Okay, thank you. So regarding the first question about how people actually use the data, we don't have the wealth of knowledge here because our system was operating only for around 8 months. But from the statistics that we see that Of course, the main users of this information are people who look at government spending, so everyone from investigative journalists to members of parliament to everyone who wants to get raw access to what is being acquired and why. There is also a second big group of users, that's the business. People that actually want to see everything ranging from opportunities to alternative bids that won to potential opportunities for business. Again, like for example, making a data search in the specific for the specific product and looking at average prices at which government entities acquire it. And regarding the next two questions, they are, in my view, well connected. So we chose the path when absolutely no data can be confidential. That's your choice as a private business to trade with the government. And if you do, you don't have the right to take some parts of the contract, to take the quality characteristics of your products and to mark them confidential. In last year, we've seen examples which go that far as the different grades of coal being announced confidential, and then the tender committee suddenly choosing an offer that is twice the price of the alternative offer based on some unknown, it's hard to believe, like confidential characteristics of coal, like for heating. And obviously, we do believe that maybe in some complex tenders or in very high-tech industries, there might be instances where businesses would prefer not to participate in public procurement because of this, but we definitely think that, like, given the pros and cons of this solution, we would opt for making absolutely all the information transparent and publicly used. And this gives an answer to your question. Actually, yes, we do give access to both comparison tables and the raw bids that were submitted. We give access to the decisions made by the tender committees who voted for and against and so on, and this information can't be hidden. We strongly believe that this is the only path which enables and motivates tender committees to make honest decisions, and we also think that this is the only way how actually we can monitor the process.
Thank you. I'll ask to Nora and Semba maybe to talk about the citizen engagement. What are you seeing? Sorry, we're sharing this microphone. Oh, you got one. Good. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah. So for me, the incentives for participation for people to log in and to want to use and make an analysis of the data depend on how you design the strategy to release that information and the ecosystem you create regarding that release. So for example, it's not enough that contracts are accessible and user-friendly. You also need to create a system that actually causes effective monitoring. And with effective monitoring, I mean overview, reporting, but for me the key element is establishing a feedback loop. I think that citizens participate when they believe that their participation is going to have an impact. If you create and design a system that reflects and lets them know that whatever they're reporting, you are taking into consideration, and it's actually making, and they are helping improve their community and improve their infrastructure and improve anything that it's related to that contract, then the question of participation becomes not that relevant in the sense that you are fostering participation by design. So I think if you create that feedback loop, if you let them know that their participation matters, you will see a drastic overturn into their participation.
Semba, any thoughts as well?
I think very much along your lines. I think it's important for people to know that their contributions matter, And when they can see that it's actually having it's making a difference, I think the times when we've had the opportunity to bring together, the press, to bring together public institutions and the community for a project, you would see, I think it changes the way they think about what you're doing and what you're asking them to do. And on their own, they also want to get deeper into it. But I think that's crucial, and that's why we would also go as far as, for people who decide to start to monitor projects, we'll go as far as supporting them to get information. If it means helping them with some public interest litigation, we will do it to help them get the information. That way they know they are not standing alone. They know that it matters to get the information. And when they see something change, there are some contracts that have been reviewed. There are things that have happened as a result of, monitoring a contract. Then they start to trust that, they can also have a say in what kinds of public services they get. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Semba. Let's turn over this side to Eduardo and Robert, the thorny issue of both commercial confidentiality and joining up data, and joining up all the contracting documents that was asking about. Thanks.
Thank you, Gavin. I think we have to be very clear with the audience right now that we're not talking of opening contracts, but of opening contracting. And that means something very different. There has been for a long time a discussion about how to open a contract. And I think everyone in the panel has addressed that issue wonderfully. Here we're talking about something else, and it has to be very clear for everyone. We have to move from the logic of the contract to the logic of the contracting system. That means that we have to go first to the planning part of the procurement process, then to the budgetary conditions, to the budget that is associated with the planning. Then you move to the procurement process, and the contract is just one tiny part of the procurement process. It's the last part of the procurement process. Then you move to the execution of the contract. It could be a public work, or it could be a service that the government requires. And finally, you can assess the impact of what you have done with that contract in reality. Robert's point about, or your point about schools, no? The very end of the chain. But if we only keep talking about the contract itself, we're going to miss the beauty of open contracting, which is connecting all these information systems using open data in a transversal way, so we can actually make sense not of the contract, but of the system of procurement in a country. And this is crucial for issues like the SDGs. If we don't connect the whole process of planning, budgeting, procuring, executing contracts, assessing the impact, we're not going to be closer to those goals. That's very important. Now, the other issue is that when you start digging into a contract, that's the other part of opening contracts that I find fascinating, which is the open contracting data standard. And this is abstract. It took me a lot of time to understand it. Is that each one of the documents, not only the contract, each one of the documents associated with the whole cycle has to be disaggregated in units, which are basically data, and then you can play with the whole system. Now, the potential for having an app for a community to see if there is a contract that is going to affect their lives comes from the open data side of it. But the logic of our panel here is to understand that we're talking about a system of contracting. And I think that's crucial for, to make sense in the following years about this issue. Otherwise, we'll remain talking about contracts and openness of contracts. And sorry, English is not my native language, but I think there is a very important semantic distinction here.
You are so right. The magic is in connecting everything together. Over to you, Robert.
Excellent. No, first of all, the more I hang around Eduardo, the more I think he should be a professor, because you got that point entirely right. Thank you very much. I actually wanted to get to the question from the gentleman from Kosovo, and I will not answer directly the question you asked, but I'll use your question to say something about how we talk about this work. And because many of us come from the public sector, we look at the whole contracting business as very much a process-oriented thing that ends up in some result, yeah? But we don't talk about actually other positive impacts. For example, just to give you one, you talked about jobs. one of the things we do not talk about is that good contracting, good open contracting, leads to governments and entities getting more products and therefore buying more products from the private sector, and that creates jobs. We don't talk about that. We've just done some very interesting work in the Middle East and North Africa region with small and medium enterprises. Give them the capacity and the ability to better access government contracts. And the impact has been quite dramatic in terms of their own growth and their own development and ability to create jobs. This is something we do not talk about when we talk about contracting. So I just want to encourage us in this community that as we talk about accountability and transparency and all those other good things, we talk about also the other positive impacts.
It's probably worth answering the question on commercial confidentiality, and it's often used as a block on publishing contracting information across the cycle. I think we'd all say, and nod your heads if you agree, it's overblown. I mean, I read a great stat from the Australian Ministry of Defence, so the bit of government that's likely to be most secret, something like only 2% of contracts that are redacted within the Ministry of Defence. So that gives you some idea that really there isn't that much information that should be secret, and there are some national security issues there, of course. So listen, we're coming to the end of our session. Are there any burning questions still left in the panel? There is. There's a gentleman there with a burning question. We're going to answer it very fast. So, two burning questions. Let's do them quickly. Okay, fire away. Quick, last round. We can only take two, I think, so let's do that one there and that one. So.
Thank you. I'm Hugo Diaz Garcia, and I'd like to make a question considering we are living in a greater globalization and interrelation between countries and governments, and between the government, the private sector, and the social society, civic society. What would be the best strategy to promote a greater involvement for small and medium enterprises in the public procurement?
Thank you. I think we're almost out of time, so the other questions we can just maybe answer sort of once we finish the panel. Max, back to you. I think you should get the final word in that one. That's what ProZorro is partly about.
Well, actually, our answer to this is very simple. We try to decrease barriers to business participation as much as possible. So once you have, for example, to provide your information in a paper format, obviously this is a heavy toll for especially for a small business. You have to spend at least several hours of your accountant's time. You have to collect all the documents that confirm your eligibility and so on and so on. This greatly decreases the chances of and desire of small businesses to participate in public procurement. Once you have the system where it's very easy, very fast, and basically free to provide your offer, then it greatly increases motivation to participate. Like our design in Ukraine is to have a system where anyone can sell to the government sitting really on their couch with their laptop.
I think GovLab's Slovak case study shows that. By opening up the contracting process, they doubled the number of bidders. So we are out of time, but I want to go back because we are about feedback at the Open Contracting Partnership and making sure things get fixed. Who now thinks, having listened to this esteemed panel, that actually open contracting is an essential part of open government? Raise your hands, please. Fantastic. Thank you all. Round of applause to the panelists.
The data revolution must be open. I'm Professor Sanjeev Kagram. I'm the coordinator of the International Open Data Charter and the Global Partnership on Sustainable Development Data. Want to welcome you all. I know it's been a long and amazing Open Government Partnership Summit. We want to thank our hosts, the government of Mexico, again, for all they've done. We have an amazing panel and many things to share today. But I guess from a personal perspective, I want to share that today and this afternoon is really a historic moment for open government and open data, and our goal and our collective sort of commitment to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. As you all know, just a month ago, 193 governments of the United Nations adopted the 2030 Agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals, a bold and audacious set of 17 goals to take our planet forward to 2030. Here at the Open Government Partnership, we're committed to ensuring that open government, open societies, open economies help us achieve those Sustainable Development Goals. At the core of that is the data revolution, and at the core of the data revolution is open data. And today we're excited, honored, what other adjective could I provide, to launch the International Open Data Charter. I have to say that there have been hundreds and thousands of people working all over the world to make this historic charter possible. We're excited today to have a fantastic group of panelists, not only to speak about the charter, but more generally about the essential role of open data in driving the data revolution and achieving sustainable development, of having open government and open societies. So without further ado, we want to start with a video from Tim Berners-Lee. As many of you know, Tim is one of the founders, if not the founder, of the internet, and he's deeply committed to open data, and he wanted to share these messages with all of us.
Well, thank you all for coming to and participating in this Open Government Partnership meeting. I'd like to thank you for putting the energy that you have into something which is a personal passion of mine as well, something which I think is very important for the world as we aim for the new UN global goals. Then I think that one of the many things that we will take to get there, but open data in fact will be a powerful tool to get there in a few ways. There are many things, of course, which come from open data. One of them is accountability, which the world needs often in so many ways. One of the things which we get from it is through the openness of data, the fact that people can validate that data means that we end up with a higher quality of data, which of course is always hard work. And to a certain extent, crowdsourcing that hard work can be valuable. One of the things which we get from it is that when you have citizens being able to look at the data, then they can get involved looking at the data, and hence also then be empowered to have a voice and to take more action when it comes to policy, helping collaborate with the government as citizens should in drafting policy and legislation. So, of course, also there is the massive economic benefit, just the difference, the lubrication that gives to an economy when there is open data, the difference between being in a city where you can take out your smartphone and it will tell you how to get from here to there by public transport, or the city where it says, I'm sorry, we don't have the open data available, we don't know the schedules, we don't know where the buses and trains run in the city. Huge difference in just how easy it is to run lots of different types of data which make it make your city a better place to run a business and a better place to live. So there's lots of payoffs of open data, all the work that you're putting into to make it happen, work in all those different ways. That International Open Data Charter is also, I think, a very valuable part of that. It's valuable at two levels. It's valuable at the principles level, to put out there the principles about why, what's important about open data and why so. so that, in a way, at a more abstract and philosophical level, to put a stake in the ground about what's important. But then also it's important at the practical level, and it's there to a certain extent to help people understand how to do it, how to get on and help people who are facing many of the different obstacles you necessarily come across in putting open data out there in a good format, in an effective way. The Open Data Charter will be partly help you to do that. So principles as well as practice. So congratulations, of course, to all of those who have adopted the Open Data Charter already. Encouragement to those who have not yet. Thanks to all who've been involved in this open data movement and in this open data partnership, particularly, and in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay. Our first speaker on the panelist is Martin Tisney, Director of Policy from the Minería Network. Many of you know him as a champion of transparency, of open government, certainly one of the great leaders of the Open Government Partnership. And we all know for the many years that he's been working on open data. Martin, can you share with us your views, both personal but also from your organization's perspective, of why the International Open Data Charter is so important and what it can do for us in moving forward open government and sustainable development?
Thanks a lot, Sanjeev. Look, I'm extremely excited to be here with you this evening. We have come such a long way in 5 short years. When we first started Open Government Partnership in 2010, the few of us, the dozen people at the very beginning helping start it, I don't think there was a single one of us who would have thought that the majority of commitments, even the early stages, would come from open data, and these would be open data related commitments. I have, in the 15 years I've worked in transparency and accountability, I have never seen a sector grow as fast as the open data sector. From the Power of Information Review in the UK in 2007, to our open data study looking at the US and UK examples in 2010, to hundreds upon hundreds of cases up until 2015. I remember talking with José Alonso in 2011, and José was saying, there's so much happening in this field, people don't know where to turn. And you were giving an example of a local government in Spain, and you were saying, you know, they want to do something, they don't know, they're Googling, they're Googling open government data, and they need help. And I think that is really part of the incentive, and that was the origin, the very germ of the idea of the Open Data Charter. So I think we want the Open Data Charter, and we're excited about it because it pegs the level of ambition for what it means. It pegs what open data is and what it's not. I think, as Tim said very rightly, it's about 3 things. It's about openness for accountability and holding power holders to account. But it's also about openness for innovation, because many eyes and different eyes crowdsourcing ideas through openness will get us to, frankly, better achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And then the last one, which is really key, it's about openness so we can open up the information coming from the beneficiaries of those goals themselves, which is absolutely crucial, I think. So we need the Charter to peg the level of ambition for what open data is and what it's not. And frankly, this crowd here, what are we? 500 in the room, hopefully 3,700 in the whole building. We are the converted. The world remains closed. At this point in time, it's extremely important for us to be able to make those arguments and make those arguments persuasively. So that's one quick point. The second one is we have political momentum, and we need to capitalize on that political momentum. Very few of our open data achievements, though it's changing, are actually based in legislation at this point in time. Now, one can argue whether they should be or shouldn't be based in legislation, but the more we can do to solidify the foundations of our movement, the better place we will be for open data in 2020, 2025, and 2030. I think that's hugely important. And then just a couple of quick things to finish. I think, paradoxically, bringing us together as a movement, as our Open Data Charter, also enables us to work better with others. For us to be able to say, this is who we are, these are the 6 principles that represent us, take principle 4 on comparability and interoperability of data. That really enables us to have a conversation with the community working on climate, the community working on anti-corruption at the G20, the community working on sustainable development goals. This is how we will be able to help with our open tools all of those other communities. And I think, just my last point, what Open Government Partnership has been able to do so successfully over the past 4, soon to be 5 years, is to bring the movement of open government together. And we can see it, it's an amazing example of this in this room today. What the Open Data Charter seeks to do, and I'm very much sure will do over the next few years, is to really be able to bring open data as a global norm. And this is our moment to bring the movement together. One little vignette. I think one of the greatest successes of the human rights movement over the past 50 years has been to build a norm of human rights. Even if you do not respect human rights, you couch it in the language of rights. This is what we need for openness. The default needs to be open. Anyone who isn't open, it doesn't mean that everything needs to be open all the time, but it means that the default is open. If it isn't open, you need to justify why. There are many good reasons why it shouldn't be. Privacy, business interests in certain cases, but the default should be open, and this is what we stand for. That's our first principle. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin. I want to pass it over to Francis Maud, the Minister of Trade and Investment from the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom has been a true leader of open data for several years, more than a decade really. The GA Charter was led by the United Kingdom. What lessons have we learned from the GA Charter and from the experience of the UK domestically and internationally in promoting open data that we could take forward to make sure that the International Open Data Charter is really successful? It's implemented, it's activated, and does the types of empowerment and innovation we hope that it does.
Well, look, thank you for what you said. I mean, we've been proud to be a world leader, but we know that other countries are catching up fast, that there's a very healthy competition about this. No country really wants to be left behind on this. And I just take Martin's point. This needs to be the default setting. I mean, we need to work on the basis. The presumption is that data held by governments should be open unless there's a compelling case for it not to be. And we're not there yet. We're not there yet, but we're moving in that direction. So it is 4 years since we formally launched the Open Government Partnership. It's 2 years, a bit more than 2 years since we launched the G8 Open Data Charter. And this is the next sensible step. And I think the point I'd make is that none of this is an overnight revolution. This is incremental, it's taking it forward, it's a journey. Every country, every government that's involved in open data is starting from a different place. Every government is going down this path for a different combination of reasons. There are different motivations, and that's fine too. No country is starting from the same place on this. And whether it's a desire to have every weapon at your disposal to fight corruption, or whether it's because you're moving through a public services reform program where empowering citizens with real-time information enables them to exert control and exercise choice more effectively, or whatever the reason, whether you simply want more open data to be there as a raw material for this fast-growing, this huge burgeoning industry of data science and all of that. And it doesn't matter what the reason is, if the journey is in the same direction. So for me, this charter is important because it embodies some important principles. And without going through all of the principles, I just pick out the one. I think Martin kind of referred to it, that information, data should be usable and interoperable. It should be machine readable. Now that sounds obvious. Why does that point need to be made? Well, it's only a few years ago in Britain, we discovered a local municipality that had grudgingly decided to release data on something quite mundane, I think about parking, about car parking. And yet they were solemnly going through a process of taking the spreadsheets and turning them into PDFs before they released them, exactly to stop them being machine readable, to stop them being used. Now that's crazy. This is public data, it should be available to the public. So this is a really important next step along the way, and I'm delighted that Britain is being a leader, along with others, in taking this forward.
Thank you so much. And I don't want to take your thunder, but we're delighted to hear that the United Kingdom will join the International Open Data Charter as a lead steward. And so we're grateful for your leadership and again, in taking us in the next phase of the journey. I want to go over to Kate Jackson from McKinsey. Kate's been working on these issues for a long time. And Kate, I have sort of two questions. One is thinking about the uses and benefits of open data. Why is the private sector so keen about open data? And what's the next frontier in the sharing of privately held data that could also be used for the public benefit?
Great questions. Thank you so much. And thank you to Alejandra Lagunes and the Mexican government for hosting this amazing event. I think the use of public spaces is incredible. All of you being here is also a testament to how some of open data is actually old-fashioned, and it's about getting people together in rooms and sharing ideas. So your question teed up two critical aspects of open data. One is, why would the private sector care about this public action? And the other is, what can the private sector do to accelerate that action? So why does the private sector care? Well, to some degree, it goes to a Peter Drucker quote that every social problem is a business opportunity in disguise. But what often in the past stood as a barrier to that business opportunity was available information. Information to, say, take hospital visits and calculate, as iTriage does, what the cost of those hospital visits is, where citizens could be going instead, because ERs, emergency rooms in hospitals, often get overoccupied and people don't get the critical care they need. And a big part of that is because a lot of people seek emergency care when they don't need it. So a city like South Bend, Indiana created a great alternative to ER care, which was they realized too many people using big data and open data analytics, too many people were going to emergency rooms. This spawned a separate set of businesses that were offering nursing care to people who could have been taking their kids or their loved ones to get alternative care than an emergency room. It freed up public dollars that now weren't going to the most expensive way to treat people, and often the least effective way, which is at the ultimate last moment when people are sick. iTriage was bought by a large global healthcare company called Aetna. It was started by an ER doctor himself. So there's huge compound public benefit and private economic growth. And I think that's one of the incredible things about open data. It's a great resource that compounds the interest benefit, both to society and to private companies. So as McKinsey, we decided to put the numbers against that. We did a study 2 years ago of what the economic benefit would be to private companies and to society in just 7 domains of the economy. And we found that between $3 and $5 trillion could be unleashed, but that's only predicated on government unleashing that data primarily along the lines that the Open Government Partnership has set forth, because private companies want consistency. They want standards. They want a sense that this stuff is here to stay. It's one of the reasons in the US that during elections, stock markets get rocky. Once those elections are settled, people know the trajectory of government. So creating something like the Open Government Partnership is powerful for companies in terms of setting their own agenda. So I gave an example from the healthcare industry. Another would be in transportation. A company called Uber, has anybody heard of it? Actually, even in 2013, this is just incredible about the power and the speed of open data. Uber relies on GIS data. GIS comes from originally the US government sending satellites up into space mainly about defense. Now that has been used in a way that that US government agency never could have predicted, and this is the other powerful aspect of open data for private sector development. Government doesn't have to have a crystal ball. It has to unleash the thing that it uniquely holds, which is open data. The government did not need to step in and create Uber, but creating Uber, which is now valued at between $50 and $70 billion, is an economic growth for so many societies around the world. The other power is the distributed nature of open data. So we see a company like Uber, that's a big one. We see a company like Aetna, that's a big one. But you see governments hosting hackathons, and a company like First Fuel coming out of that. First Fuel takes information about the pricing, the real-time pricing that government releases about energy prices and energy use, and allows large buildings to save on energy usage and energy costs by having real-time pricing incorporated into their choices about building efficiency. It's a really cool example of a small company not only helping society by reducing carbon emissions, but also helping businesses save money. So I think to sum it up, it's partly this ecosystem that open data creates that government doesn't have to control, but government needs to be a part of by unleashing the data itself. Where private sector comes in, and we see this, I was talking earlier with someone about APIs, that's sort of the early frontier of private sector companies saying, you know what, we actually should release the stuff we have. Google's been on the forefront of it, releasing APIs on which other businesses can build. You could say, is it giving away proprietary information? Or wait, is it actually creating a reliance in some ways on its own services for other private sector companies to join? So I think the signaling from government will help. Private sector companies are leaders in using that data. They're more lagging in some ways in sharing the data. But as soon as they see the compound interest value, I think that we'll have movement in that direction.
Thank you so much, Kate. We'll give it to Ricardo. I want to welcome Ricardo Hassman, my close old friend and colleague from Harvard. He's the director of the Center for International Development at Harvard. Ricardo, open data opens up an amazing new range of possibilities for researchers like yourself and myself and many around the world. How does open data allow us to do new and innovative research that can contribute to improved policy and decision making?
Well, thank you very much, and thanks for this opportunity, this invitation, this movement, this initiative. I was born in Venezuela. I'm a Venezuelan citizen. If you wanted to doubt whether there's $5 trillion to be unleashed or not, look at the opposite. What happens when a government closes data? So, for example, we used to have regular data on inflation, growth, balance of payments, etc. That has all been stopped because it's a government that wants to hide the information from its people. And as a consequence, Venezuela is the worst performing country in the world this year, with a drop of GDP in excess of 10% and with inflation above 200 and some percent. So this is what happens when a government hides itself from its own people. So I am in this cognitive dissonance on which my country of citizenship, it hides every information, and here I am in Mexico helping the Mexican government open its data to its citizens. Now, it's much harder for the government than you think. It's not just an issue of releasing data that they have. It's also an issue of improving and merging and cleaning the data so that it is information and not noise. And it's hard because you're working across government agencies and so on. So I want to commend the Mexican government for the effort they did to talk to a social security system, with a tax system, with a customs system, with a statistical office, to allow us to merge these data that's in a way that you can have something on which you can add value. And to me, the government takes tons of information from its people. That information can be used to create a mirror for society so that society can look itself in the mirror of the own data that they're generating, so that society can manage itself. I just ask you, imagine if you had to comb yourself, shave yourself, and so on without a mirror. You couldn't do it without a mirror. You need a mirror to know where you are, to know what you're doing, to have a feedback loop on yourself, right? So unleashing those mirrors, those mechanisms for society to see itself is incredibly empowering of society. And obviously, it's also a matter of control and accountability for government, but it's also a way for government to hear society. And there's also this opposite direction of not just the government informing society of what it has done. A government is essentially several million pages of legislation and several thousand government agencies, right? Democracy cannot be asking people to vote once every 4 years, one bite of information. There's a lot of information that society can give back to government that will improve government, and we need an informational platform to do that. So I think that this is the beginning of a fantastic journey. It's going at an amazing speed. I know that in 5 years' time we will remember this as prehistoric times. So I'm very excited by this event, and I really congratulate all of you for your leadership.
Thank you so much, Ricardo. Maybe I will push back and say and ask you once again, what about the researchers? How are the researchers using open data?
I cannot, look, I drool if I start telling you about those researchers. We now have employer-employee matched data sets. So we know the history of all workers and we know the composition of all firms. That means that you can know what is the know-how that exists in a society. You can know how know-how moves from one place to another. You can know how skills are built over time. You know, before Galileo, people thought that everything moved around the Earth. Galileo developed the telescope, and looking through the telescope, he saw Saturn, and he saw the moons around Saturn, and he saw that the moons around Saturn moved around Saturn. So that means that not everything moved around the world, around the Earth. And why was he able to do that? Because he had a telescope. He could see things with much more detail. Open data is going to allow to see ourselves with much more detail. We're not just GDP, we're not just aggregate inflation. There's tons more information with much more detail that will allow us to understand ourselves as a society in much greater dimension.
Thank you so much, Ricardo. And it is that, please, dynamic, disaggregated, timely, credible data available to millions of people that is so important. Josema Alonso is head of the Open Data Initiative at the Web Foundation. And Josema, you've been, again, one of the leaders from civil society over many years. The movement's come a long way, as Martin said, and many of the other panelists. How does the International Open Data Charter mark a milestone in the movement, and how does it take us forward? What would success look like from a civil society perspective for the International Open Data Charter?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question, Sanjeev. So one of the things that I would like to highlight here for us not to forget is that data in the end is a means to an end. So one of the things that we've mentioned over the last few years is that we expect that data, the release of data, will be putting the power in hands of people and will have the potential to accelerate the progress by placing actually data in some sort of way that can be actionable by the people and society at large. So one of the reasons why the Web Foundation has been supporting the Open Data Charter as one of the lead stewards is that, Martin mentioned before, I mean, we came a long way over the last few years. Sometimes in internet time, this looks like it was 2 centuries ago, but it was only 5-6 years ago when we started all of this. And it's amazing the progress that we made over the last few years. So we got to a point where we have to agree on how to progress further. And frankly, when we started with the discussions around the Open Data Charter, all that we wanted to do is to help countries to do open data well, and to help some countries that are, evolving rapidly to do it better, to help some countries that are thinking of starting to put the next steps forward in the best possible way to achieve successful goals in the future. For us as a civil society representative, we believe that the Charter is a strong tool for civil society for 4 main reasons, I would say. One is that the Charter's 6 founding principles have a clear focus on making data useful for and used by citizens. Second is because the Charter's practical implementation support will help adopting governments to stimulate demand for open data from citizens. Third is because the Charter explicitly recognizes the rights to privacy and freedom of expression as fundamental. Not only will this help us to drive uptake of open data, but it will also help to move the needle back in the direction of true transparency and openness, in our opinion. And finally, because the Charter has walked the talk of transparency, inclusion, and openness since it was created, and it will continue to do so in the way forward. For example, it was built through an open online and offline collaborative process. Probably those of you that have followed the process of the Charter, we opened it for discussion back in May, where we have the conference, the International Open Data Conference in Canada, and we got more than 400 comments in Spanish, English, and French that we addressed over the summer. And in September, we produced the final version that you all know as of today, that in my opinion is a really strong version and tool for civil society. And I mentioned this in Leaders Towards Goal, that if I have to put myself in the shoes of a civil servant, of a government, analyzing the charter for adopting and implementing it, I would have a hard time, because there are provisions in there that are difficult and really difficult to implement. So for me as a civil society representative, I think that is good news, and that's why I believe it will be an important tool. I believe that civil society organizations must keep still the pressure on governments anyway, for them to release the data that citizens most want to have. Sometimes, I mean, the data that is released in several instances, unfortunately, is the most easy one to release or convenient for governments, but they have to be ambitious. And even if the information or data that is to be released is politically embarrassing, they have to do so in the name of transparency. Finally, I believe that we also have to keep the pressure, friendly pressure and constructive criticism to grounding open data initiatives in a robust commitment to citizens' right to information, right to privacy, and right to freedom of opinion and expression, as I said before. For us at the Web Foundation, we of course will keep on serving as a leader stewards. We'll keep on moving forward with initiative. We'll add more resources to make this a reality in many more countries in the years to come. And we will keep on championing innovation, research, and evidence-based policy advocacy, as we always do. Finally, and before ending my participation, I want to remind you of a little bit of history. Martin went back to 2011. I will go back only to 2013. There is only one person or organization or government that is not represented in this panel I want to remind you of, which is the Government of Canada. When we started with the Open Data Charter, it was one of the activities of the OGP Open Data Working Group called Principles. And that was led by the Government of Canada, and the ideas that the Government of Canada had about how to progress on principles that could be globally acceptable then became what it is today, the International Open Data Charter. So I want to highlight that participation and the good relationship that between the Government of Canada and the Web Foundation had as part of that group. And that shows that, you know, the OGP is also allowing civil society and governments to work together towards societal benefits. Finally, I think that we are encouraged by the increasing number of governments and organizations who today have shown such leadership, as Tim said at the beginning, by becoming the first to adopt and endorse the Charter, and we urge others to do the same in the weeks and months ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hazema. And just do want to reiterate that the leadership of the Government of Canada, I'm wearing my Government of Canada pin here, and also my Government of Mexico pin. I need a UK one, and of course, US and many other governments. But the Government of Canada's leadership has been absolutely essential. And we're just so grateful for all that they've done. And we know now, as they've moved beyond a very important election in their history, their leadership is going to take us forward in the next years to come. So thank you so much to the Government of Canada. I want to welcome Jorge Mata from ECLAC CEPAL, who is a leader there. Alicia Barzana sends her regards, has been a champion, and as has the ECLAC of open data across the region. And Jorge, I have sort of two questions for you. Latin America really has become the open data region of the world. Francis mentioned that, you know, there's a competition, a healthy competition that's happening, and Latin America seems to have taken the lead, whether it's Mexico or Chile or Colombia, many others. So what's happening in the region? Why is open data such on fire here? And what will ECLAC do, CEPAL do, to continue that progress into the next years to come?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Sanjeev. I will switch to Spanish, if you allow me.
No problem, please.
And I reiterate the regards from my Executive Secretary. Bueno,
indeed, the region is becoming the one that is progressing the most when it comes to open data, open government policies, and I think this has to do with a period that the region is living from a few years back of democratic openness. For us in Latin America, we suffered dictatorships for many years. Practically in every region, we have democratic governments and a civil society that is very active. I think this has been very important so that the governments could implement their policies and adhere to the OGP. And also, some of the countries that are not part of the OGP, they follow some policies that are open government policies. I think in this way, civil society and the democratic growth of the region have been very important. What we are doing from the ECLAC and from the Institute of Training of the ECLAC is to bring tools, techniques, methodologies, share experiences of the countries that have mostly progressed with opening data to those in need at that time. And I think here I will stop to mention that, as you all know, the region is the one that suffers most from inequality on several levels. And this inequality manifests itself in our territories, not only in the lower levels of development, but also in the capacity of local authorities for developing policies for the well-being of our populations. This is where we want to have a say in it. We are looking at the efforts when it comes to open data, transparency. We want these efforts to have a place in all of the regions. And I'd like to refer to what you said at the beginning on the relevance of the charter, the Open Data Charter. For us, it's very significant that we finished this charter in Chile. This is something maybe only slightly significant, but as we all heard here, with the presence of all of you here today, as we have spoken about the Charter of the United Nations and remembered that it was signed in San Francisco, I hope that in the future years, people will remember the Open Data Charter. The Open Data Charter, I don't know if there's a translation in Spanish, but there will be. And I hope people will remember this as a fundamental element for development. I end with the necessary reference to what has led us here today, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I think there is an overlap of elements that lead us to see with optimism, to bet optimistically on what we're doing at an American level in order to generate the conditions to progress towards a development of prosperity, sustainability towards 2030. And in here, an essential ingredient that we have seen is openness, transparency, accountability, the civil participation, citizen participation. And so I think we have a lot to be thankful for, and that leads us to be very optimistic about the way we are going.
Have mentioned the charter would not
Sí, debía haber mencionado
business of CEPAL and welcoming the stewards of the charter in a major point of revision, so thank you very much for that. Let me then go now to Alejandro Lagunes, my new good friend that I see at these many events. The government of Mexico, what can we say, has been such a leader, a champion, a vanguard of open data here in Mexico, of course, in the region, internationally. Why has open data become such a part of the core culture of Mexico and its work here within the country, but also internationally?
Thank you very much. I will switch to Spanish as well.
For the Mexican government, open data are so important because we realize that information is power. It is very powerful to improve the well-being, the lives of people. And this is why we are leading these initiatives at a local level, at a national level, but also at an international level. In Mexico, a government such as the federal one that has established in the president's office an area for open data speaks to the importance of this topic. In second place, we developed a policy of open data. In third place, a presidential decree that mandates all of the government to open up its information to the public in open formats with international standards. Fourth, guidelines. This is to say how the government has to open its information up. In fifth place, working with the Mexican Ministry of Statistics in order to generate a regulation. And these regulations mean that all of these statistics and information need to have standards in their formats. This speaks to the importance that the Mexican government is giving to open data. Why? Because data transform governments in different ways. As Martin said, from a perspective of transparency, of openness of information in a proactive way, not because we need to ask for certain information, but because the information opens all of the information by default. The government has to be an open government, and it will be that if it follows the guidelines and regulations that are established. But in second place, and I think it's very relevant for countries such as Mexico, which are countries that are developing still with reforms and with a boom of certain industries, but assessment, timely assessment is critical in this process. Why? In order to become a more just and democratic country, to give equal opportunities to all of the population. And I'd like to give 3 examples in the use of information in order to generate public policies. One of them is with the Crusade Against Hunger. The Crusade Against Hunger is a program, one of the most important programs that this administration has to end hunger in Mexico. Hunger in Mexico is still a very important social problem, and in order to understand which would be the best mechanisms in order to fund and end this problem, we analyzed a lot of pieces of information in order to understand which would be the best ways to do so. This is applied data, and this is how we developed an entire program on which would be the most benefited parts of the population with different programs from the government. Secondly, I'd like to speak of a project of security that was developed at the beginning of this administration, through which the most unsafe places in Mexico were marked down. A few years ago, this would have been something that we just happened to think of. And I think this is the way we used to do things because we thought about it at the time. Having access to information, having access to data, being able to make decisions means being able to make decisions based on the knowledge we have on this information. These pieces of information on security were based on, for example, prisoners, people that are now in prison, where they were born, if they went to school, where they lived, if near their homes there were entertainment centers, sports centers or not, if there were bars where there was alcohol and drug consumption. This was information that was developed through the overlap of several databases, and it led us to several conclusions that were completely different from the first ones that made us make decisions in the first place, because it wasn't about where the crime was committed, it was about where criminals were made. And this is data intelligence. And the third one that happened just a few days ago, how open data is applied when it comes to the response to a natural phenomenon such as Hurricane Patricia. The government opened up 38 databases with critical information, and this information was at the disposal, was available to the entire population, not only at a national but at an international level as well, participated in mapping the 3 states that were affected by the hurricane and mapped the populations that were at a greater risk of the passing of the hurricane. They established centers for help, shelters, and this was done in just a matter of hours. This map had over 400,000 visits. Not only that, the private sector also participated in this. Private companies connected to government data and were able to send information. I would like to give this example. In countries such as Mexico, where there is a lot of population that has no access to internet, but does have a cell phone, for example, mobile operators connected to the databases of the government that, thanks to the fact were reusable, they were able to send text messages to that population that was going to be affected by the hurricane. Thanks to this, we are seeing the true value of these databases, of this information. So Mexico is promoting these databases with based on norms and legal frameworks so that the government will open up its data, but also at an international level. We are convinced on this open data charter so that every day more and more countries will open up their data, benefit from open data, as well as the global community. We should be able to use the information that other countries can give us. This government is truly convinced on the value of this data. We are using the data to make public policies, assess public policies, and correct public policies in a timely manner, and not wait 6 years to realize that programs and social projects such as the security ones, the ones to end hunger or to end with maternal mortality, we shouldn't have to wait years and years to realize that these programs have gone wrong. These databases, this open data, gives us the opportunity to correct in a timely manner these things. Countries like Mexico and other countries in Latin America cannot take more time to do this. We need to use this open data intelligently as a government in order to have a more just and democratic society. Thank you very much.
It's amazing already the response and excitement about the charter. Just for all to know and understand, governments, whether they be national governments like Mexico or the UK or Kenya, who was going to be on the panel, and many others, can adopt the charter. But also we are encouraging and really promoting, as OGP now is, subnational governments and cities around the world to adopt the charter. Other stakeholders, as Ozema mentioned, civil society, the private sector, academic institutions, and so forth, can endorse the charter and promote its uptake in the world. The Open Data Charter Initiative has an active work program with working groups to help implementation, to develop sector data packages, to support cities around the world and subnational governments, and to promote accountability. So the work, in some sense, has just begun. But we know in the work that we all do here, we rarely take a moment to celebrate. And this is a moment to celebrate. It's an historic achievement to have this International Open Data Charter. And I think I can honestly say for all those who put so much effort over the years, decade, 5 years, and months, the last 6, 3 months, 1 month, to make this happen, is just a wonderful moment for all those folks. I want to close. We have 3 wonderful celebratory moments. The first is to share a video that's going to be about adoptions from other parts of the world. So I think we could launch the video. I hope. There's no sound? Okay. Okay, there's no sound, so we're going to do one more thing while you're watching this. I actually am going to do something that's off script. I want to introduce to you the 5 lead stewards of the International Open Data Charter, not the governments who are amazing, like Alejandra and many others, but those who put tireless numbers of hours behind the scenes to make this happen. So I'd like, please, come forward, Anya Calderon. Mark Levine from Canada. Please come up. Fernando Carini. Enrique Zapata from Mexico. Martin, please come up. Ozema. This was... Everybody can stay. Ricardo, stay. Please stay. Don't leave yet. Come. These folks, and all those general stewards and all the stewards from organizations that worked on this, please stand up. All those, we had 40 organizations. Stand up. ODIs and all those. These are all the people, please stand up. Yes, please come forward. These people never question that motto that a few people can change the world. Yes, if we can welcome our panelists, and can we have all those governments and endorsers come forward so we can take a photo and celebrate this amazing moment. Please, Alejandra, please, Minister. Okay, 2 layers is okay.
Thank you all for celebrating this historic moment with all of us. And thank you all for moving over here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good to see you.
Thanks, Lori. Thank you. Very nice to meet you. Very.
No, great stuff. Yeah, no, well done. Well organized.
Thank you for adopting us.
No, pleasure.
We're very glad that you will be next to us.
Very good to meet you.
Yes.
We'll be very involved. Are we finished now?
Yeah, we're glad.
Microphone. There are 17 governments that have adopted the charter, and we would like to announce them. If I can read this. Mexico, UK, Chile, Philippines, France, Uruguay, Italy, Guatemala, Montevideo, the city, Minatitlan, Jalapa, Municipality of Puebla, Municipality of Veracruz, Madrid, and Morelos. And the organizations who have already endorsed the World Wide Web Foundation, IDRC, Amidyar, GODAN, ODI, World Bank, IBM, the Open Knowledge Foundation, Avena, the Young Innovations, Nepal, Open Youth, Center for Open Data Enterprise, and Sunlight Foundation. Thank you all. Please endorse and adopt.
Thank you to all of us for your leadership. Thank you so much, Mr. We really are excited about the future. Very nice to meet you.
Huh? Can you? Hello? Hello? It's not. It's not on.
from the OGP co-chairs. So we'll just set up the stage. Okay. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Joe Powell, the Acting Director of the OGP Support Unit. And I'm going to take us through the final plenary for this evening. I just want to abuse the fact that I have the floor very briefly to say a huge thank you and congratulations to my support unit colleagues and friends. They do a lot of the work in the background that most of you may not have seen. But they have done a fantastic job, and in particular, Alonso, Melanie and Michael, wherever you are, have lived and breathed this for the last 6 months. So a special thank you to those people. So I'll now introduce our final speakers. I think an ambassador was heard saying earlier he'd never seen an event where so many civil society and government were sharing the stage as equals. That's what OGP events are all about, and that's how we'll finish. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Sunita Kaimau, the outgoing Civil Society Chair. Yeah. Alejandro Gonzalez, the incoming Civil Society Chair. Deputy Minister Ayanda Dlodlo, the incoming Government Chair. Honorary Verdier, Director of ETALAB, the incoming Support Government Chair. Manish Bhatna, the incoming Support Civil Society Chair. And then three of our hosts, who we owe a big thank you to. We have Minister Virgilio Andrade. We have Ambassador Miguel Ruiz Cabanas, and we have National Coordinator for Digital Strategy, Alejandra Lagunas. Okay. So the other ministers are on their way. So to kick us off, we promise we won't keep you long. We have a party to get to at 7 p.m. But Sunita, you're leaving us your final chance to address the OGP crowd.
Well, I'm fairly certain that you've heard quite enough from me, but I would like to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank Joe, who behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, for the past many, many months and beyond, you have been an absolute superstar as acting interim executive director, as well as running this entire show. So everyone, please give a huge round of applause to Joe Powell. They love you, Joe. They love you. And I'd also just like to ask, I know there's a lot of people standing in the room, but if the members of the support unit for OGP could stand up as well to be recognized. Again, as Joe mentioned, a phenomenal amount of work that went into this, and their day-to-day support to OGP countries, to civil society, is absolutely essential, and without them, we would just not be the kind of partnership that we are. So another big round of applause, please, for the support unit. Kitty, stand up. Thank you. Stand up, stand up. Thank you. I'd also like to, of course, say thank you to the Mexican government, and especially to Alejandra and also to Guillermo for the fantastic support in the lead up to the summit and for bringing us all here. And lastly, I would very much, sorry, that deserves a round of applause to the Mexican government. And lastly, I'd like to extend our thanks to all of you. We know that a global summit is just a series of events and panels unless you bring your expertise and your energy and your enthusiasm. And I think what made this a great event was you contributing all of your wisdom and being willing to share your concerns and your excitement, the challenges and the opportunities that you see. So I would like to, in the spirit of participation, ask if there's anyone who would like to share one thing that they will take away from the OGP Summit and that will infuse their work looking ahead. I need some brave souls. This is the spirit of participation at work. Okay, can we have a mic down there, or I can run around? I will run around. Okay, where was that hand?
Thank you. I'm Hugo Diaz Garcia. I'm from Mexico, and I was impressed by a lot of knowledge on open government and how to promote it in countries like Mexico. Mainly, I like to promote social inclusion with non-government organizations and for private sector too, for enterprises like that, in order to become a better government, because right now we have a lot of problems in Mexico, as you know, social and economic problems, income inequality, a lot of poverty people, even though information system is better now, but we have to be closer to the state and local government too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And could I have one more volunteer, maybe someone not from Latin America? Yes, over in the back? Okay, I see vigorous waving.
Wow. From the Republic of South Africa, in Africa, I have learned so much, and I'm so excited that the energy that was in this room, we are taking it back to Africa. To see the world uniting in one objective of partnership, transparency, accountability. It was a whole new school of thought. And we believe we're moving the world to the right direction in making sure that we account to each and every one of ourselves. We want to welcome our new chair, South Africa, and our minister. We say, happy South Africa, take the baton and move and unite the other countries in Africa that are outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that fantastic transition onto our new chairs. I hope that you all have come away excited, energized, and motivated. I certainly know that I have. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Sunita. And a big round of applause for Sunita as well, please. So we're now going to hear from our two new lead chairs, and the first person has the tough job of filling the shoes of Sunita. Alejandro, please give us some words.
I can do it. Thank you so much, Joe. I did my opening remarks in English. Now I'm going to turn to Spanish. So I'm going to give you a couple of seconds for you guys to actually get your su traducción simultánea. Y ahora voy a cambiar a español.
Now let me switch into Spanish because I think I do it far better in Spanish than I do in English. Now, first of all, I could not start but by thanking profoundly the two chairs that have been not only an example, but that have given a great promotion to this initiative of OGP during the last year. And they have been, and somehow, people of whom I have learned so much. Personally speaking, I have learned so much from Sunita, my great friend, and of course the Mexican government. And of course, there are many points of agreement. There are many differences too, but there are many environments where we do come to agreement. This relationship is quite fruitful, and I have broad recognition for the government of Mexico, given the role it played internationally leading this important initiative. We're extremely grateful, and I hope now that I will continue having you, because within the board of directors, the former chairpersons play the role of a troika. So we shall continue having you with us. You're most important because your experience during this year will help us as new chairs to partner and to provide us some clues and knowledge, which is quite important. I thank you enormously. If you recall, at the beginning of my participation yesterday, it seems that such a long time has gone by, but it's just a few hours. But yesterday morning, I asked of you one thing. I asked of you that please be highly participating, to speak up, to feed up this agenda that we had for these 2 days. And believe me, I think you've done wonderful. And what I want to do now is I'd like to share what I have heard, which are those 10 points, those 10 basic pivotal points that we take as an agenda for the next year, starting or going from what we have heard in our discussions. The first element, that the OGP has to acknowledge at this moment that the honeymoon is almost over, and that the time has come in which what will be sustainable in this initiative is the possibility for it to start delivering results and outcomes. Second, that all the stakeholders will be in agreement regarding the fact that we have 3 priorities for the next cycle, from now until we shall meet again in France in a year and a half. To deliver results, to deliver results, and to deliver results. That has become the mantra and the call that I have heard from all of you. Fourth, what is the meaning of giving outcomes and results? I've heard many things here. And to deliver some outcomes and results, what I have heard of you is that really the Partnership for Open Government will become a platform that will be capable of carrying out substantial and relevant reforms for the lives of people. There's no other path. And as long as we will be increasing the number of countries and the number of commitments that will be heading in that direction, then we may say that we are in the right direction. Number 5, we have to start measuring. We have to start measuring our progress. Today, there's a 20% of countries that are compliant with all these attributes of having this type of processes at the national level that are generating relevant commitments that are also quite ambitious. Let us set ourselves the commitment that that proportion will increase in a substantial way from now until we shall meet again in the next global summit in France, and where we will have an important moment throughout the year during the chairmanship of South Africa and mine. And in a year, we'll be able to see some new results. But in 2 years, we will fortunately be able to see significant changes. 6, that for this to happen, we have to do 2 things. Increase the density of the group of reformers within the government and the civil society. We have to become many more. And we also have to increase the depthness of the relationship between the groups of reformers of the civil society and the government. 7, that in order to have this happening, we have opened up 2 windows that are just incredible. The possibility of connecting the open government partnership with the SDGs. That will allow us to expand the repertoire of audiences to which we may connect with and be relevant for all of them. The same will happen with the subnational governments. We have two entry doors that are most relevant in order to increase density. And what can we do to increase our depthness? I have heard so many interesting ideas, and I take three elements that I find to be very positive. The first of them, to increase the amount of spaces of exchanges. We all have taken great ideas with us, great examples, and great inspirations that will allow us to continue moving forward. Second, that we can also have more and better information for the decision-making processes of how and in what direction we're heading. Every part of the information that is generating given the independent mechanism, so beyond the information generated within the small world of OGP, will be key to have and base our decisions upon evidence. The third element, how can we increase the depthness of our actions? OGP has to improve its guidelines, its procedures, its internal processes to turn them into far more efficient processes and that will consider their expectations and needs. And number 9, I also heard things that were not in my scenario and that called my attention intensely. And one of them that I find to be key and that we all may be in agreement that is something we may include is that we are not doing enough to include the gender perspective. There were wonderful panels in this regard, and as a matter of fact, we are not including them within OGP, nor internally or externally at the sufficient levels. Let's take advantage of Goal 5 of the Sustainable Development Goals in order to promote this within the national action plans. And let us later on have a follow-up and evaluation mechanism that will have a gender focus in order to move forward with the information and generate evidence regarding these steps forward. And finally, my 10th point. What I heard the most and in the clearest way from all of you is that those of us that are here, we should not forget that open government, and in particular the open government partnership, is done by all of you, not us. And in no way let us not open a gap between those of us that have this responsibility and a privilege of leading the initiative and those that make the open government every day. This is all for you, this is for you, and it is a task that we have embraced. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Alejandro. I'd now like to introduce our new government chair, again filling in big footsteps from Mexico, Deputy Minister Ayanda Lodlo from South Africa.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm feeling a little nervous this evening, and I'm not one to feel like this, but we're deeply honored as a country, and might I just start by saying all protocols observed, because I can't identify who's in the crowd, and everybody is here for a very good cause, and I will just say all protocols observed. I will read from a speech that I've written together with my staff, reminding us of where we come from and where we need to go, and how it is that we're going to steer the open government partnership into new heights, having taken over from Mexico. I would like to thank the government of Mexico under the remarkable leadership of President Nieto, which has been an instrumental figure in the open government partnership, for hosting us this past week at this successful summit and steering the ship over the past year. I also thank the patronage of the heads of states and government who are present here today with us. Their attendance demonstrated unwavering commitment and faith on the role that open government can play in making a real difference in the lives of all the citizens across the globe. The accomplishment of this partnership would not be possible without robust civil society organizations that have always played a very active role in both the conceptualization and implementation of the OGP in the member countries and continue to demonstrate dedication to the cause of advocating for transparent, inclusive, and prosperous societies. In particular, let me applaud the role that has been played by civil society representatives in the steering committee, especially the lead chair, Sunita, and the co-chair, Alejandro, who also happens now to be my greatest support, who have made a remarkable and outstanding contribution in co-steering the OGP and moving it to the level where it is today. We also applaud the role played by Alejandra, Guillermo, including Roberto, from the Mexican government for having coordinated the summit and related OGP activities, as well as Joe Powell for having provided leadership to the support unit as acting executive director. As we approach the 5th year of the OGP in September 2016, we seek to emulate the pioneering work by the government of the United States of America and Brazil, our inaugural chairs, who laid a solid foundation that has culminated in the successful partnership, a foundation from which we all learn. Program Director, on behalf of the Government of the Republic of South Africa and the people of South Africa, I expressed our utmost gratitude for the opportunity to serve as lead chair on the steering committee of this instrumental partnership. So as we assume the position of lead chair on the Open Government Partnership Steering Committee, we do so thrilled at how nations of the world have held hands and worked in unison to enhance the existence of all humanity. It is the same kind of spirit which is characterized by cooperation, collaboration, and the building of partnerships that we all call upon as we begin a new year for this program. It is the same kind of spirit that will ultimately deliver the promise of a better tomorrow for all. Our Deputy President, President Cyril Ramaphosa, spoke at length yesterday of the progressive plans that we have to strengthen the partnership. We seek to create a long-lasting legacy for the OGP by introducing ways of encouraging its sustainability. This requires that we foster a universal vision and put in place a long-term strategy for the program to ensure we leave behind an institution that will stand strong in its principles for decades to come. We need to embark on this work to build upon the early achievements of this partnership, which has grown from 8 founding countries to to almost 70 countries within a period of 4 years. We have done a tremendous job. The Open Government Partnership is a cross-cutting enabler that will assist the global community to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. As an enabler of the global development, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that we broaden our engagements to be responsive to the challenges faced in developing countries. We live in a world of extreme inequalities, which we ought not to perpetuate. Around the world, 925 million people are undernourished, with 1 billion living in slums that lack reliable sanitation services, supply of clean water, reliable electricity, timely law enforcement, and other basic services. As we address these inequalities through the partnership, we need to ensure our public participation does not exclude indigenous groups, youth and women in the developing world. Technology undeniably creates a well-oiled, interconnected world, but the lack of technology cannot be the basis of exclusion from development of individuals across the globe who do not have access to these broader communication technologies. Let me conclude by stating this. As we enhance the social contract between administrations across the globe and their citizens through this partnership, we are reminded that only when this contract is representative, transparent, and responds to the aspirations of citizens will the majority of the people across the globe stand to benefit. As South Africa, we share a history of overcoming the odds against humanity. We are a land that has come from a divisive past to demonstrate to our own people, the continent and the world, that our democracy is durable. We assume the chairperson, we assume this role with the will to strengthen the partnership in order for it to bring about the kind of change we all yearn for. Our time is now to advance sustainable development through inclusivity for a better tomorrow, a tomorrow in which our people flourish. I invite you to join us as South Africa and the steering committee as we embark on a journey. I thank you.
Many thanks, Ayanda. So some of you may know that at the close of this meeting, there will be 2 new co-chairs of OGP. So I think this is almost their first official engagement. They look petrified. Henri, from the government of France, maybe you could just give us a brief word.
Good evening. This morning I didn't know I have to speak for my country, so I don't have a tie. I'm sorry. But I'm here. As you know, France shares a lot of common value with the OGP: transparency, accountability, citizen engagement, contribution. And we were very happy to discover this community, this amazing community of people, of citizens, of governments, working together to build a better democracy. We strongly believe in peer learning, and we learn a lot here, and we are very happy to be member of the community. And so we did really appreciate the warm welcome we received coming within the OGP, and we consider as an honor to be the incoming co-chair. And thank you to all of you. So this year we will follow South Africa's lead, and we will try to help if we can. And after this, we will have to work with all of you, citizens, government, civil society, to try to have a meaningful chairmanship. That's all I have to say. Quiero también darle gracias a México.
I want to thank Mexico as well for this chairmanship of the partnership and for organizing this amazing global summit. Thank you very much. We are open to your advice, to your recommendations. So thank you very much.
All to learn French. So I say merci beaucoup et à bientôt.
Merci, Henri. Manish?
Great, thank you. I thought I would be tired after this incredibly hectic but stimulating summit we've had over the past 2 days. But when I feel all the positive energy in this room, it is deeply invigorating. It is rare when after 2 days full of sessions that the closing plenary would actually attract a standing room audience. So just deeply, I want to just at least start by deep thanks to the leadership that both Mexico and Sunita have given us over the past year. Congratulations to Ayanda, South Africa, Alejandro, and warm wishes for the year ahead, and very much delighted to be working with France. I'm fairly new to the Open Government Partnership, but I wanted to share just 2 or 3 very quick reflections that I really picked up from my first real deep immersion with this community. The first is I feel if one of the things that's really impressed upon me is that if we're really going to succeed, we need to ensure that OGP continues to resonate with people. It is about respecting rights, it's about tackling poverty, tackling inequality, it's about improving the quality of life. It's about taking the abstract and making it more concrete. And I think the leadership we've seen from Mexico and Sunita to push us towards the sustainable development goals, to move to the subnationals, to cities, where things become real, is precisely the push that we needed to see with this partnership. So a deep recognition of gratitude for that important direction you've helped us move into. The second point is I'm also truly struck by the exceptional moment we live in today. We are the first generation that has the opportunity to eradicate extreme poverty, but we're also the last generation that has the ability to tackle climate change. And in a few short weeks in Paris, as we all know, there will be a major summit to tackle climate change. And I think one of the priorities that likely will be between France and me is around making climate, making sustainable development, building on the SDGs, an important priority for OGP. And I think this is incredibly important because if we're serious about tackling climate change, about accelerating sustainable development, it's going to require a transformation in how we use energy, in how we live in cities, in how we grow our food, and how we manage our water. We know the technical, we know how to do that. We understand the science, we understand the economics, but to get the transformation we will need to see will require a real political revolution. And I think that is what OGP can help ensure, that we have the political muscle to make the transformation we need to see. So I'm very excited to work with France about that. The third and final point I wanted to make is that the essence of a good strategy is knowing what not to do. And I think part of the challenge and part of the opportunity with this partnership is really to stay focused on increasing the share of transformative commitments that are successfully implemented by an increasing number of countries. It's about results. And so I think that's what we need to stay focused on. I'm deeply privileged to be the incoming co-chair of OGP. And after feeling all of this energy in this room, I just want to close with a quote from Gandhi. He said, "Gently, we can all shake the world." And I'm looking forward to working with all of you. The partnership is about all of us to shake the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manish. We're now going to hear from our hosts, starting with one of the key institutions in OGP in Mexico, Minister Virgilio Andrade from Función Pública.
Muchísimas gracias, gracias a todos.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, the Mexican government is grateful and acknowledges the openness, the attitude, the contributions that all of the NGOs have shared, Mexican NGOs, and of course, the organizations that are part of the OGP. Secondly, we're deeply grateful with all of whom we have shared and have chaired this global summit. We're grateful to South Africa, and now we have the opportunity of having France as an active participant in this leadership for the next year and a half of this new cycle of the OGP. Thirdly, we must accept and acknowledge that every time there is a summit of this nature, we take away lessons from it. And today, the governments are taking away lessons in terms of attitude, in terms of ethics, in terms of intelligence, and also a technological-based vision. In terms of attitude, an open government should overcome the old age of competing, being in dispute, to have reserved information, and instead we should share, we should disclose, we should listen, we should be open. That is the new public attitude that we get from an open government. In terms of ethics, it is high time to offer information permanently, the possibility that we are all equal, the possibility that we consolidate inclusion, not in specific moments or in specific situations, but that should be our daily practice. This should be permanent in the area of public decision-making. The third element is intelligence. Public intelligence does not lie in the fact that governments should surprise societies. In an open government, it should be the society who surprises the government with innovations, with creativity, and of course, with its critical, analytical, and assertive eyes. And finally, in an open government, the technological approach changes. We're in the process of overcoming the traditional vision of doing things mechanically, and we're moving from mechanics to feelings, and we do understand that technology in an open government becomes alive, and it also has a lot of feelings involved. And with that emotion of thrill of having you in our country, we open our doors and we open up our support. Thank you very much for coming to Mexico.
Thank you, Minister Andrade, for your support in making this summit possible as well. I'd now like to introduce Ambassador Miguel Ruiz Cabiñas from the Foreign Affairs Ministry.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the floor. Of course, I will speak in my beautiful Spanish. Uno.
First of all, I believe that this summit has been a success, and the figures show the level of success. More than 2,200 participants, 44 ministers, and I would like to welcome the Prime Minister of Guyana, sitting on the first row, joining us. 66 countries, hundreds of participants, members of the Mexican and international CSOs, 61 parliamentarians. Secondly, I believe that Mexico should thank all of you for joining us. Your message is clear. In Mexico and the world, we are consolidating a new paradigm for democracy, and that implies, without an exaggeration, a deep cultural change, a change of mindset, a change where society is empowered by giving information to society. History shows that inequality in the area of information translates in political inequality, social and economic inequalities, and therefore an open government is the best recipe to reduce inequality in every single field. Thirdly, therefore, an open government does not only involve national or federal governments, as in the case of Mexico. It involves every level of government and the three branches, the executive, the legislative, the judicial branch, but also state governments, municipal governments. The federal government is not everything in Mexico, and in every other federated state, the federal level is not everything. We need this mindset to get to the remotest municipality in our country to see a true change. Fourthly, I believe that in the panels it was well said, and I want to quote Sunita Kaimal, we need realities, we need actions, we need facts. We do not need rhetoric. We need visible changes, measurable changes, changes that could be related to a benchmark, changes that could be better, and changes that can lead us to a positive synergy. Fifth, OGP is doing good, but let's not mistake, as Sunita Kaimal said yesterday, let's not mistake quantity over quality. It is not enough that many governments become part of the partnership if we don't have specific projects, if we don't go beyond a large membership. We need a true engagement to take the principles of open government, transparency, and accountability into practice. Six, Mexico, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is pleased enormously to see that the Open Government Partnership has decided that one of the main tasks for the upcoming years will be how to find a way to implement the Sustainable Development Agenda for 2030. We have a specific action plan. We have a specific agenda to implement to make sure, to the best of our ability, that the governments, the private sector, and the civil society participate together in this ambitious global effort, and that is the 2030 Development Agenda. Seventh, I would like to acknowledge the leadership of the OPG I would like to acknowledge its efforts, its leadership for having the summit in Mexico. And I would like to acknowledge the leadership of President Enrique Peña Nieto and Secretary Virgilio Andrade. Alejandra Lagunes made it possible. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is honored to support this effort, but this effort was your effort. I believe that open government requires change, but I believe that that change is non-stop. We cannot go back. And it depends on you, the governments, the media, the private sector to see that change and never give a step back in the world. Thank you very much.
So finally, it gives me great pleasure to first thank Alejandro Lagunas and Guillermo and the team for all of the amazing work in organizing the summit, and to invite you to please close the third Global OGP Summit.
Yo quiero agradecer muchísimo.
I would like to thank everyone for what we have all learned here. We have met along a path of struggle and beliefs in transparency, citizens' participation, the co-creation of collaboration. I thank Joe, Sunita, Alejandra, Yanda, Henry, Manish, Virgilio, and Miguel, because along this path, as a government official from the government, but also personally, it has been nothing but learning for the past 12 months. And I stand up because I would like to particularly thank you, because we talk so much about the technological data and information revolution and how this is transforming societies. But without people, we cannot transform things. The true revolutionaries are people in themselves, and I feel deeply honored to have a team like the one I have. Let me give a standing ovation to Guillermo, Ania, where is Ania? Pablo, Enrique, Jorge, Andrea, Fernanda, Ania, Enrique, please come forward. Alejandra, Eduardo, Carlos, Rodolfo, Diego, Esmeralda, Pedro. This is the team that made this possible. This is the team that has been working from the government, and they really believe in transformation. They believe in the openness of the government, in the transformation of the government. What for? In order to have a country and a world like the one that we all wish for, a fairer world, and with greater opportunities and more inclusive for all. I thank all of you so much. And let me thank everyone that is here. I thank you so much for coming to Mexico, and I hope that very soon you shall come back. And this is always your home. Thank you very much.
It's definitely time for a mezcal, I think. Yeah. I also just want to thank the staff and the volunteers of the venues for helping run this event so smoothly, and the translators. And now I think we have a short video, and we'll see everybody at the reception.
Los gobiernos abiertos crean puentes y plataformas que acercan a ciudadanos y autoridades para colaborar juntos en la búsqueda de soluciones a problemas que enfrenta cualquier sociedad.
The Open Government Partnership Agenda is critical to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals because it provides a platform for implementation, which is the most pressing challenge facing the global goal.
The SDGs are breaking new ground for global development agenda with this Goal 16, which commits member states to, quote, promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development.
The Open Government Partnership can play a very important role by translating this commitment of the SDG 16 into concrete actions that governments commit themselves for, and then allowing everybody to help them implement them and monitor the implementation.
Less than half of OGP participating countries met requirements for online or in-person consultations with civil society. That has to change. And involving civil society groups in creating, implementing should be a requirement.
Enable people to understand what these goals are, and then open participatory stages and spaces for people to just interact with these goals.
Open data helped us as government to inform all the population that was affected by Hurricane Patricia, and we were able to let all the people know how to react against this phenomenon.
How can OGP help in eradicating poverty, which is one of the main goals of the 2030 agenda? The first thing we need to know is what are the poverty figures? What are the data that we have available? Where is the poverty in each one of our countries? And civil society should follow carefully where is people.
Countries and cities and institutions working together using data as a prime resource to tackle this kind of challenges.
Open cities harness the potential of their most important asset, which is the diversity of people and their ideas.
We're going to have to find a way of working together as inclusive partners.
Open data and especially open contracting is essential to open government.
If we want to really change our society and make it a more equal society, a more equal country, we need to open up the government.
And open information creates open knowledge that can help us to create applications to understand science and to make the life of a lot of other people all around the world better.
Trabajar también con la dotación de internet.
Work by providing internet in the largest number of public spaces. El gobierno abierto.
OGP is a silo breakup. It's brought together these communities, privacy, education, healthcare, climate change, and we're really witnessing the birth of the open government movement globally.
Estamos seguros.
We are certain that the Partnership for Open Government will continue consolidating itself as a dynamic environment of reflection and exchange in favor of the democracies of the world.